Preface of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Lee in Virginia by G. A. Henty. Preface. My dear lads, the great war between the northern and southern states of America possesses a peculiar interest for us, not only because it was a struggle between two sections of a people akin to us in race and language, but because of the heroic courage with which the weaker party, with ill-fed, ill-clad, and ill-equipped regiments, for 4 years sustained the contest with an adversary not only possessed of immense numerical superiority, but having the command of the sea, and being able to draw its armies and munitions of war from all the manufacturers of Europe. Authorities still differ as to the rights of the case. The Confederates firmly believe that the states, having voluntarily united, retained the right of withdrawing from the Union when they considered it for their advantage to do so. The Northerners took the opposite point of view, and an appeal to arms became inevitable. During the first 2 years of the war, the struggle was conducted without inflicting unnecessary hardship upon the general population. But later on, the character of the war changed, and the Federal armies carried widespread destruction wherever they marched. Upon the other hand, the moment the struggle was over, the conduct of the conquerors was marked by clemency and generosity altogether unexampled in history, a complete amnesty being granted, and none, whether soldiers or civilians, being made to suffer for their share in the rebellion. The credit of this magnanimous conduct was to a great extent due to Generals Grant and Sherman, the former of whom took upon himself the responsibility of granting terms which, although they were finally ratified by his government, were at the time received with anger and indignation from the North. It was impossible, in the course of a single volume, to give even a sketch of the numerous and complicated operations of the war, and I have therefore confined myself to the central point of the great struggle, the attempts of the Northern armies to force their way to Richmond, the capital of Virginia, and the heart of the Confederacy. Even in recounting the leading events in these campaigns, I have burdened my story with as few details as possible, it being my object now, as always, to amuse as well as to give instruction in the facts of history. George Alfred Henty. End of preface. Chapter 1 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Lee in Virginia by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 1. A Virginia Plantation. I won't have it, Pearson, so it's no use your talking. If I had my way, you shouldn't touch any of the field hands. And when I get my way, that won't be so very long, I will take good care you shan't. But you shan't hit Dan. He's not one of the regular house hands, was the reply, and I shall appeal to Mrs. Wingfield as to whether I am to be interfered with in the discharge of my duties. You may appeal to my mother if you like, but I don't think that you will get much by it. I tell you, you are a good too fond of that whip, Pearson. It never was heard of in this estate during my father's time, and you shan't be again when it comes to be mine, I can tell you. Come along, Dan, I want you at the stables. So saying, Vincent Wingfield turned on his heel, and followed by Dan, a negro lad of some 18 years old, he walked off toward the house, leaving Jonas Pearson, the overseer of the Orangery estate, looking after him with an evil expression of face. Vincent Wingfield was the son of an English officer, who, making a tour in the States, had fallen in love with and won the hand of Winifred Cornish, a rich Virginia heiress, and one of the belles of Richmond. After the marriage, he had taken her home to visit his family in England, but she had not been there many weeks before the news arrived of the sudden death of her father. A month later, she and her husband returned to Virginia, as her presence was required there in reference to business matters connected with the estate, of which she was now the mistress. The Orangery, so called for a large conservatory built by Mrs. Wingfield's grandfather, was the family seat, and the broad lands around it were tilled by upward of 200 slaves. There were in addition 3 other properties lying in different parts of the state. Here Vincent, with 2 sisters, one older and one younger than himself, had been born. When he was 8 years old, Major and Mrs. Wingfield had gone over with their children to England, and had left Vincent there for 4 years at school, his holidays being spent at the house of his father's brother, a country gentleman in Sussex. Then he had been sent for unexpectedly, his father saying that his health was not good, and that he should like his son to be with him. A year later, his father died. Vincent was now nearly 16 years old, and would, upon coming of age, assume the reins of power at the Orangery, of which his mother, however, would be the actual mistress as long as she lived. The 4 years Vincent had passed in the English school had done much to render the institution of slavery repugnant to him, and his father had many serious talks with him during the last year of his life, and had shown him that there was a good deal to be said upon both sides of the subject. There are good plantations and bad plantations, Vincent, and there are many more good ones than bad ones. There are brutes to be found everywhere, just as there are bad masters in southern states, just as there are bad landlords in every European country. But even from self-interest alone, a planter has greater reason for caring the health and comfort of his slaves than an English farmer has in caring for the comfort of his laborers. Slaves are valuable property, and if they are overworked or badly cared for, they decrease in value. Whereas, if the laborer falls sick or is unable to do his work, the farmer has simply to hire another hand. It is as much the interest of a planter to keep his slaves in good health and spirits as it is for a farmer to feed and attend his horses properly. Of the two, I consider the slave with a fairly kind master is full as happy as the ordinary English laborer. He certainly does not work so hard. If he is ill, he is carefully attended to. He is well fed. He has no cares or anxieties whatsoever, and when old and past work, he has no care of the workhorse staring him in the face. At the same time, I am quite ready to grant that there are horrible abuses possible under laws connected with slavery. The selling of slaves, that is to say, the breaking up of families and selling them separately, is horrible and abominable. If an estate were sold together with all the slaves upon it, there would be no more hardship in the matter than there is when an estate changes hands in England, and when the laborers upon it work for the new master instead of the old. Were I to liberate all the slaves in this estate tomorrow, and to send them north, I do not think they would be in any way benefited by the change. They would still have to work for their living as they do now, and being naturally indolent and shiftless would probably fare much worse. But against the selling of families separately and the use of the lash, I set my face strongly. At the same time, my boy, whatever your sentiments may be on this subject, you must keep your mouth closed as to them. Owing to the attempts of northern abolitionists who have come down here stirring up the slaves of discontent, it is not advisable, indeed, it is absolutely dangerous, to speak against slavery in the southern states. The institution is here, and we must make the best of it we can. People here are very sore at the foul slanders that have been published by northern writers. There have been many atrocities perpetrated undoubtedly by brutes who would have been brutes whenever they had been born, but to collect a series of such atrocities, to string them together into a story, and to hold them up as Mrs. Beecher Stowe has as a picture of slave life in the southern states, is as gross a libel as if any one were to make a collection of all the wife beatings and assaults of drunken English ruffians, and to publish them as a picture of the average life of English people. Such libels as these have done more to embitter the two sections of America against each other than anything else. Therefore, Vincent, my advice to you is, be always kind to your slaves, not overindulgent, because they are very like children and indulgence spoils them, but be at the same time firm and kind to them, and with other people avoid entering into any discussions or expressing any opinion with regard to slavery. You can do no good, and you can do much harm. Take things as you find them and make the best of them. I trust that this time may come when slavery will be abolished, but I hope for the sake of the slaves themselves that when it is done, it will be done gradually and thoughtfully, for otherwise it would inflict terrible hardship and suffering upon them as well as upon their masters. There were many such conversations between father and son, for feeling on the subject ran very high in the southern states, and the former felt that it was the utmost importance to his son that he should avoid taking any strong line in the matter. Among the old families of Virginia there was indeed far less feeling on this subject than in some of the other states. Knowing the good feeling that almost universally existed between themselves and their slaves, the gentry of Virginia regarded this contempt with the calmness of which they were the subject. Secure in the affection of their slaves, an affection which was afterwardly abundantly proved during the course of the war, they scarcely saw the ugly side of the question. The worst masters were the smallest ones. The man who owned 6 slaves was far more apt to extort the utmost possible work from them than the planter who owned 300 or 400. And the worst masters of all were those who, having made a little money in trade or speculation in the towns, purchased a dozen slaves, a small piece of land, and tried to set up as a gentry. In Virginia, the life of large planters was almost a patriarchal one. The indoor slaves were treated with extreme indulgence, and were permitted a far higher degree of freedom of remark and familiarity than is the case with servants in an English household. They had been the nurses or companions of the owners when children, had grown up with them, and regarded themselves and were regarded by them as almost part of the family. There was, of course, less connection between the planters and their field hands, but these also had, for the most part, been born on the estate, had as children been taught to look up to their white masters and mistresses, and to receive many little kindnesses at their hands. They had been cared for in sickness, and knew that they would be provided for in old age. Each had his little allotment, and could raise fruits, vegetables, and fowls for his own use or for sale in his leisure time. The fear of loss of employment or the pressure of want, ever present to English laborers, had never fallen upon them. The climate was a lovely one, and their work far less severe than that of men forced to toil in cold and wet winter and summer. The institution of slavery assuredly was capable of terrible abuses, and was marked in many instances by abominable cruelty and oppression. But taken all in all, the negroes on a well-ordered estate, under kind masters, were probably a happier class of people than the laborers upon any estate in Europe. Jonas Pearson had been overseer in the time of Major Winfield, but his authority had at that time been comparatively small, for the major himself personally supervised the whole working of the estate, and was greatly liked by the slaves, whose chief affections were, however, naturally bestowed upon their mistress, who had from childhood been brought up in their midst. Major Wingfield had not liked his overseer, but he had never had any ground to justify him making a change. Jonas, who was a northern man, was always active and energetic. All Major Wingfield's orders were strictly and punctually carried out, and although he disliked the man, his employer acknowledged him to be an excellent servant. After the major's death, Jonas Pearson had naturally obtained greatly increased power and authority. Mrs. Wingfield had great confidence in him. His accounts were always clear and precise, and although the profits of the estate were not quite so large as they had been in her husband's lifetime, this was always satisfactorily explained by a fall in prices, or by a part of the crops being affected by the weather. She flattered herself that she herself managed the estate, and at times rode over it, made suggestions, and issued orders, but this was only in fits and starts, and although Jonas came up 2 or 3 times a week to the house nominally to receive her orders, he managed her so adroitly that while she believed that everything was done by her directions, she in reality only followed out the suggestions which, in the first place, came from him. She was aware, however, that there was less content and happiness on the estate than there had been in the old times. Complaints had reached her from time to time of overwork and harsh treatment, but upon inquiring into those matters, Jonas had always such plausible reasons to give that she was so convinced he was in the right, and that the fault was among the slaves themselves, who tried to take advantage of the fact that they had no longer a master's eye upon them, and accordingly tried to shirk work, and to throw discredit upon the man who looked after the interests of their mistress. And so gradually Mrs. Wingfield left the management of affairs more and more in the hands of Jonas, and relied more implicitly upon him. The overseer spared no pains to gain the goodwill of Vincent. When the latter declared that the horse he rode had not sufficient life and spirit for him, Jonas had sent inquiries on foot, and had selected for him a horse which for speed and bottom had no superior in the state. One of Mrs. Wingfield's acquaintances, however, upon hearing that she had purchased the animal, told her that it was notorious for its vicious temper, and she spoke angrily to Jonas on the subject of the presence of Vincent. The overseer excused himself by saying that he had certainly heard that the horse was high-spirited and needed a good rider, and that he should not have thought of selecting it had he not known that Mr. Vincent was a first-class rider, and would not care to have a horse that any child could manage. The praise was not undeserved. The gentlemen of Virginia were celebrated as good riders, and Major Wingfield himself, a cavalryman, had been anxious that Vincent should maintain the credit of his English blood, and had placed him on a pony as soon as he was able to sit on one. A pony had been kept for his use during his holidays at his uncle's in England, and upon his return Vincent had, except during the hours he spent with his father, almost lived on horseback, either riding about the estate or paying visits to the houses of other planters. For an hour or more every day he exercised his father's horses in a paddock near the house, the major being wheeled down in an easy chair and superintending his riding. As these horses had little to do and were full of spirit, Vincent's powers were often taxed to the utmost, and he had many falls, but the soil was light, and he had learned a knack of falling easily, and from constant practice was able at the age of 14 to stick on firmly even without a saddle, and was absolutely fearless as to any animal he mounted. In the 2 years which had followed he had kept up his riding. Every morning after breakfast he rode to Richmond, 6 miles distant, put up his horse at some stable there, and spent 3 hours at school. The rest of the day was his own, and he would often ride with some of his schoolfellows, who had also come in from a distance, and not return home till late in the evening. Vincent took after his English father rather than his Virginian mother, both in appearance and in character, and was likely to become as tall and brawny a man as the former had been when he first won the love of the rich Virginia heiress. He was full of life and energy, and in this respect offered a strong contrast to most of his schoolfellows of the same age, for although splendid riders and keen sportsmen, the planters of Virginia were in other respects inclined to indolence, the result partly of the climate, partly of their being waited upon from childhood by attendants ready to carry out every wish. He had his father's cheerful disposition and good temper, together with the decisive manner so frequently acquired by a service in the army, and at the same time he had something of the warmth and enthusiasm of the Virginian character. Good rider as he was somewhat surprised at the horse the overseer had selected for him. It was certainly a splendid animal, with great bone and power, but there was no mistaking the expression of its turned back eye, and the ears that lay almost flat on the head when anyone approached him. "It is a splendid animal, no doubt, Jonas," he said the first time he inspected it, "but he certainly looks as if he had a beast of a temper. I fear what it was my mother told him is no exaggeration, for Mr. Markham told me today when I rode down there with his son, and said that he had bought Wildfire, that a friend of his had him once, and he only kept him for a week, for he was the most vicious brute he ever saw." "I am sorry I have bought him now, sir," Jonas said. "Of course I should not have done so if I had heard these things before, but I was told he was one of the finest horses in the country, only a little tricky, and at his price was so reasonable I thought it a great bargain. But I see now I was wrong, and that it wouldn't be right for you to mount him, so I think we had best send him on Saturday to the market, and let it go for what it will fetch. You see, sir, if you had been 3 or 4 years older it would have been different, but naturally at your age you don't like to ride such a horse as that." "I shan't give it up without a trial," Vincent said shortly. "It's about the finest horse I ever saw, and if I hadn't been for its temper it would be cheap at 5 times the sum you gave for it. I have ridden a good many bad-tempered horses for my friends during the last year, and the worst of them couldn't get me off." "Well, sir, of course you will do as you please," Jonas said, "but please to remember if any harm comes of it that I strongly advise you not to have anything to do with it, and I did my best to dissuade you from trying." Vincent nodded carelessly, and then turned to the black groom. "Jake, get out that cavalry saddle of my father's, with the high cantle and pommel, and the rolls for its knees. It's like an armchair, and if one can't stick on that one deserves to be thrown." While the groom was putting on the saddle, Vincent stood patting the horse's head and talking to it, and then taking its rein let it down into the enclosure. "No, I don't want the whip," he said as Jake offered him one. "I have got the spurs, and likely enough the horse's temper may have been spoiled by knocking it about with the whip, but we will try what kindness will do with it first." "Me no like his look, Massa Vincent. He debbil all horse dat." "I don't think he has a nice temper, Jake, but people learn to control their temper. I don't see why horses shouldn't. At any rate, we will have a try at it. He looks as if he appreciates being patted and spoken to already. Of course, if you treat a horse like a savage, he will become a savage. Now stand out of the way." Gathering the reins together and placing one hand upon the pommel, Vincent sprang into the saddle without touching the stirrups. Then he sat for a minute or two patting the horse's neck. Wildfire, apparently disgusted at having allowed himself to be mounted so suddenly, lashed out viciously 2 or 3 times and then refused to move. For half an hour Vincent tried the effect of patient coaxing, but in vain. "Well, if you won't do it by fair means, you must by foul," Vincent said at last, and sharply pricked him up with his spurs. Wildfire sprang into the air, and then began a desperate series of efforts to rid himself of his rider, rearing and kicking in such quick succession that he seemed half the time in the air. Finding after a while that his efforts were unavailing, he subsided at last into sulky immovability. Again Vincent tried coaxing and patting, but as no success attained these efforts, he again applied the spur sharply. This time the horse responded by springing forward like an arrow from a bow, dashed at the top of his speed across the enclosure, cleared the high fence without an effort, and then set off across the country. He had attempted to take the bit in his teeth, but with a sharp jerk as he drove the spurs in, Vincent had defeated his intention. He now did not attempt to check or guide him, but keeping a light hand on the reins, let him go his own course. Vincent knew that so long as the horse was going full speed, it couldn't attempt to trick or unseat him, and therefore sat easily in the saddle. For 6 miles Wildfire continued his course, clearing every obstacle without abatement to his speed, and delighting his rider with his power and jumping qualities. Occasionally, only when the course he was taking would have led him to obstacles impossible for the best jumper to surmount, Vincent attempted to put the slightest pressure upon one rein or the other, so as to direct it to an easier point. At the end of 6 miles the horse's speed began slightly to abate, and Vincent, abstaining from the use of his spurs, pressed it with his knees and spoke to it cheerfully, urging it forward. He now from time to time bent forward and patted it, and for another 6 miles kept it going at a speed almost as great as that at which it had started. Then he allowed it gradually to slacken its pace, until at last first the gallop and then the trot ceased, and it broke into a walk. "You've had a fine gallop, old fellow," Vincent said, patting it, "and so have I. There's been nothing for you to lose your temper about, and the next road we come upon we will turn our face homeward. Half a dozen lessons like this, and then no doubt we shall be good friends." The journey home was performed at a walk, Vincent talking to the greater part of the time to the horse. It took a good deal more than 6 lessons before Wildfire would start without a preliminary struggle with his master, but in the end kindness and patience conquered. Vincent often visited the horse in the stables, and taking with him an apple or some pieces of sugar, spent some time there talking to and petting it. He never carried a whip, and never used the spurs except in forcing it to make its first start. Had the horse been naturally ill-tempered, Vincent would probably have failed, but, as he happened afterward to learn, its first owner had been a hot-tempered and passionate young planter, who, instead of being patient with it, had beat it about the head and so rendered it restive and bad-tempered. Had Vincent not laid aside his whip before mounting it the first time, he probably would never have effected a cure. It was the fact that the animal had no longer a fear of his old enemy, the whip, as much as the general course of kindness and good treatment that had effected the change in his behavior. It was just when Vincent had established a good understanding between himself and Wildfire that he had the altercation with the overseer, whom he found about to flog the young negro Dan. Pearson had sent the lad a half an hour before on a message to some slaves at work at the other end of the estate, and had found him sitting on the ground watching a tree in which he discovered a possum. That Dan deserved punishment was undoubted. He had at present no regular employment upon the estate. Jake, his father, was head of the stables, and Dan had made himself useful in odd jobs about the horses, and expected to become one of the regular stable hands. The overseer of opinion that there were already more negroes in the stable than could find employment, and had urged upon Mrs. Wingfield that one of the hands there and the boy Dan should be sent out to the fields. She, however, refused. "I know you are quite right, Jonas, in what you say, but there were always 4 hands in the stable in my father's time, and there always have been up till now, and though I know they have an easy time of it, I certainly should not like to send any of them out to the fields. As to Dan, we will think about it. When his father was about his age he used to lead my pony when I first took to riding, and when there is a vacancy Dan must come into the stable. I could not think of sending him out into a field hand, in the first place for his father's sake, but still more for that of Vincent. Dan used to be told off to see that he did not get into mischief when he was a little boy, and he has run messages and has been his special boy since he came back. Vincent wanted to have him as a regular house servant, but it would have broken old Sam's heart if, after being my father's boy and my husband's, another had taken his place as Vincent's. And so Dan had remained in the stable, but regarding Vincent as his special master, carrying notes for him to his friends or doing any odd jobs he might require, and spending no small portion of his time in sleep. Thus he was an object of special dislike to the overseer, in the first place because he had not succeeded in having his way with regard to him, and in the second because he was a useless hand, and the overseer loved to get as much work as possible out of every one on the estate. The message had been a somewhat important one, as he wanted the slaves for some work that was urgently required, and he lost his temper, or he would not have done an act which would certainly bring him into collision with Vincent. He was well aware that the lad did not really like him, and that his efforts to gain his goodwill had failed, and he had foreseen that sooner or later there would be a struggle for power between them. However, he relied upon his influence with Mrs. Wingfield, and upon the fact that she was the life owner of the orangery, and believed that he would be able to maintain his position even when Vincent came of age. Vincent on his side objected altogether to the overseer's treatment of the hands, of which he heard a good deal from Dan, and had already remonstrated with his mother on the subject. He, however, gained nothing by this. Mrs. Wingfield had replied that he was too young to interfere in such matters, that his English ideas would not do in Virginia, and that naturally the slaves were set against the overseer, and that now Pearson had no longer a master to support him. He was obliged to be more severe than before to enforce obedience. At the same time, it vexed her at heart that there should be any severity on the Orangery estate, where the best relations had always prevailed between the masters and slaves, and she had herself spoken to Jonas on the subject. He had given her the same answer that she had given her son. The slaves will work for a master, Mrs. Wingfield, in a way they will not for a stranger. They set themselves against me, and if I were not severe with them, I should get no work out of them at all. Of course, if you wish it, they can do as they like, but in that case they must have another overseer. I cannot see a fine estate going to ruin. I believe myself some of these abolition fellows have been getting among them and doing them mischief, and that there is a bad spirit growing up among them. I can assure you that I am as lenient with them as possible to be, but if they won't work, I must make them, so long as I stay here. And so the overseer had had his way. She knew that the man was a good servant, and that the estate was kept in excellent order. After all, the severities of which she had heard complaints were by no means excessive, and it was not to be expected that a northern overseer could rule entirely by kindness, as the owner of an estate could do. A change would be most inconvenient to her, and she would have difficulty in situating herself so with another time. Besides, the man had been with her 16 years, and was, as she believed, devoted to her interests. Therefore she turned a deaf ear to Vincent's remonstrations. She had always been somewhat opposed to his being left in England at school, urging that he would learn ideas there that would clash with those of the people whom his life was to be spent, and she still considered that her views had been justified by the result. The overseer was the first to give his version of the story about Dan's conduct, for on going to the house, Vincent found his sisters, Rosa and Annie, in the garden, having just returned from a 2 days' visit to some friends in Richmond, and stayed chatting with them and listening to their news for an hour, and in the meantime Jonas had gone in and seen Mrs. Wingfield and told his story. "I think, Mrs. Wingfield," he said when he had finished, "that it will be better for me to leave you. It is quite evident that I can have no authority over the hands if your son is to interfere when I am about to punish a slave for an act of gross disobedience and neglect. I found that all the tobacco required turning, and now it will not be done this afternoon owing to my orders not being carried out, and the tobacco will not improbably be injured in quality. My position is difficult enough as it is, but if the slaves see that instead of being supported I am thwarted by your son, my authority is gone altogether. No overseer can carry on his work properly under such circumstances." "I will see to the matter, Jonas," Mrs. Wingfield said decidedly. "Be assured that you have my entire support, and I will see that my son does not again interfere." When, therefore, Vincent entered the house and began his complaint, he found himself cut short. "I have heard the story already, Vincent. Dan acted in gross disobedience and thoroughly deserved the punishment Jonas was about to give him. The work on the estate cannot be carried on if such conduct is to be tolerated, and at once for all I will permit no interference on your part with Jonas. If you have any complaints to make, come to me and make them, but you are not yourself to interfere in any way with the overseer. As for Dan, I have directed Jonas that the next time he gives causes for complaint he is to go into the fields." Vincent stood silent for a minute. Then he said quietly, "Very well, mother. Of course you can do as you like, but at any rate I will not keep my mouth shut when I see that fellow ill-treating the slaves. Such things were never done in my father's time, and I won't see them done now. You said the other day you would get me a nomination to West Point as soon as I was 16. I should be glad if you would do so. By the time I have gone through the school you will perhaps see that I have been right about Jonas." So saying, he turned and left the room and again joined his sisters in the drawing room. "I have just told mother that I will go to West Point, girls," he said. "Father said more than once that he thought it was the best education I could get in America." "But I thought you had made up your mind that you would rather stop at home, Vincent." "So I had, and so I would have done. But mother and I differ in opinion. That fellow Jonas was going to flog Dan, and I stopped him this morning, and mother takes his part against me. You know I don't like the way he goes on with the slaves. They are not half so merry and happy as they used to be, and I don't like it. We shall have one of them running away next, and that will be a nice thing going on when used to be considered one of the happiest plantations in Virginia. I can't make mother out. I should have thought that she would have been the last person in the world to have allowed the slaves to be harshly treated." "I am sure we don't like Jonas more than you do, Vincent, but you see Mama has to depend upon him so much. No, I don't think she can like it, but you can't have everything you like in a man, and I know she thinks he is a very good overseer. I suppose she could get another." Vincent said he thought that there could be much difficulty about getting an overseer. "There might be a difficulty in getting one she could rely on so thoroughly," Rosa said. "You see, a great deal must be left to him. Jonas has been here a good many years now, and she has learned to trust him. It would be a long time before she had the same confidence in a stranger, and you may be sure that if he would have his faults, though perhaps not the same as those of Jonas, I think you don't make allowance enough for Mama. Vincent, I quite agree with you as to Jonas, and I don't think Mama can like his harshness to the slaves any more than you do. But every one says what a difficulty it is to get a really trustworthy and capable overseer, and, of course, it is all the harder when there is no master to look after him." "Well, in a few years I shall be able to look after an overseer," Vincent said. "You might do so, of course, Vincent, if you liked, but unless you change a good deal I don't think your supervision would amount to much. When you are not at school you are always on horseback and away, and we see little enough of you, and I do not think you are likely for a long time yet to give up most of your time to looking after the estate." "Perhaps you are right," Vincent said, after thinking for a minute, "but I think I could settle down too, and give most of my time to the estate if I was responsible for it. I dare say mother is in a difficulty over it, and I should not have spoken as I did. I will go in and tell her so." Vincent found his mother sitting as he had left her. Although she had sided with Jonas, it was against her will, for it was grievous to her to hear complaints of the treatment of the slaves at the Orangery. Still, as Rosa had said, she felt every confidence in her overseer, and believed that he was an excellent servant. She was conscious that she herself knew nothing of business, and that she must therefore give her entire confidence to her manager. She greatly disliked the strictness of Jonas, but if, as he said, the slaves would not obey him without, he must do as he thought best. "I think I spoke too hastily, mother," Vincent said as he entered, "and I am sure that you would not wish the slaves to be ill-treated more than I should. I dare say Jonas means for the best." "I feel sure that he does, Vincent. A man in his position cannot make himself obeyed like a master. I wish it could be otherwise, and I will speak to him on the subject, but it will not do to interfere with him too much. A good overseer is not easy to get, and the slaves are always ready to take advantage of leniency. An easy master makes bad work, but an easy overseer would mean the ruin to an estate. I am convinced that Jonas has our interest at heart, and I will tell him that I particularly wish that he will devise some other sort of punishment, such as depriving men who won't work of some of their privileges instead of using the lash." "Thank you, mother. At any rate, he might be told that the lash is never to be used without first appealing to you." "I will see about it, Vincent, and talk it over with him." And with that, Vincent was satisfied. End of chapter 1. Recording by Ryan Sherrick. Chapter 2 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Sherrick. With Lee in Virginia by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 2. Buying a Slave. Mrs. Wingfield did talk the matter over with the overseer, and things went on in consequence more smoothly. Vincent, however, adhered to his wish, and it was arranged that as soon as he could get a nomination he should go to West Point, which is to the American army what Sandhurst and Woolwich are to England. Before that could be done, however, a great political agitation sprang up. The slave states were greatly excited over the prospect of a Republican president being chosen, for the Republicans were, to a great extent, identified with the abolition movement, and public feeling, which had for some time run high, became intensified as time approached for the election of the new president, and threats that if the Democrats were beaten and a Republican elected, the slave states would secede from the Union were freely indulged in. In Virginia, which was one of the most northern of the slave states, opinion was somewhat divided, there being a strong minority against any extreme measures being taken. Among Vincent's friends, however, who were for the most part the sons of planters, the Democratic feeling was very strongly in the ascendant, and their sympathies were wholly with the southern states. That these had a right to succeed was assured by them as being unquestionable. But in point of fact there was a great deal to be said on both sides. The states which first entered the Union in 1776 considered themselves to be separate and sovereign states, each possessing power and authority to manage its own affairs, and forming only a federation in order to construct a central power, and so to operate with more effect against the mother country. 2 years later, the Constitution of the United States was framed, each state giving up a certain portion of its authority, reserving its own for self-government, and whatever rights were not specifically resigned. No mention was made in the Constitution of the right of a state to secede from the Union, and while those who insisted that each state had a right to secede if it chose to do so declared that this right was reserved, their opponents affirmed that such a case could never have been contemplated. Thus, the question of absolute right had never been settled, and it became purely one of force. Early in November 1860, it became known that the election of Mr. Lincoln, the Republican candidate, was assured, and on the 9th of that month the representatives of South Carolina met at Charleston and unanimously authorized the holding of a state convention to meet in the third week in December. The announcement caused great excitement, for it was considered certain that the convention would pass a vote of secession and thus bring the debated question to an issue. Although opinion in Virginia was less unanimous than in the more southern states, it was generally thought that she would imitate the example of South Carolina. On the day following the receipt of the news, Vincent, who had ridden over to the plantations of several of his friends to talk the matter over, was returning homeward when he heard the sound of heavy blows with a whip and loud curses, and at a moment later a shrill scream in a woman's voice rose in the air. Vincent checked his horse mechanically with an exclamation of anger. He knew but too well what was going on beyond the screen of shrubs that grew on the other side of the fence bordering the road. For a moment he hesitated, and then muttering, "What's the use?" was about to touch the horse with a whip and gallop on, when the shriek again rose louder and more agonizing than before. With a cry of rage Vincent leaped from his horse, threw the reins over the top of the fence, climbed over it in a moment, and burst his way through the shrubbery. Close by, a nigger was being held by 4 others, 2 having hold of each wrist and holding his arms extended to full length, while a white lad, some 2 years Vincent's senior, was showering blows with a heavy whip upon him. The slave's back was already covered with wheals, and the blood was flowing from several places. A few yards distant, a black girl with a baby in her arms was kneeling on the ground screaming for mercy for the slave. Just as Vincent burst through the bushes, the young fellow, irritated at her cries, turned round and delivered a tremendous blow with the whip on her bare shoulders. This time no cry came from her lips, but the slave, who had stood immovable while the punishment was being inflicted upon himself, made a desperate effort to break from the men who held him. He was unsuccessful, but before the whip could again fall on the woman's shoulders, Vincent sprang forward and, seizing it, wrestled it from the hands of the striker. With an oath of fury and surprise at this sudden interruption, the young fellow turned upon Vincent. "You are a coward and a blackguard, Andrew Jackson," Vincent exclaimed, white with anger. "You are a disgrace to Virginia, you ruffian." Without a word the young planter, mad with rage at this interference, rushed at Vincent, but the latter had learned the use of his fist at his English school, and riding exercises had strengthened his muscles, and as his opponent rushed at him he met him with a blow from the shoulder, which sent him staggering back with blood streaming from his lips. He again rushed forward, and heavy blows were exchanged. Then they closed and grappled. For a minute they swayed to and fro, but although much taller, the young planter was no stronger than Vincent, and at last they came to the ground with a crash. Vincent uppermost, Jackson's head as he fell coming with such a force against a low stump that he lay insensible. The contest had been so sudden and furious that none had attempted to interfere. Indeed, the negroes were so astonished that they had not moved from the moment when Vincent made his appearance upon the scene. The lad rose to his feet. "You had better carry him up to the house and throw some water on him," he said to the negroes, and then turned to go away. As he did so, the slave who had been flogged broke from the others, who had indeed loosened their hold, and ran up to Vincent, threw himself on his knees, and taking the lad's hand pressed it to his lips. "I'm afraid I haven't done you much good," Vincent said. "You'll be none the better off for my interference, but I couldn't help it." So saying, he made his way through the shrubbery, cleared the fence, mounted, and rode homeward. "I've been a fool," he said to himself as he rode along. "It'll be all the worse for that poor beggar afterwards. Still, I could not help it. I wonder will there be any row about it. I don't much expect there will. The Jacksons don't stand well now, and this would not do them any good when the people come round. Besides, I don't think Jackson would like to go to court to complain of being thrashed by a fellow a head shorter than himself. It's blackguards like him who give the abolitionists a right to hold up the slave owners as being tyrants and brutes." The Jacksons were newcomers in Virginia. 6 years before, the estate, of which the Cedars, as their place was called, formed a part, was up for sale. It was a very large one, and having been divided into several portions to suit buyers, the Cedars had been purchased by Jackson, who, having been very successful as a storekeeper in Charleston, had decided upon giving up the business and leaving South Carolina, and settling down as a landowner in some other state. His antecedents, however, were soon known at Richmond, and the old Virginian families turned a cold shoulder to the newcomer. Had he been a man of pleasant manners, he would gradually have made his way, but he was evidently not a gentleman. The habits of trade stuck to him, and in a very short time there were rumors that the slaves, whom he had bought with the property, found him harsh and a cruel master. This in itself would have been sufficient to bring him disrepute in Virginia, where as a rule the slaves were treated with great kindness, and indeed considered their position to be infinitely superior to that of the poorer classes of whites. Andrew Jackson had been for a few months at school with Vincent. He was unpopular there, and from the rumors current as to the treatment of the slaves on the estate, was known by the nickname of the slave driver. Had Vincent been the son of a white trader or a small cultivator, he knew well enough that his position would be a very serious one, and that he would have had to ride to the border of the state with all speed. He would have been denounced at once as an abolitionist, and would have been accused of stirring up the slaves to rebellion against their masters, a crime of the most serious kind in the southern states. But placed as he was as the heir of a great estate worked by slaves, such a cry could hardly be raised against him. He might doubtless be fined and admonished for interfering between a master and his slave, but the sympathy of the better classes in Virginia would be entirely with him. Vincent, therefore, was but little concerned for himself, but he doubted greatly whether his interference had not done much more harm than good to the slave and his wife, for upon them Andrew Jackson would vent his fury. He rode direct to the stables instead of alighting as usual at the door. Dan, who had been sitting in the veranda waiting for him, ran down to the stables as he saw him coming. "Give the horse to one of the others, Dan. I want to speak with you," he went on, when he had walked with him a short distance from the stables. "I suppose you know some of the hands on Jackson's plantation." Dan grinned, for although there were not supposed to be any communication between the slaves on different estates, it was notorious that at night they were in the habit of slipping out to their huts and visiting each other. "I know some of dem, Massa Vincent. What do you want of 'em?" "Berry bad Massa Jackson. Worst master hereabouts." Vincent related what had happened to Dan's intense delight. "Now, Dan," he went on, "I'm afraid that after my interference they will treat that poor fellow and his wife worse than before. I want you to find out for me what is going on at the Jacksons. I do not know that I can do anything, however badly they treat them, but I have been thinking that if they ill-treat them very grossly, I will get together a party of 15 or 20 of my friends, and we will go in a body to Jackson's and warn him that if he behaves with cruelty to his slaves, we will make it so hot for him that he will have to leave the state. I don't say that we could do anything, but as we should represent most of the large estates round here, I don't think old Jackson and his son would like being sent to Coventry. The feeling is very strong at present against ill treatment of the slaves. If these troubles lead to a war, almost all of us will go into the army, and we do not like the thought of the possibility of troubles among the hands when the whites are all away. I will find out all about it for you tonight, sir. I don't suspect that they will do nothing today. Andrew Jackson too sick after that knock against the thump. He kept quiet a day or two. Well, Dan, you go over tonight and find out all about it. I expect I had better have left things alone, but now I have interfered, and I shall go on with it. Mrs. Wingfield was as much displeased when Vincent told her at the dinner of the incident at the Jackson's plantation, and even his sisters were shocked at this interference between a master and a slave. "You'll get yourself into serious trouble with those fanciful notions of yours," Mrs. Wingfield said angrily. "You know as well as I do how easy it is to get up a cry against anyone as an abolitionist, and how difficult to disprove the accusation. And just at present, when the passions of every man in the South are inflamed to the utmost, such an accusation will be the most serious. In the present instance, there does not seem that there is a shadow of excuse for your conduct. You simply heard cries of a slave being flogged. You deliberately leave the road and enter these people's plantation, and interfere without, so far as I can see, the least reason for you doing so. You did not inquire what the man's offense was, and he may, for aught you know, have half murdered his master. You simply see a slave being flogged, and you assault his owner. If the Jacksons lay complaints against you, it is quite probable that you may have to leave the state. What on earth can have influenced you to act in such a mad-brained way?" "I did not interfere to prevent his flogging the slave, mother, but to prevent his flogging the slave's wife, which was pure wanton brutality. It is not a question of slavery one way or the other. Anyone has a right to interfere to put a stop to brutality. If I saw a man brutally treating a horse or a dog, I should certainly do so. And if it is right to interfere to save a dumb animal from brutal ill treatment, surely it must be justifiable to save a woman in the same case. I am not an abolitionist. That is to say, I consider the slaves on a properly managed estate, like ours, for instance, are just as well off as are the laborers on an estate in Europe. But I should certainly like to see laws passed to protect them from ill treatment. Why, in England there are laws against cruelty to animals, and a man who brutally flogged a dog or a horse would get a month's imprisonment with hard labor. I consider it a disgrace to us that a man may here ill-treat a human being worse than he might in England a dumb animal." "You know, Vincent," his mother said more quietly, "that I object as much as you do in the ill-treatment of the slaves, and that the slaves here, as on all well-conducted plantations in Virginia, are well treated. But this is not a time for bringing in laws or carrying out reforms. It is bad enough to have scores of Northerners doing their best to stir up mischief between masters and slaves without a Southern gentleman mixing himself up in the matter. We have got to stand together as one people and to protect our state rights from interference." "I am just as much in favor of states' rights as any one else, mother. And if, as seems likely, the present quarrel is to be fought out, I hope I shall do my best for Virginia as well as other fellows of my own age. But just as I protest against any interference by the Northerners with our laws, I say that we ought to amend our laws so as not to give them the shadow of an excuse for interference. It is brutes like the Jacksons who have afforded the materials for libels like Uncle Tom's Cabin upon us as a people, and I can't say that I am a bit sorry for having given that young Jackson what he deserved." "Well, I hope there will be no trouble come of it," Mrs. Wingfield said. "I should think the Jacksons would like the exposure of their doings, which would be caused by bringing the matter into court. But if they do, you may be quite sure that a jury in Richmond at the present time would find against you. I don't suppose that they would do anything, mother, but if they must, they must, and I don't suppose anything serious will come of it anyway." The next morning Vincent went down early to the stables. As he approached them, Dan came out to meet him. "Well, Dan, what is your news?" "Very great bobbery over at the Jacksons last night, Massa Vincent. First of all, I crept round to the huts of the field hands. They all know nothing about it, but one of them he goes off and gets a have a talk with a gal employed in the house who was in the habit of slipping out to see him. She say when the young and Ward carried in the old man to go on furious, he bring suit against you. He have you punished very much. No saying what he not going to do. After a time, the young man had come around. He listened to what the old man say for some time, and then he answered, 'No use going on like that. Said all the county families against us if we have suit, and that infernal young villain me pay him out some other way. Then the old man say he cut the flesh off the bones of that nigger. But the young one say, mustn't do that. You should have hear about it, and they make a great bobbery. find some other way to punish him. Dan, they talked together for some time, but girl not here any more." "Well then, there will be no suit anyhow," Vincent said. "As to paying me out some other way, I will look after it myself. I believe that fellow Jackson is capable of anything, and I will be on the lookout for him." "Be sure you do, Master Vincent. You write about a great deal that fellow Barry like take a shot at you from behind tree. Don't you go near that plantation, or sure enough trouble come." "I will look out, Dan. There is one thing. I always ride fast, and it wants a very good shot to hit one a gallop. I don't think they will try that, for if he missed, as he would be almost certain to do, it would be a good deal worse for him than this affair would have been had he brought it into court. You keep your ears open, Dan, and find out how they are thinking of punishing that poor fellow for my interference on his behalf." After breakfast a negro arrived with a note from Mrs. Wingfield from Mr. Jackson, complaining of the unwarrantable and illegal interference by her son on behalf of a slave who was being very properly punished for gross misconduct, and of the personal assault upon his son. The writer said that he was most reluctant to take legal proceedings against a member of so highly respected a family, but that it was impossible that he could submit to such an outrage as this. Although Mrs. Wingfield had expressed her disapproval of Vincent's conduct on the evening before, there was no trace of that feeling in her reply in this letter. She wrote in the third person, coldly, acknowledging the receipt of Mr. Jackson's letter, and saying that she had heard from her son of this interference to put a stop to one of those brutal scenes which brought discredit upon the Southern States, and that she considered he had most rightly punished Mr. Jackson, Jr., for his inhuman and revolting conduct, that she was perfectly aware the interference had been technically illegal, but that her son was fully prepared to defend his conduct if called upon to do so in the courts, and to pay any fine that might be inflicted for his suffering himself to be carried away by his righteous indignation. She ended by saying that as Mr. Jackson was a stranger in Virginia, he was perhaps not aware that the public sentiment of that state was altogether opposed to such acts of brutality as that of which his son had been guilty. "What have you been doing to that fellow, Andrew Jackson?" one of the Vincent's friends, a young fellow 2 years older than himself, said to him a few days later. "There were a lot of us talking over things yesterday in Richmond, and he came up and joined in. Something was said about abolitionists, and he said that he should like to see every abolitionist in the state strung up to a tree. He is always pretty violent, as you know, but on the present occasion he went further than usual, and then he went on to say that the worst and most dangerous abolitionists were not the northern men but the southerners who were traitors to their state. He said, for example, there is that young Wingfield. He has been to England, and he has come back with his heart filled with abolitionist notions, and that such opinions at the present time were a danger to the state. 2 or 3 of us took the matter up, as you might guess, and told him he had better mind what he was saying, or it would be the worse for him. Harry Furnace went so far as to tell him that he was a liar, and that if he didn't make like that he would have had the satisfaction in the usual way. Master Jackson didn't like it, but muttered something and slunk off. What's the matter between you?" "I should not have said anything about it," Vincent replied, "if Jackson had chosen to hold his tongue. But as he chooses to go about attacking me, there is no reason why I should keep the matter secret." And then he related what had taken place. The young Virginian gave a low whistle. "I don't say I blame you, Wingfield, but I tell you, you might have got yourself into an awful mess if the Jacksons had chosen to take it up. You know how hot the feeling is at present, and it is a serious matter at any time to interfere between a master and his slaves in the Southern States. Of course, among us, our feelings would be all against Jackson, but among the poorer class of whites, who have been tremendously excited by the speeches both in the North and here, the cry of abolitionist at the present moment is like a red rag to a bull. However, I understand now the fellow's enmity to you. None of us ever liked him when he was at school with us. He is an evil-tempered brute, and I'm afraid you may have some trouble with him. If he goes about talking as he did to us, he would soon get up a bad feeling about you. Of course, it would be nonsense to openly accuse a member of an old Virginian family of being an abolitionist, but it would be easy enough to set a pack of the rough classes of the town against you, and you might get badly mauled if they caught you alone. The fellow is evidently a coward, or he would have taken up what Furnace said, but a coward who is revengeful is a good deal more dangerous than an open foe. However, I will talk it over with some of the others, and we will see if we can't stop Andrew Jackson's mouth." The result of this was that the next day half a dozen of Vincent's friends wrote a joint letter to Andrew Jackson, saying that they regarded his statements respecting Vincent as false and calumnious, and that, if he repeated them, they would jointly and severely hold him responsible, and that if, as a result of such accusations, any harm happened to Vincent, they should know where to look for the originator of the mischief, and punish him accordingly. "You should be more careful, Andrew," his father said, as, white with fury, he showed him his letter. "It was you who were preaching prudence the other day, and warning me against taking steps that would set the whole country against us. And now, you see, you have been letting your tongue run and have drawn this upon yourself. Keep quiet for the present, my son. All sorts of things may occur before long, and you will get your chance. Let this matter sleep for the present." A day or two later, when Vincent went down to the stables, he saw that Dan had something to tell him, and soon found out that he wished to speak to him alone. "What's your news, Dan?" "I heard last night, Massa Vincent, that old man Jackson's going to sell Dinah, dat de wife of de man they flogged." "They're going to sell her," Vincent repeated indignantly. "What are they going to do that for?" "To punish Tony, sah. Dar am no law against their selling her. I hear that they are going to sell the two other boys, so that it cannot be said that they do it on purpose to spite Tony. I reckon, sah, they calculate that when they sell his wife, Tony get mad and run away, and then they catch him again and flog him pretty near to death. Folks always do that with runaway slaves. No one can say nothing again dem for that." "It's an infamous shame that it should be lawful to separate man and wife," Vincent said. "However, we will see what we can do. You manage to pass the word to Tony to keep up his spirits, and not let them drive him to do anything rash. Tell him I will see that his wife does not get into bad hands. I suppose they will sell the baby too." "Yes, Massa Vincent. Natural the baby will go with the mother." Vincent watched the list of advertisements of slaves to be sold, and a day or two later saw a notice to the effect that Dinah Morris, aged 22, with a male baby at her breast, would be sold on the following Saturday. He mounted his horse and rode into Richmond. He had not liked to speak to his mother on the subject, for she had not told him of the letter she had written to Jackson, and he thought that she might disapprove of any interference on the matter. Consequently, he went down to Mr. Renfrew, the family solicitor. "Mr. Renfrew," he said, "I want some money. Can you lend it to me?" "You want money?" the solicitor said in surprise. "What on earth do you want money for? And if you want it, why don't you ask your mother for it? How much do you want?" "I don't know exactly. About $800, I should think, though it may be 1,000. I want to buy a slave." "You want to buy a slave?" repeated Mr. Renfrew. "What on earth do you want to buy a slave for? You have more than you want now at the orangery." "It's a slave that man Jackson's going to sell next Saturday, on purpose to spite the poor creature's husband and drive him to desperation." And Vincent then repeated the whole story of the circumstances that had led up to the sale. "It's all very abominable on the part of these Jacksons," Mr. Renfrew said, "but your interference was most imprudent, my young friend, and as you see, it has done more harm rather than good. If you are so quixotic as to become the champion of every ill-treated slave in the state, your work is pretty well cut out for you." "I know that, sir," Vincent replied, smiling, "and I can assure you I did not intend to enter upon any such crusade. But, you see, I have wrongly or rightly mixed myself up in this, and I want to repair the mischief which, as you say, I have caused. The only way I can see is to buy this negress and her baby." "But I do not see that you will carry out your object if you do, Vincent. She will be separated just as much from her husband if you buy her as if anyone else does. He is at one plantation and she is at another, and were they 10 miles apart or 100, they are equally separated." "I quite see that, Mr. Renfrew, but at least she will be kindly treated, and his mind will be at rest on that score. Perhaps some day or other the Jacksons may put him up for sale, and then I can buy him, and they will be reunited. At any rate, the first step is to buy her. Can you let me have the money? My mother makes me a very good allowance." "And I suppose you spend it," the lawyer interrupted. "Well, yes, I generally spend it, but then, you see, when I come of age, I come in for the outlying estates. And if you die before, or get shot, or any other accident befalls you," Mr. Renfrew said, "they go to your sisters. However, one must risk something for a client, so I will lend you the money. I had better put somebody up to bid for you, for after what has happened the Jacksons would probably not let her go if they knew that you were going to be the purchaser." "Thank you very much," Vincent said warmly. "It will be a great weight off my mind," and with a light heart he rode back to the orangery. Vincent said nothing during the next 2 days to any of his friends as to the course the Jacksons were taking in selling Tony's wife, for he thought that if the news got about, some of his friends who had heard the circumstances might go down to the auction and make such a demonstration that Jackson would be obliged to withdraw Dinah from the sale, in which case he would no doubt dispose of her privately. On the Saturday he mounted his horse and rode into Richmond, telling Dan to meet him there. At the hour the sale was announced, he went to the yard where it was to take place. This was a somewhat quiet and secluded place, for although the sale of slaves was permitted by law in Virginia, at any rate these auctions were conducted quietly and with as little publicity as possible. For although the better classes still regarded slavery as a necessary institution, they were conscious that these sales, involving as they did the separation of families, were indefensible, and the more thoughtful would gladly have seen them abolished, and the law passed forbidding the sale of negroes save as part of a parcel of an estate upon which they worked, an exception only being made in the case of gross misconduct. Many of the slave owners, indeed, forbade all flogging upon their estates, and punished refractory sales in the first place by the cutting off of the privileges they enjoyed in the way of holidays, and if this did not answer, threatened to sell them, a threat which was, in the vast majority of cases, quite sufficient to ensure good behavior, for the slaves were well aware of the difference between life in a well-managed establishment in Virginia and that in some other southern states. Handing his horse to Dan, Vincent joined a knot of 4 or 5 of his acquaintances, who had strolled in from mere curiosity. There were some 30 or 40 men in the yard, a few of whom had come in for the purpose of buying, but the great majority had only attended for the sake of passing an idle hour. Slaves had fallen in value, for although all in the South professed their confidence that the law would never attempt a force of arms to prevent their secession, it was felt that slave property would in future be more precarious, for the North would not improbably repeal the law for the arrest of the fugitive slaves, and consequently all runaways who succeeded in crossing the border would be lost to their masters. Upon the other side of the yard Vincent saw Andrew Jackson talking up 2 or 3 men who were strangers to him, and who, he guessed, were buyers from some of the more southern states. There were in all 12 lots to be disposed of. Of these 2 or 3 were hands who were no longer fit for field work, and who were bought at very low prices, by men who owned but a few acres of land, and who could utilize them for odd jobs requiring but little strength. Then there was a stir of attention. Dinah Moore took her stand upon the platform with her baby in her arms. The message which Dan had conveyed from Vincent to her husband had given her some hope, and though she looked scared and frightened, she had clasped her babe to her breast, and she was not filled with such utter despair as would otherwise have been the case. The auctioneer stated the advantages of the lot in the same business-like tone as if he had been selling a horse. Lot 6, Negro wench, Dinah, age 22, with a male child, strong and well made. As you see, gentlemen, fit for field work, can be made useful a hand about the house, said to be handy and good-tempered. Now, gentlemen, what shall we say of this desirable lot? One of the men standing by Andrew Jackson bid $100. The bid was raised to $150 by a rough-looking fellow standing in front of the platform. For some time the bidding was confined to these two, then it rose until it reached $750, at which point the man near the platform retired, and there was a pause. Vincent felt uncomfortable. He had already been round to Mr. Renfrew, who had told him that he had deputed an agent to buy, as until the man near the platform stopped he had supposed that it was the solicitor's agent. Now, gentlemen, the auctioneer said, surely you're not going to let this desirable piece of property go for $750. She would be cheap at double the price. I've sold worse articles for $3,000. I will go another $25, a tall man in a homespun and a broad planter's straw hat said quietly. The contest now recommenced, and by bids of $25 at a time, the amount was raised to $1,250. That's enough for me, the man standing by Andrew Jackson said. He'd have to here at $12.50, and dear enough too as times go. Will anyone else make an offer? The auctioneer said. There was no response, and the hammer fell. What name? Nathaniel Forster, the tall man said, and advancing to the table he counted out a roll of notes and gave them to the auctioneer, who handed him a formal note certifying to his having duly and legally purchased Dinah Moore and her infant, late the property of Andrew Jackson, Esquire, of the Cedars, State of Virginia. The purchaser had evidently made up his mind beforehand to secure the lot, for he handed a parcel he had been holding to Dinah, and said briefly, "Slip these things on, my lass." The poor girl, who had before been simply attired in the scantiest of petticoats, retired to a corner of the yard, and speedily came forward again dressed in a neat cotton gown. There were several joking remarks made by the bystanders, but Dinah's new master took no notice of them, but with a motion of his hand her fellow him walked out the door. A minute later Vincent followed, and although he had no doubt that the man was the agent of Mr. Renfrew had employed, he did not feel thoroughly satisfied until he saw them enter the lawyer's office. He quickly followed. They had just entered the private room of Mr. Renfrew. "That's right, Wingfield," the lawyer said. "You see, we have settled the business satisfactorily, and I think you have got a fairly cheap bargain. Just wait a moment and we will complete the transaction." Dinah gave a start as Vincent entered, but with the habitual self-repression of a slave she stood quietly in the corner to which she had withdrawn at the other end of the room. The lawyer was busy drawing up a document, and touching the bell ordered a clerk to go across to Mr. Rollins, Justice of the Peace, and asked him to step across the road. In a minute Mr. Rollins entered. "I want you to witness a deed of sale of a slave," Mr. Renfrew said. "Here are the particulars. Nathaniel Forster sells to Vincent Wingfield his slave, Dinah Moore, and her male infant, for the sum of $1,400. These are the parties. Forster signed this receipt." The man did so. The justice put his signature as witness to the transaction, dropped into his pocket the fee of $5 that the lawyer handed to him, and without a word strolled out again. "There, Dinah," Mr. Renfrew said, "Mr. Wingfield is now your master." The girl ran forward, fell on her knees before Vincent, seized his hand and kissed it, sobbing out her thanks as she did so. "There, that will do, Dinah," the lawyer said, seeing that Vincent was confused by her greeting. "I think you are a lucky girl, and have made a good exchange for the Orangery instead of the Cedars. I don't suppose you will find Mr. Wingfield a very hard master. What he is going to do with you I'm not sure. I don't know now." Vincent now went down to the door and called Dan and told him to take Dinah to the Orangery. Then, mounting his horse, he rode off home to prepare his mother for the reception of his new purchase. End of Chapter 2. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 3 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Lee in Virginia by G.A. Henty. Chapter 3. Aiding a Runaway. "Well, you are an extraordinary boy, Vincent," Mrs. Wingfield said as her son told her the story, while his sisters burst into fits of laughter at the idea of Vincent owning a female slave with a baby. "Why did you not tell me that you wanted the money instead of going to Mr. Renfrew? I shall tell him I am very angry with him for letting you have it for such a purpose." "I was not sure whether you would let me have it, mother, and if you had refused, and I had got it afterward from Mr. Renfrew, I should have not liked to bring her home here." "That would have been fun," Annie said. "Fancy Vincent's troubles with a female slave on his hands and nowhere to put her. What would you have done, Vincent?" "I suppose I could have got a home for her somewhere," Vincent said quietly. "I don't think there would have been any difficulty about that. Still, I am glad I didn't have to do so, and one slave, more or less, can make no difference here." "Not at all," Mrs. Wingfield said. "I dare say Chloe will find something for her to do in the way of washing and such other light work that she is fit for about the house. It is not that, but it is years since a slave was brought into the Orangery. Never since I can remember. We raise more than we want ourselves, and when I see all those children about, I wonder sometimes what on earth we are to find for them all to do. Still, it was a scandalous thing of that man Jackson selling the girl to punish her husband, and as you say, it was your foolish interference in the matter that brought it about, so I do not know that I can blame you for doing what you can to set the matter straight. Still, except that the knowledge that she is here and will be well treated will be a comfort to the man, I do not see that he will be much better off, unless indeed the Jacksons should try to sell him also, in which case I suppose you would want to buy him." "I'm afraid they won't do that, mother. Still, somehow or another, in time they may come together again." "I don't see how they can, Vincent. However, we need not think of that now. At any rate, I hope there will be no further opportunity for your mixing yourself in this business. You have made two bitter enemies now, and although I do not see that such people as these can do you any harm, it is always well not to make enemies, especially in times like these, when no one can foresee exactly what may occur. And so Dinah Moore became an inmate of the Orangery, and though the girls had laughed at their brother, they were very kind to her when she arrived with Dan, and made much of her and her baby. That same night Dan went over to the Cedars, and managed to have an interview with Tony, and tell them that his wife had been bought by Vincent. The joy of the Negro was extreme. The previous message had raised his hopes that Vincent would succeed in getting her bought by someone who would be kind to her, but he knew well that she might nevertheless fall into the lot of some higher bidder, and be taken hundreds of miles away, and that he might never again get news of her whereabouts. He had then suffered terrible anxiety all day, and the relief of learning that Vincent himself had bought her, and that she was now installed as a house servant at the Orangery, but a few miles away, was quite overpowering, and for some minutes he could only gasp out of his joy and thankfulness. He could hope now that when better times came he might be able to steal away some night and meet her, and that some day or another, though how he could not see, they might be reunited. The Jacksons remained in ignorance that their former slave was located so near to them. It was for this reason that Mr. Renfrew had instructed his agent to buy her in his own name instead of that of Vincent, and the Jacksons, having no idea of the transfer that had been subsequently taken place, took no further interest in the matter, believing that they had achieved their object of torturing Tony, and avenging upon him the humiliation that Andrew had suffered at Vincent's hands. Had they questioned their slaves, and had they answered them truly, they would have discovered the facts, for although Tony himself said no word to anyone of what he had learned from Dan, the fact that Dinah was at the Orangery was speedily known among the slaves, for the doings at one plantation were soon conveyed to the negroes on the others by the occasional visits which they paid at night to each other's quarters, or to some common rendezvous far removed from interruption. Occasionally Tony and Dinah met. Dan would come up late in the evening to the house, and a nod to Dinah would be sufficient to send her flying down to the garden, to a clump of shrubs, where he would be waiting for her. At these stolen meetings they were perfectly happy, for Tony said no word to her of the misery of his life, how he was always put to the hardest work and beaten on the smallest pretext, how in fact his life was made so endurable that the idea of running away and taking to the swamps was constantly present to him. As to making his way north, it did not enter his mind as possible. Slaves did indeed at times succeed in traveling through the northern states and making their way to Canada, but this was only possible by means of the organization known as the Underground Railway, an association consisting of a number of good people who devoted themselves to the purpose, giving shelter to fugitive slaves during the day, and then passing them on to the next refuge during the night. For in the northern states as well as the southern, any Negro unprovided with papers showing that he was a free man was liable to be arrested and sent back to the South, a prisoner, large rewards being given to those who arrested them. As he was returning from one of these interviews with his wife, Tony detected by the overseer, who was strolling about round the slaves' quarters, and was next morning flogged until he became insensible. So terrible was the punishment that for some days he was unable to walk. As soon as he could get about, he was again set to work, but the following morning he was found to be missing. Andrew Jackson at once rode into Richmond, and in a half an hour placards and handbills were printed offering a reward for his capture. These were not only circulated in the neighborhood, but were sent off to all the towns and villages through which Tony might be expected to pass in the endeavor to make his way north. Vincent soon learned from Dan what had taken place. "You've got no idea, I suppose, Dan, as to which way he's likely to go?" Dan shook his head. "We suppose, massa, that the likely he gone and hidden in the great woods by the James River. Very difficult to find him there." "Difficult to find him, no doubt," Vincent agreed. "But he could not stop there long. He would find nothing to eat in the woods, and though he might perhaps support himself for a time on corn or roots from the clearings scattered about through the James Peninsula, he might sooner or later be caught." "There are runaways in the woods now, Massa Vincent," Dan said. "Some of them have been there for a month." "But how do they live, Dan?" "Well, sir, you see, they have their friends on the plantations, and sometimes at night one of the slaves will steal away with a basket of yams and corn cakes and other things and put them down at a certain place in the forest, and next morning, sure enough, they'll be gone. Dangerous work, that, massa, because if they're caught with food, it's known for sure that they're carried to the runaway, and then you know they pretty well flog the life out of them." "Yes, I know, Dan. It's a very serious matter hiding a runaway slave, and even a white man would be very heavily punished, and perhaps lynched, if caught in the act. Well, Make what inquiries you can among the slaves, and find out if you can whether any of those Jacksons have an idea which way Tony has gone. But do not go yourself on to the Jacksons' place. If you were caught there now, it would be an awkward matter for both of us." "I will find out, Massa Vincent, but I don't suppose Tony said a word to any of the others. He know well enough that the Jacksons question every pretty sharp, and perhaps flog them all round to find out if they know anything. He keep it to himself about going away for sir." The Jacksons kept up a vigorous hunt after their slave, and day after day parties of men ranged through the woods, but without discovering any traces of him. Bloodhounds were employed in the first day, but before these could be fetched from Richmond the scent had grown cold. For Tony had gone off as soon as the slaves had been shut up for the night, and had, directly he left the hut, wrapped leaves round his feet. Therefore the hounds, when they arrived from Richmond, were able to take up the scent. A week after Tony's escape, Vincent returned late one evening from a visit to some friends. Dan, as he took his horse, whispered to him, "Stop a little on your way to house, Massa Vincent. We have something to tell you." "What is it, Dan?" Vincent asked, as the lad, after putting up his horse in the stable, came running up to him. "We have seen Tony, sir. He's in the shrubs over there. He wanted to see Dinah, but me make no message tell you about it. He half starved, sir. Me give him some yams." "That's right, Dan." "He pretty nigh desperate, sir. He said to hunt him like a wild beast." "I will see him, Dan. If I can help him in any way, I will do so. Unfortunately, I do not know any of the people who helped to get slaves away, so I can give him no advice as to the best way to proceed. Still, I might talk it over with him. When I have joined him, do go up to the house and tell Chloe from me to give you a pile of corn cakes. It's no use giving him flour, for he would be afraid to light a fire to cook it. Tell her to give you, too, any cold meat there may be in the house. Don't tell Dinah her husband is here till we have talked the matter over." Dan led Vincent up to the clump of bushes. "It am all right, Tony," he said. "Here is Massa Vincent to come see you." The bushes parted, and Tony came out into full moonlight. He looked haggard and worn. His clothes were torn into strips by the bushes. "My poor fellow," Vincent said kindly, "I am sorry to see you in such a state." A great sob broke from the black. "The Lord bless you, sir, for your goodness and for saving Dinah from the hands of those devils. Now she's safe with you and the child. Tony no care very much what come to him. The sooner he dead the better. He wished that one day, when they flog him, they had killed him altogether. Then all the trouble at an end. They hunt him every day with dogs and guns, and soon they catch him. No can go on much longer like this. Today me nearly give myself up. Then me thought me like to see Dinah once more to say goodbye, so made great effort to ran a bit further." "I've been thinking whether it would be possible to plan some way for your escape, Tony." The Negro shook his head. "Don't never escape, sir. But to get to Canada, that too far away anyway. Not possible to walk all that way and get fooled by the road. Should it be caught. No, I do not think it would be possible to escape that way, Tony. The only possible plan would be to get you on board some ship going to England." "Ships not dare take Negro on board," Tony said. "Me have heard that said many times. That against the law." "Yes, I know it's against the law," Vincent said, "and it's against the law me talking to you here, Tony. But you see it is done. The difficulty is how to do it. All vessels are searched before they start, and an officer goes down with them past Fortress Monroe to see that they take no one on board. Still, it is possible. Of course, there is risk in the matter, but there is risk in everything. I will think it over. Do not lose heart. Dan will be back directly with enough food to last you for some days. If I were you, I would take refuge this time in White Oak Swamp. It is much nearer, and I hear it has already been searched from end to end, so they're not likely to try again. And if you hear them, you can, if you are pressed, cross the Chickahominy and make down through the woods. Do you come again on Saturday evening? That will give me 4 days to see what I can do. I may not succeed, you know, for the penalty is so severe against the taking of Negroes on board that I may not be able to find anyone willing to risk it. But it's worth trying." "The Lord bless you, sir," Tony said. "I will do just what you told me, but don't you run no risk for me. My life ain't worth that." "I will take care, Tony. And now here comes Dan with the provisions." "Can I see Dinah, sir?" Tony pleaded. "I think you'd better not," Vincent replied. "You see, the Jacksons might at any moment learn that she is here, and then she might be questioned whether she had seen you since your escape, and it would be much better for her to be able to deny having done so. But you shall see her next time you come, whether I'm able to make any arrangements for your escape or not. I will let her know tomorrow morning that I have seen you, and that you are safe at present." The next morning Vincent rode over to the city point, where ships with a large draught of water generally brought up, either transferring their goods into smaller craft to be sent up the river to Richmond, or to be carried on by rail through the town of Petersburg. Leaving his horse at a house near the river, he crossed the James in a boat to the city point. There were several vessels lying here, and for some hours he hung about the wharf watching the process of discharging. By the end of that time he had obtained a view of all the captains, and had watched them as they gave their orders, and had at last come to the conclusion as to which would be the most likely to suit his purpose. Having made up his mind, he waited until the one he had fixed upon came ashore. He was a man of some 35 years old, with a pleasant face and a good-natured smile. He first went into some offices of the wharf, and half an hour later came out and walked towards the railway station. Vincent at once followed him, and as he overtook him he said, "I want very much to speak with you, sir, if you could spare me a minute or two." "Certainly," the sailor said with some surprise. "The train for Petersburg does not go for another half an hour. What can I do for you?" "My name is Vincent Wingfield. My father was an English officer, and my mother is the owner of some large estates near Richmond. I am most anxious to get a person in whom I am interested on board a ship, and I do not know how to set about it." "There's no difficulty about that," the captain said, smiling. "You have only to go to an office and pay for his passage to where he wants to go." "I can't do that," Vincent replied, "for unfortunately it is against the law for any captain to take him." "You mean he's a Negro?" the captain asked, stopping short in his walk and looking sharply at Vincent. "Yes, that is what I mean," Vincent said. "He is a Negro who has been brutally ill-treated and has run far away from his master, and I would willingly give $500 to get him safely away." "This is a very serious business in which you are meddling, young sir," the sailor said. "Putting aside the consequences to yourself, you're asking me to break the law and to run the risk of the confiscation of my ship. Even if I were willing to do what you propose, it would be impossible, for the ship will be searched from end to end before the hatches are closed, and an official will be on board until we discharge the pilot after getting well beyond the mouth of the river." "Yes, I know that," Vincent replied, "but my plan was to take the boat and go out beyond the sight of land, and then to put him on board after you have got well away." "That might be managed, certainly," the captain said. "It would be contrary to my duty to do anything that would risk the property of my employers. But if, when I'm out to sea, the boat came alongside and a passenger came on board, it would be another matter. I suppose, young gentleman, that you would not interfere in such a business, and run the risk that you certainly would run if detected, unless you were certain that this was a deserving case, and that the man has committed no sort of crime, for I would not receive on board my ship a fugitive from justice, whether he was black or white." "It is indeed a deserving case," Vincent said earnestly. "The poor fellow has had the misfortune of belonging to one of the worst masters in the state. He has been cruelly flogged on many occasions, and was finally driven to run away by their selling his wife and child." "The brutes!" the sailor said. "How you people can allow such things to be done is a mystery to me. Well, lad, under those circumstances I will agree to do what you ask of me, and if your boat comes alongside when I am so far away from land it cannot be seen, I will take the man to England." "Thank you very much indeed," Vincent said. "You will be doing a good action. Upon what day do you sail?" "I shall drop down on Monday in Hampton Roads, and shall get up sail at daylight the next morning. I shall pass Fortress Monroe at about 7 in the morning, and shall sail straight out." "And how shall I know your ship?" Vincent asked. "There may be others starting just about the same time." The sailor thought for a moment. "When I am 4 or 5 miles out, I will hoist my owner's flag at the foremost head. It is a red flag with a white ball, so you will be able to make it out a considerable distance away. You must not be less than 10 or 12 miles out, for the pilot often does not leave the ship till she is some miles past Fortress Monroe, and the official will not leave the ship till he does. I will keep a sharp lookout for you, but I cannot lose my time in waiting. If you do not come alongside, I shall suppose that you have met with some interruption to your plans." "Thank you very much, sir. Unless something goes wrong, I shall be alongside on Tuesday." "That's settled then," the captain said, "and I must be off, or else I shall lose my train. And by the way, when you come alongside do not make any sign that you have met me before. It is just as well that none of my crew should know that it is a planned thing, for if we ever happen to put in here again they might blab about it, and it is just as well not to give them a chance. Goodbye, my lad. I hope that all will go well. But, you know, you are doing a very risky thing, for the assisting of a runaway slave to escape is about as serious an offense as you can commit in these parts." You might shoot half a dozen men and get off scot-free, but if you were caught aiding a runaway to escape, there's no saying what might come of it." After taking leave of the captain, Vincent recrossed the river and rode home. He had friends whose fathers' estates bordered some on the James and others of the York River, and all of these had pleasure boats. It was obviously better to go down the York River, and thence round to the mouth of the James at Fortress Monroe, as the traffic on the York was comparatively small, and it was improbable that he would be noticed either going down or returning. He had at first thought of hiring a fishing boat from some of the free negroes who made their living on the river, but he finally decided against this, for the fact of the boat being absent so long would attract its owner's attention, and, in any case, suspicion arose that the fugitive had escaped by water. The hiring of a boat by one who had already befriended a slave, and its absence for so long a time, would be almost certain to cause suspicion to be directed towards him. He therefore decided upon borrowing a boat from a friend, and next morning rode to the plantation of the father of Harry Furniss, this being situated on a convenient position on the Pamunkey, one of the branches of the York River. "Are you using that sailing boat of yours at present, Harry? Because if not, I wish you would let me have the use of it for a week or so." "With pleasure, Vincent, and my fishing lines and nets as well, if you like. We very seldom use the boat. Do you mean to keep it here, or we would hire up the river where it would be more handy for you, perhaps?" "I think I would rather leave it here, Furniss. A mile or two extra to ride makes no difference." "I suppose it's in the water?" "Yes, at the foot of the boathouse stairs. There is a padlock and chain. I will give you the keys, so you can go off whenever you like without bothering to come up to the house. If you just call in at the stable as you ride by, one of the boys will go down with you and take your horse and put him up till you come back again." "That will do capitally," Vincent replied. "It is some time since I was on the water, and I seem to have a fancy for a change at present. One is sick of riding into Richmond and hearing nothing but politics talked of all day. Don't be alarmed if you hear at any time that the boat has not come back at night, for if tide and wind are unfavorable at any time I might stop at Cumberland for the night." "I have often had to do that," Furniss said. "Besides, if you took it away for a week, I don't suppose anyone would notice it, for no one goes down to the boathouse unless to get the boat ready for a trip." The next day Vincent rode over to his friend's plantation, sending Dan off an hour beforehand to bail out the boat and get the masts and sails into her from the boathouse. The greater part of the next 2 days was spent on the water, sometimes sailing, sometimes fishing. The evening of the second of these days was that upon which Vincent had arranged to meet Tony again, and an hour after dark he went down through the garden to the stable, for that was the time the fugitive was to meet him, for he could not leave his place of concealment until the night fell. After looking at the horses, and giving some instructions to the negroes in charge, he returned to the shrubbery, and, sending Dan up to summon Dinah, he went to the bushes where he had before met Tony. The negro came out as he approached. "How are you, Tony?" "Much better than I was, massa. I have not been disturbed since I saw you, and thanks to that and the good food and massa's kind words, I'm stronger and better now, and ready to do whatever massa thinks best." "Well, Tony, I am glad to say that I think I have arranged a plan by which you will be got out safely out of the country. Of course, it may fail, but there's every hope of success. I have arranged for a boat, and shall take you down the river and put you on board a ship bound for England." The black clapped his hands in delight at the news. "When you get there, you will take another ship out to Canada, and as soon as I learn from you that you are there, and what is your address, I will give Dinah her papers of freedom and send her on to you." "Oh, massa, it is too much," Tony said with the tears running down his cheeks. "Too much joy altogether." "Well, I hope it will come all right, Tony. Dinah will be here in a minute or two. Do not keep her long, for I do not wish her absence from the house to be observed just now. Now, listen to my instructions. Do you know the plantation of Mr. Furniss, on the Pamunkey near Cole Harbor?" "No, sir, but we can find out." "No, you can't, because you can't see anyone or ask questions." "Very well, then. You must be here again tomorrow night at the same hour. Dan will meet you here, and act as your guide. He will presently bring you provisions for tomorrow. Be sure you be careful, Tony, and get back to your hiding place as soon as you can, and be very quiet tomorrow until it is time to start. It would be terrible if you were to be caught now, just as we have arranged for you to get away." On the following afternoon Vincent told his mother that he was going over that evening to his friend Furniss's, as an early start was to be made next morning. They intended to go down the river as far as Yorktown, if not further. That he certainly should not be back for 2 days, and probably might even be longer. "This new boating freak of yours, Vincent, seems to occupy all your thoughts. I wonder how long it will last." "I don't suppose it'll last much longer, Mother," Vincent said with a laugh. "Anyhow, it will make a jolly change for a week. One had got so sick of hearing nothing talked about but secession that a week without hearing the word mentioned will do one lots of good. And I am sure I felt that if one had much more of it, one would be almost driven to take up the northern side just for the sake of a change." "We should all disown you, Vin," Annie said, laughing. "We should have nothing to say to you, and you would be cut by all your friends." "Well, you see, a week's sailing and fishing will save me from all that, Annie, and I'll be able to begin again with a fresh stock of patience." "I believe you are only half in earnest in the cause, Vincent," his mother said gravely. "I am not indeed, Mother. I quite agree with what you and everyone says as to the rights of the state of Virginia, and if the North should really try to force us and the other southern states to remain with them, I shall be just as ready to do everything I can as anyone else. But I can see the good of always talking about it, and I think it's very wrong to ill treat and abuse those who think the other way. In England in the Civil War the people of the towns almost all thought one way, and almost all those of the counties the other, and even now opinions differ almost as widely as to which was right. I hate to hear people always laying down the law as if there could not possibly be two sides of the case, and as if every one who differed from them must be a rascal and a traitor. Almost all the fellows I know say that if it comes to fighting they shall go into the state army, and I should be quite willing, if they would really take fellows of my age for soldiers, to enlist too. But that is no reason why one should not get sick of hearing nothing but one subject talked of for weeks." It was nearly dark when Vincent started for his walk of 10 miles, for he had decided not to take his horse with him, as he had no means of sending it back, and his stay for 3 days in his friend's stables would attract attention to the fact of his long absence. After about 3 hours' walking he reached the boathouse, having seen no one as he passed through the plantation. He took the oars and sails from the boathouse and placed them in the boat, and then sat down in the stern to await the coming of the negroes. In an hour they arrived, Tony carrying a bundle of clothes that Dan had by Vincent's orders bought for him in Richmond, while Dan carried a large basket of provisions. Vincent gave an exclamation of thankfulness as he saw the two figures appear, for the day having been Sunday, he knew that a good many men would be likely to join the search parties in hopes of having a share in the reward offered for Tony's capture, and he had felt very anxious all day. "You sit in the bottom of the boat, Tony, and do you steer, Dan. You make such a splashing with your oar that we should be heard a mile away. Keep us close in shore in that shadow of the trees. The less we are noticed the better at this time of night." Taking the sculls, Vincent rowed quietly away. He had often been out on boating excursions with his friends, and had learned to row fairly. During the last 2 days he had diligently instructed Dan, and after 2 long days' work the young negro had got over the first difficulties, but he was still clumsy and awkward. Vincent did not exert himself. He knew he had a long night's row before him, and he paddled quietly along with the stream. The boat was a good-sized one, and when not under sail was generally rowed by 2 strong negroes, accustomed to the work. Sometimes, for half an hour at a time, Vincent ceased rowing and let the boat drift along quietly. There was no hurry, for he had a day and 2 nights to get down to the mouth of the river, a distance of some 70 miles, and out to sea far enough to intercept the vessel. At 4 o'clock they arrived at Cumberland, where the Pamunkey and Mattapony rivers unite and form the York River. Here they were in tidal waters, and as the tide, though not strong, was flowing up, Vincent tied the boat to the branch of a tree, and lay down in the bottom for an hour's sleep, telling Dan to wake him when the tide turned, or if he heard any noise. Day had broken when the boat drifted round, and Dan aroused him. The boat was rowed off to the middle of the river, as there could be no longer any attempt at concealment. Dan now took the bow oar, and they rowed until a light breeze sprang up. Vincent then put up the mast, and having hoisted the sail, took his place at the helm, while Dan went forward into the bow. They passed several fishing boats, and the smoke was seen curling up from the huts in the clearings scattered here and there along the shore. The sun had now risen, and its heat was pleasant after the damp night air. Although the breeze was light, the boat made fair way with the tide, and when the ebb ceased at about 10 o'clock, the mouth of the river was but a few miles away. The mast was lowered, and the sails stowed. The boat was then rowed into a little creek and tied up to the bushes. The basket of provisions was opened, and a hearty meal enjoyed, Tony being now permitted for the first time to sit up in the boat. After the meal, Vincent and Dan lay down for a long sleep, while Tony, who had slept some hours during the night, kept watch. At 4 in the afternoon the tide again slackened, and as soon as it had fairly turned they pushed out from the creek and again set sail. In 3 hours they were at the mouth of the river. A short distance out they saw several boats fishing, and dropping anchor a short distance away from these, they lowered their sail, and taking the fishing lines from the locker of the boat, set to fish. As soon as it was quite dark, the anchor was hauled up, and Vincent and Dan took the oars, the wind having now completely dropped. For some time they rowed steadily, keeping the land in sight on their right hand. Tony was most anxious to help, but as he had never had an oar in his hand in his life, Vincent thought that he would do more harm than good. It was, he knew, some 10 miles from the mouth of the York River to Fortress Monroe, at the entrance to Hampton Roads, and after rowing for 3 hours he thought that he could not be far from that point, and therefore turned the boat's head out towards the sea. They rowed until they could no longer make out the land astern, and then laying in their oars, waited till the morning. Vincent sitting in the stern and often nodding off to sleep, while the two negroes kept up a constant conversation in the bow. As soon as it was daylight, the oars were again got out. They could clearly make out the outline of the coast, and saw the break in the shore that marked the entrance to Hampton Roads. There was a light breeze now, but Vincent would not hoist the sail lest it might attract the attention of someone on shore. He did not think the boat itself could be seen, as they were some 8 or 9 miles from the land. They rowed for a quarter of an hour, when Vincent saw the white sails of a ship coming out from the entrance. The breeze was so light that she would, he thought, be nearly 3 hours before she reached the spot where they were now, and whether she headed to the right or left of it he would have plenty of time to cut her off. For another 2 hours he and Dan rowed steadily. The wind had freshened a good deal, and the ship was now coming up fast to them. 2 others had come out after her, but were some miles astern. They had already made out the ship that was flying the flag at her masthead, and although they had not been able to distinguish in its colors, Vincent felt sure that it was the right ship, for he felt certain that the captain would get up a sail as soon as possible so as to come up with them before any other vessels came out. They had somewhat altered their course to put themselves in line with the vessel. When she was within a distance of about 1.5 miles, Vincent was able to make out the flag, and knew that it was the right one. "There's the ship, Tony," he said. "It's all right, and in a few minutes you'll be on your way to England." Tony had already changed his tattered garments for the suit of sailor's clothes that Dan had bought for him. Vincent had given him full instructions as to the course he was to pursue. The ship was bound for Liverpool. On his arrival there he was at once to go round to the docks and take a passage in the steerage of the next steamer going to Canada. "The fare will be about $25, he said. "When you get to Canada you will land at Quebec, and you had better go on by rail to Montreal, where you will, I think, find it easier to get work than in Quebec. As soon as you get a place you are likely to stop in, get somebody to write for you to me, giving me your address. Here are $100, which will be sufficient to pay your expenses to Montreal, and leave you about $50 to keep you till you can get something to do." End of Chapter 3. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 4 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Lee in Virginia by G.A. Henty. Chapter 4. Safely Back. When the ship came within a few hundred yards, Vincent stood up and waved his cap, and a minute later the ship was brought up the wind and her sails thrown aback. The captain appeared at the side and shouted to the boat now but 50 yards away. "What do you want there?" "I have a passenger for England," Vincent replied. "Will you take him?" "Come alongside," the captain said. "Why didn't he come along before I started?" The boat was rowed alongside, and Vincent climbed on board. The captain greeted him as a stranger and led the way to his cabin. "You have managed that well," he said when they were alone, "and I am heartily glad that you have succeeded. I made you out 2 hours ago. We will stop here another 2 or 3 minutes, so that the men may think you are bargaining for a passage for the Negro, and then the sooner he is on board and you are on your way back the better, for the wind is rising, and I fancy it is going to blow a good deal harder before night." "And won't you let me pay for the man's passage, Captain? It is only fair anyhow that I should pay for what he will eat." "Oh, nonsense," the captain replied. "He will make himself useful and pay for his keep. I am only too glad to get the poor fellow off. Now we will have a glass of wine together and then say good-bye." 2 minutes later they returned to the deck. Vincent went to the side. "Jump on board, Tony. I have arranged for your passage." The negro climbed up the side. "Goodbye, Captain, and thank you heartily." "Goodbye, Tony." The negro could not speak, but he seized the hand Vincent held out to him and pressed it to his lips. Vincent dropped lightly into his boat and pushed off from the side of the vessel. As he did so, he heard orders shouted. The yards swung round, and the vessel almost at once began to move through the water. "Now, Dan, up with the mast, and sail again. But let me put 2 reefs in first. The wind is getting up." In 5 minutes the sail was hoisted, and with Vincent at the helm and Dan sitting up to windward, was dashing through the water. Although Vincent understood the management of a sailing boat on the calm waters of the rivers, this was his first experience of sea sailing, and although the waves were still but small, he felt at first somewhat nervous as the boat dashed through them, sending up at times a sheet of spray from her bows. But he soon got over this sensation and enjoyed the lively motion and the fresh wind. The higher points of the land were still visible, but even had they not been so, it would have mattered little, as he had taken the precaution to bring with him a small pocket compass. The wind was from the southwest, and he was therefore able, with the sheet hauled in, to make for a point where he judged the mouth of the York River lay. "Golly, massa, how do we boat to do jump up and down?" "She's lively, Dan, and it would be just as well if we had some ballast on board. However, she has a good beam and walks along splendidly. If the wind keeps up as it is, we shall be back at the mouth of the York in 3 to 4 hours. You may as well open that basket again and hand me that cold chicken and a piece of bread. Cut the meat off the bones and put it on the bread, for I have only one hand disengaged. And hand me that bottle of cold tea. That's right. Now you better take something yourself. You must be hungry. We forgot all about the basket in our interest in the ship." Dan shook his head. "A little while ago, massa, me seem very hungry. Now me doesn't feel hungry at all." "That's bad, Dan. I'm afraid you're going to be seasick." "Me don't feel seasick, massa, only me don't feel hungry." But in a few minutes Dan was forced to confess that he did feel ill, and a few moments afterward was groaning in the agonies of seasickness. "Never mind, Dan," Vincent said cheerfully. "You'll be better after this." "Me not seasick, massa. De sea have nothing to do with it. It's the boat that will jump up and down instead of going quiet." "It's all the same thing, Dan, and I hope she won't jump about more before we get into the river." But in another half hour Vincent had to bring the boat's head up to the wind, lower the lug, and tie down the last reef. "There she goes easier now, Dan," he said as the boat resumed her course. But Dan, who was leaning helplessly over the side of the boat, could see no difference. Vincent, however, felt that, under her close sail, the boat was doing better, and rising more easily on the waves, which were now higher and farther apart than before. In another hour the whole of the shoreline was visible, but the wind had risen so much that even under her reduced sail the boat had as much as she could carry, and often heeled over under her gunwale was nearly under water. Another hour and the shore was brought some 4 miles away, but Vincent felt he could no longer hold on. In the hands of an experienced sailor, who would have humored the boat and eased her up a little to meet the seas, the entrance to the York River could no doubt have been reached with safety. But Vincent was ignorant of the art of sailing a boat in the sea, as she was shipping water heavily. Dan had for some time been bailing, having only undertaken the work in obedience to Vincent's angry orders, being too ill to care much of what became of them. "Now, Dan, I'm going to bring her head up to the wind, so get ready to throw off that halyard and gather in the sail as it comes. That's right. Now down with the mast." Vincent had read that the best plan, when caught in an open boat in a gale, was to tie the oars and mast, if she had one, together, and to throw them overboard with the head rope tied to them, as by that means the boat would ride head to sea. The oars, sculls, mast, and sail were firmly tied together and launched overboard, the rope being first taken off the anchor and tied round the middle of the clump of spars. Vincent carefully played out the rope till some 15 yards were over. Then he fastened it to the ring of the head rope, and had the satisfaction of finding that the boat rode easily to the floating anchor, rising lightly over the waves, and not shipping a drop of water. He then took the bailer and got rid of the water that had found its way on board. Dan, after getting down the sail, having collapsed utterly. Now, Dan, sit up there, man. The motion is much easier now, and we are taking no water on board. I will give you a glass of rum. That will put new strength into you. It's lucky we put it in the basket in case of an emergency." The Negro, whose teeth were chattering from cold, fright, and exhaustion, eagerly drank of the spirit. Vincent, who was wet to the skin with the spray, took a little himself, and then settled himself as comfortably as he could on the floorboards of the stern of the boat, and quietly thought out the position. The wind was still rising, and a thick haze obscured the land. He had no doubt that by night it would be blowing a gale, but the boat rode so easily and lightly that he believed she would get through it. They might, it was true, be blown many miles off the shore, and not be able to get back for some time, for the gale might last 2 or 3 days. The basket of provisions was, however, a large one. Dan had received orders to bring plenty and had obeyed them literally, and Vincent saw that the supply of food, if carefully husbanded, would last, without difficulty, for a week. The supply of liquor was less satisfactory. There was the bottle of rum, 2 bottles of claret, and a 2-gallon jar, nearly half empty, of water. The cold tea was finished. "That would be a poor supply for a week for 2 of us," Vincent muttered, as he removed the contents of the basket and stored them carefully in the locker. "However, if it's going to be a gale, there is sure to be some rain with it, so I think we shall manage very well." By night it was blowing really heavily, but although the waves were high, the boat shipped but little water. Dan had fallen off to sleep, and Vincent had been glad to wrap himself in the thick coat he had brought with him as a protection against the heavy dews when sleeping on the river. At times sharp rain squalls burst upon them, and Vincent had no difficulty in filling up the water bottle again with the bailer. The water was rather brackish, but not sufficiently so to be of consequence. All night the boat was tossed heavily on the waves. Vincent dozed off at times, rousing himself occasionally and bailing out the water, which came in the shape of spray and rain. The prospect in the morning was not cheering. Gray clouds covered the sky and seemed to come down almost onto the water. The angry sea was crested with white heads, and it seemed to Vincent wonderful that the boat should live in such a sea. "Now, Dan, wake yourself up and get some breakfast," Vincent said, stirring up the Negro with his foot. "Oh, Lord," Dan groaned, raising himself into a sitting position from the bottom of the boat. "Dis am awful. We need to see the show no more, massa." "Nonsense, man," Vincent said cheerily. "We are getting on capitally." "It have been an awful night, sir." "An awful night, you lazy rascal. You slept like a pig all night, while I have been bailing the boat and looking out for you. It is your turn now, I can tell you. Well, do you feel ready for your breakfast?" Dan, after a moment's consideration, declared that he was. The feeling of seasickness had passed off, and except that he was wet through and miserable, he felt himself again, and could have eaten 4 times the allowance of food that Vincent handed him. A pannikin of rum and water did much to restore his life and vitality, and he was soon, with the lightheartedness of his race, laughing and chatting cheerfully. "How long dis go on, you think, sir?" "Not long, I hope, Dan. I was afraid last night it was going to be a big gale, but I do not think it is blowing so hard now as it was in the night." "Where have we to get now, sir?" "I don't exactly know, Dan, but I do not suppose that we are very many miles away from the shore. The mast and the oars prevent our drifting fast, and I don't think we are further off now than we were when we left ship yesterday. But even if we were 4 or 5 times as far as that, we should not take very long in sailing back again when the wind drops, and, as we have got enough to eat for a week, we need not be uncomfortable about that." "How much food for a week, Massa Vincent?" "Not a very great deal, Dan, but quite enough to keep us going. You can make up for the lost time when you get to shore again." In a few hours it was certain that the wind was going down. By midday the clouds began to break up, and an hour later the sun was shining brightly. The wind was still blowing strongly, but the sea had a very different appearance in the bright light of the sun to that which it had borne under the canopy of dark gray clouds. Standing up in the boat 2 hours later, Vincent could see no signs of land. "How will we find our way back, Massa Vincent?" "We have got a compass. Besides, we should manage very well even if we had not. Look at the sun, Dan. There it is right ahead of us. So you know that's the west. That's the way we have to go." "That's not very useful in the sun, sir. But suppose we not live in the west, the sun not point that way then?" "Oh yes, he would, just the same, Dan. We should know whether to go away from him or to keep him on the right hand or on the left." This was beyond Dan. "And I suppose the moon will show the way at night, massa?" The moon would show the way if she were up, but she is not always up. But I have got a compass here, and so whether we have the sun or the moon or neither of them, I can find my way back to land." Dad had never seen a compass, and for an hour amused himself turning it round and round and trying to get it to point in some other direction than the north. "Now, Dan," Vincent said at last, "give me that compass and get out the food. We will have a better meal than we did this morning, for now that the wind is going down there is no chance of food running short. When we have had dinner we will get up the sail again. The sea is not so rough as it was, and it is certainly not so high as it was before we lowered the sail yesterday." "The waves very big, massa." "They are big, Dan, but they're not so angry. The heads are not breaking over as they did last night, and the boat will go better over those long waves than she did through the choppy sea at the beginning of the gale." Accordingly, the bundle of spars was pulled up alongside and lifted. The mast was set up and the sail hoisted. Dan, in a few minutes, forgot his fears and lost even his sense of uneasiness as he found the boat mounted wave after wave without shipping water. Several times indeed a shower of spray flew high up in the air, but the gusts no longer buried her so that the water came over the gunwale, and it was a long time before there was any occasion to use the bailer. As the sun set it could be seen that there was a dark line between it and the water. "There's the land, Dan, and I do not suppose it is more than 20 miles away, for most of the coast lies low." "But how do we find the York River, massa? Would the compass tell you that?" "No, Dan, I don't know whether we have drifted north or south of it. At ordinary times the current runs up the coast, but the wind this morning was blowing from the north of west, and may have been doing so all through the night for anything I know. Well, the great thing is to make land. We are almost sure to come across some fishing boats, but if not, we must run ashore and find a house." They continued sailing until Vincent's watch told him it was 12 o'clock, by which time the coast was quite close. The wind now almost dropped, and lowering their sail they rowed in until, on lowering the anchor, they found that it touched the ground. Then they lay down and slept till morning. Dan was the first to waken. "There's some houses there close down by the shore, sir, and some men getting out on a boat." "It's all right, Dan," Vincent said as he roused himself and looked over. "We shall learn soon where we are." In a quarter of an hour the fishing boat put off, and the lads at once rowed to it. "How far are we from the mouth of the York River?" Vincent asked the two negroes on board. "About 20 miles, sir. Where you come from?" "We were off the mouth of the river and we were blown off in the gale." "You dig yourself very lucky you get back," one of them said. "Very foolish to go out like that. Would not know how to get back." "Well, we have managed to get back now, you see, and none the worse for it. Now, Dan, up with the sail again." There was a light wind offshore, and all the reefs being shaken out the boat ran along fast. "I should think we are going about 5 miles an hour, Dan. We ought to be off the mouth of the river in 4 hours. We must look out sharp, or else we shall pass it, for many of these islets look just like the mouth of the river. However, we are pretty sure to pass several fishing boats on our way, and we shall be able to inquire from them." There was no need, however, to do this. It was just the 4 hours from the time of starting when they saw some 8 or 10 fishing boats ahead of them. "I expect that this is the entrance to the river. When we get half a mile further we shall see it open." On approaching the fishing boats they recognized at once the appearance of the shore, as they had noticed it when fishing there before, and were soon in the entrance to the river. "It will be high tide in about 2 hours," Vincent said, "according to the time it was the other day. I'm afraid when it turns we shall have to get down our sails. There will be no beating against both wind and tide. Then we must get our oars out and row. There is very little tide close by on the bank, and every little gain will be a help. We have been out 4 days. It is Thursday now, and they will be beginning to get very anxious at home, so we must do our best to get back." Keeping close under the bank, they rowed steadily, making on an average of about 2 miles an hour. After 5 hours rowing they tied up to the bank, had a meal, and rested until tide turned. Then they again hoisted their sail and proceeded on their way. Tide carried them just up to the junction of the two rivers, and landing at Cumberland they procured breads and slept till morning. Another long day's work took them up to the plantation of Mr. Furniss, and fastening up the boat and carrying the sails and oars on shore, they started on their walk home. "Why, Vincent, where on earth have you been all this time?" Mrs. Wingfield said as their son entered. "You said you might be away a couple of nights, and we expected you back on Wednesday at the latest, and now it's Friday evening." "Well, mother, we've had great fun. We went sailing about right down the mouth of the York River. I did not calculate that it would take me more than twice as long to get back as to get down, but as the wind blew right down the river, it was precious slow work, and we had to row all the way. However, it has been a jolly trip, and I feel a lot better for it." "You don't look any better for it," Annie said. "The skin is all off your face, and you're as red as fire. Your clothes look shrunk as well as horribly dirty. You're quite an object, Vincent." "We got caught in a heavy gale," Vincent said, "and got a thorough ducking. As to my face, a day or two will set it to all rights again. And so they will be my hands, I hope, for I have got nicely blistered tugging at those oars. And now, mother, I want some supper, for I'm as hungry as a hunter. I told Dan to go in the kitchen and get a good square meal." The next morning, just after breakfast, there was the sound of horses' hoofs outside the house, and looking out, Vincent saw Mr. Jackson with a man he knew to be the sheriff, and 4 or 5 others. A minute later, one of the servants came in, and said that the sheriff wished to speak to Mrs. Wingfield. "I will go out to him," Mrs. Wingfield replied. Vincent followed her to the door. "Miss Wingfield," the sheriff said, "I am the holder of a warrant to search your slave huts and grounds for a runaway Negro named Anthony Moore, the property of Mr. Jackson here." "Do you suppose, sir," Mrs. Wingfield asked angrily, "that I am the sort of person to give shelter to runaway slaves?" "No, madam, certainly not," the sheriff replied. "No one would suppose for a moment that Mrs. Wingfield of the Orangery would have anything to do with the runaway. But Mr. Jackson here learned only yesterday that the wife of this slave was here, and every one knows where the wife is the husband is not likely to be far off." "I suppose, sir," Mrs. Wingfield said coldly, "that there was no necessity for me to acquaint Mr. Jackson formally with the fact that I had purchased, through my agent, the woman he sold to separate her from her husband." "By no means, madam, by no means. Though, had we known it before, it might have been some aid to us in our search. Have we your permission to see this woman and to question her?" "Certainly not," Miss Wingfield said. "But if you have any question to ask, I will ask her and give you her answer. We want to know whether she has seen her husband since the day of his flight from the plantation." "I shall certainly not ask her that question, Mr. Sheriff. I have no doubt that, as the place from which he has escaped is only a few miles from here, he did come to see his wife. It would have been very strange if he did not. I hope that by this time the man is hundreds of miles away. He was brutally treated by a brutal master who, I believe, deliberately set to work to make him run away, so that he could hunt him down and punish him. I presume, sir, you do not wish to search this house, and you do not suppose that the man is hidden here. As to the slave huts and the plantation, you can, of course, search them thoroughly. But as it is now more than a fortnight since the man has escaped, it is not likely you will find him hiding within a few miles of his master's plantation." So saying, she went into the house and shut the door behind her. Mr. Jackson ground his teeth with rage, but the sheriff rode off towards the slave huts without a word. The position of Mrs. Wingfield of the Orangery, connected as she was with half the old families of Virginia, and herself a large slave owner, was beyond suspicion, and no one would venture to suggest that such a lady could have the smallest sympathy for a runaway slave. "She was down upon you pretty hot, Mr. Jackson," the sheriff said as they rode off. "You don't seem to be in her good books." Jackson muttered an imprecation. "It is certainly odd," the sheriff went on, "after what you were telling me about her son pitching into Andrew over flogging his very slave, that she should go and buy his wife. Still, that's a very different thing from hiding a runaway. I dare say that, as she says, the fellow came here to see his wife when he first ran away, but I don't think you will find him anywhere about here now. It's pretty certain, from what we hear, that he hasn't made for the north, and where the fellow can be hiding I can't think. Still, the woods about this country are mighty big, and the fellow can go out onto the farms and pick corn and keep himself going for a long time. Still, he's sure to be brought up sooner or later." A thorough search was made of the slave huts, and the slaves were closely questioned, but all denied any knowledge of the runaway. Dan escaped questioning, as he had taken up Vincent's horse to the house in readiness for him to start as soon as he had finished breakfast. All day the searchers rode about the plantation, examining every clump of bushes, and assuring themselves that none of them had been used as a place of refuge for the runaway. "It's no good, Mr. Jackson," the sheriff said at last. "The man may have been here, he ain't here now. The only place we haven't searched is the house, and you may be quite sure the slaves dare not conceal him there. Too many would get to know it. No, sir, he's made a bolt of it, and you will have to wait now till he is caught by chance or shot by some farmer or other in the act of stealing." "I would lay $1,000, Andrew Jackson exclaimed passionately, that young Wingfield knows something about his whereabouts and has lent him a hand." "Well, I should advise you to keep your mouth shut about it till you got some positive proof," the sheriff said dryly. I tell you, it's no joke to accuse a member of a family like the Wingfields of helping runaway slaves to escape." "I will bide my time," the planter said. "You said that some day you would lay your hands on Tony, dead or alive. You see if some day I don't lay hands on young Wingfield." "Well, it seems, Mr. Jackson," the sheriff remarked with a sneer, for he was out of temper at the ill success of the day's work, "that he has already laid hands on your son. It seems to me quite as likely that he will lay hands on you as you on him." 2 days afterward, as Vincent was riding through the streets of Richmond, he saw to his surprise Andrew Jackson in close conversation with Jonas Pearson. "I wonder what those two fellows are talking about," he said to himself. "I expect Jackson is trying to pump Pearson as to the doings of the Orangery. I don't like that fellow and never shall, and he's just the sort of man to do one a bad turn if he had the chance. However, as I've never spoken to him about that affair from beginning to end, I don't see that he can do any mischief if he wants to." Andrew Jackson, however, had obtained information which he considered valuable. He learned that Vincent had been away in a boat for 4 or 5 days, and that his mother had been very uneasy about him. He also learned that the boat was one belonging to Mr. Furniss, and that it was only quite lately that Vincent had taken to going out a sailing. After considerable trouble, he succeeded in getting at one of the slaves upon Mr. Furniss's plantation, but he could only learn from him that Vincent had been unaccompanied when he went out on the boat, either by young Furniss or by any of the plantation hands, that he had taken with him only his own slave, and had come and gone as he chose, taking out and fastening up the boat himself, so that no one could say when he had gone out, except that his horse was put up at the stables. The slave said that certainly the horse had only stood there on 2 or 3 occasions, and then only for a few hours, and that unless Mr. Wingfield had walked over he could never have had the boat out all night, as the horse certainly had not stood all night in the stables. Andrew Jackson talked the matter over with his son, and both agreed that Vincent's conduct was suspicious. His own people said he had been away for 5 days in the boat. The people of the Furnisses knew nothing about this, and therefore there must be some mystery about it, and they doubted not that this mystery was connected with the runaway slave, and they guessed that he had either taken Tony and landed him near the mouth of the York River on the northern shore, or that he had put him on board a ship. They agreed, however, that whatever their suspicions, they had not sufficient grounds for openly accusing Vincent of aiding their runaway. End of Chapter 4. Recording by Ryan Sherrick. Chapter 5 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Sherrick. With Lee in Virginia by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 5. Secession. While Vincent had been occupied with the affairs of Tony and his wife, public events had moved forward rapidly. The South Carolina Convention met in the 3rd week in December, and on the 20th of that month, the Ordinance of Secession was passed. On the 10th of January, 3 days after Vincent returned home from his expedition, Florida followed the example of South Carolina and seceded. Alabama and Mississippi passed the Ordinance of Secession on the following day, Georgia on the 18th, Louisiana on the 23rd, and Texas on the 1st of February. In all these states, the Ordinance of Secession was received with great rejoicing. Bonfires were lit, the towns illuminated, and the militia paraded the streets, and in many cases the federal arsenals were seized and the federal forts occupied by the state troops. In the meantime, the northern slave states, Virginia, North Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, and Missouri, remained irresolute. The general feeling was so strongly in favor of their southern brethren, but they were anxious for peace, and for a compromise being arrived at. Whether the North would agree to admit the constitutional rights of secession, or whether it would use force to compel the seceding states to remain in the Union, was still uncertain. But the idea of a civil war was so terrible that the general belief was that some arrangement to allow the states to go their own way would probably be arrived at. For the time, the idea of Vincent going to West Point was abandoned. Among his acquaintances were several young men who were already at West Point, and very few of these returned to the academy. The feeling there was very strongly on the side of secession. A great majority of the students came from the southern states. as, while the sons of the northern men went principally into trade and commerce, the southern planters sent their sons into the army, and a great proportion of the officers of the army and navy were Southerners. As the professors at West Point were all military men, the feeling among them as well as among the students was in favor of states' rights. They, considering that, according to the Constitution, their allegiance was due first to the states of which they were natives, and in the second place to the Union. Thus, then, many of the professors who were natives of the 7 states which had seceded resigned their appointments, and returned home to occupy themselves in drilling the militia and the levies, who were at once called to arms. Still, all hoped that peace would be preserved, until on the 11th of April, General Beauregard, who commanded the troops of South Carolina, summoned Major Anderson, who was in command of the Federal troops in Fort Sumter, to surrender, and on his refusal, opened fire upon the fort on the following day. On the 13th, the barracks of the fort being set on fire, and Major Anderson, seeing the hopelessness of prolonged resistance, surrendered. The effect of the news throughout the United States was tremendous, and Mr. Lincoln at once called out 75,000 men of the militia of the various states to put down the rebellion, the border states being ordered to send their proportion. This brought matters to a climax. Virginia, North Carolina, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Missouri all refused to furnish contingents to act against the southern states, and Virginia, North Carolina, and Kansas a few days later passed ordinances of secession and joined the southern states. Missouri, Maryland, and Delaware were divided in their councils. The struggle that was about to commence was an uneven one. The white population of the seceding states was about 8 million, while that of the northern states was 19,614,885. The North possessed an immense advantage, inasmuch as they retained the whole of the Federal Navy and were thereby enabled at once to cut off all communication between the southern states and Europe, while they themselves could draw unlimited supplies of munitions of war of all kinds from across the Atlantic. Although the people of Virginia had hoped to the last that some peaceful arrangement might be effected, the act of secession was received with enthusiasm. The demand of Mr. Lincoln that they should furnish troops to crush their southern brethren excited the liveliest indignation, and Virginia felt that there was no course open to her now but to throw in her lot with the other slave states. Her militia was at once called out, and volunteers called for to form a provisional army to protect the state from invasion by the North. The appeal was answered with enthusiasm. Men of all ages took up arms. The wealthy raised regiments at their own expense, generally handing over the commands to experienced army officers, and themselves taking their places in the ranks. Thousands of lads from 15 to 16 years of age enrolled themselves, and men who had never done a day's work in their life prepared to suffer all the hardships of the campaign as private soldiers. Mrs. Wingfield was an enthusiastic supporter of the states' rights, and when Vincent told her that numbers of his friends were going to enroll themselves as soon as the lists were open, she offered no objection to his doing the same. "Of course you are very young, Vincent, but no one thinks there will be any serious fighting. Now that Virginia and the other 4 states have cast in their lot with the 7 that have seceded, the North can never hope to force the solid South back into the Union. Still, it is right you should join. I certainly should not like an old Virginian family like ours to be unrepresented, but I should prefer your joining one of the mounted corps. In the first place, it will be much less fatiguing than carrying a heavy rifle and knapsack, and in the second place, the cavalry will be the most part gentlemen. I was speaking only yesterday, when I went into Richmond, to Mr. Ashley, who was in raising a corps. He is one of the best riders in the country, and a splendid specimen of a Virginian gentleman. He tells me that he has already received a large number of applications from young volunteers, and that he thinks he shall be able without any difficulty to get as many as he wants. I said that I had a son who would probably enroll himself, and that I should like to have him in his corps. He said that he would be glad to put down your name, and that he had had many applications from lads no older than yourself. He considered that for cavalry work, scouting, and that sort of thing, age mattered little, and that a lad who was at once a lightweight, a good rider, and a good shot was as much as good as a man. Thank you, mother. I will ride into Richmond tomorrow morning to see Ashley. I have often met him at one house or another, and should like to serve under him very much. I should certainly prefer being in the cavalry to the infantry." Rosie and Annie, who were of course enthusiastic for the South, were almost as pleased as was Vincent whenever they heard that their mother had consented to his enrolling himself. So many of the girls and their acquaintances had brothers or cousins who were joining the army that they would have felt it as something like a slur upon the family name had Vincent remained behind. On the following morning Vincent rode over and saw Mr. Ashley, who had just received his commission as a major. He was cordially received. "Mrs. Wingfield was speaking to me about you, and I shall be glad to have you with me. The more so as you are a capital rider and a good shot. I shall have a good many in my ranks no older than you are. Did I not hear a few months since that you bought Wildfire? I thought when I heard it that you would be lucky if you did not get your neck broken in the course of a week. Peters, who owns the next estate to mine, had the horse for about 3 weeks, and was glad enough to get rid of it for half what he had given for it. He told me the horse was the most savage brute he ever saw. I suppose you did not keep it many days." "I have got it still, and mean to ride it with you. The horse was not really savage, it was hot-tempered, and had, I think, been badly treated by its first owner. Whoever it belonged to, I found no difficulty with it. It only wanted kindness and a little patience. As soon as it found that it could not get rid of me, and that I had no intention of ill-treating it, it settled down quietly, after running away a few times and giving me some little trouble at starting, and now I would not change it for any horse in the state." "You must be a first-rate rider," Major Ashley said, "to be able to tame Wildfire. I never saw the horse, for I was away when Peters had him, but from his description it was a perfect savage." "Are we allowed to bring a servant with us?" Vincent asked. "Yes, if you like. I know that a good many are going to do so, but you must not make up your mind that you will get much benefit from one. We shall move rapidly, and each man must shift for himself, but at the same time we shall of course often be stationary, and then servants will be useful. At any rate, I can see no objection to men having them. We must be prepared to rough it to any extent when it is necessary, but I see no reason why at other times a man should not make himself comfortable. I expect the order tomorrow or next day to begin formally to enroll volunteers. As I have now put down your name, there will be no occasion for you to come in then. You will receive a communication telling you when to report yourself. I shall not trouble much about uniform at first. High boots and breeches, a thick felt hat that will turn the edge of a sword, and a loose coat jacket of dark gray cloth. That is the name of the tailor who has got the pattern, and will make them. So I should advise you to go to him at once, for he will be so busy soon that there is no saying when the whole of the troop will get their uniforms." Upon his return home, Vincent related to his mother and sisters the conversation that he had with Major Ashley. "Certainly you had better take a servant with you," his mother said. "I suppose when you are riding about you will have to clean your horse and cook your dinner and do everything for yourself, but when you are in a town you should have these things done for you. Who would you like to take?" "I should like to take Dan, mother, if you have no objection. He is very strong and active, and I think would generally be able to keep up with us. Besides, I know he would always stick to me." "You shall have him certainly, Vincent. I will make him over formally to you." "Thank you, mother," Vincent said joyfully, for he had often wished that Dan belonged to him, as he would then be able to prevent any interference with him by the overseer or anyone else, and could, if he liked, give him his freedom, although this would, he knew, be of very doubtful advantage to the lad as long as he remained in the South. The next morning the necessary papers were drawn up, and the ownership of Dan was formally transferred to Vincent. Dan was wild with delight when he heard that Vincent was now his master, and that he was to accompany him to the war. It had been known 2 days before that Vincent was going, and it seemed quite shocking to the negroes that the young master should go as a private soldier, and have to do everything for himself, just, as they said, like the poor white trash. For the slaves were proud to belong to an old family, and looked down with almost contempt upon the poorer classes of whites, regarding their own position as infinitely superior. 4 days later Vincent received an official letter saying that the corps would be mustered in 2 days' time. The next day was spent in a long round of farewell visits, and then Vincent mounted Wildfire, and, with Dan trotting behind, rode off from the Orangery, amid a chorus of blessings and good wishes from all the slaves who could on any pretext get away from their duties, and who had assembled in front of the house to see him start. The place of meeting for the regiment was at Hanover Courthouse, a station on the Richmond and Fredericksburg Railway, close to the Pamunkey River, about 18 miles from the city. The Orangery was a mile from the village of Gaines, which lay to the northeast of Richmond, and was some 12 miles from Hanover Courthouse. A month was spent in drill, and at the end of that time the corps were able to execute any simple maneuver. More than this, Major Ashley did not care about their learning. The work in which they were about to engage was that of scouts rather than that of regular cavalry, and the requirements were vigilance and attention to orders, good shooting, and a quick eye. Off duty, there was but little discipline. Almost the whole of the men were in a good position in life, and many of them were wealthy, and while strict discipline and obedience were expected while on duty, at all other times something like equality existed between the officers and men, and all were free to live as they chose. The rations served out were simple and often scanty, for at present the various departments were not properly organized, and such numbers of men were flocking to the standards that the authorities were at their wits' end to provide them with even the simplest food. This mattered but little, however, to the regiment, whose members were all ready and willing to pay for everything they wanted, and the country people round found a ready market for all their chickens, eggs, fruits, and vegetables at Hanover Courthouse, for here there were also several infantry regiments, and the normally quiet little village was a scene of bustle and confusion. The arms of the cavalry were of very varied description. Not more than a dozen had swords. The rest were armed with rifles or shotguns with the barrels cut short to enable them to be carried as carbines. Many of them were armed with revolvers, and some carried pistols so antiquated that they might have been used in the Revolutionary War. A certain number of tents had been issued for the use of the corps. These, however, were altogether insufficient for the numbers, and most of the men preferred to sleep in shelters composed of canvas, carpets, blankets, or any other material that came on hand, or in arbors constructed of the boss of trees, for it was now April and warm enough to sleep in the open air. In the third week of May, the order came that the corps was to march at once for Harper's Ferry, an important position at the point where the Shenandoah River runs into the Potomac, at the mouth of the Shenandoah Valley. The order was received with the greatest satisfaction. The Federal forces were gathering rapidly upon the northern banks of the Potomac, and it was believed that, while the main army would march down from Washington through Manassas Junction direct upon Richmond, another would enter by the Shenandoah Valley and cross the Blue Ridge Mountains, come down to the rear of the Confederate army facing the main force at Manassas. The cavalry marched by road, while the infantry were dispatched by rail as far as Manassas Junction, whence they marched to Harper's Ferry, the black servants accompanied by the infantry. The cavalry march was a pleasant one. At every village through which they passed, the people flocked out with offerings of milk and fruit. The days were hot, but the mornings and evenings were delightful, and the troops always halted in the shade of a wood for 3 or 4 hours in the middle of the day. The marches, although long, were not fatiguing. At Harper's Ferry, General Johnston had just superseded Colonel Jackson in command. The force there consisted of 11 battalions of infantry, 16 guns, and after Ashley's force arrived, 300 cavalry. Among the regiments there, Vincent found many friends and learned what was going on. He learned that Colonel Jackson had been keeping them hard at work. Some of Vincent's friends had been at the Virginia Military Institute at Lexington, where Jackson was professor of natural philosophy and instructor of artillery. He was the greatest fun, one of the young men said, the stiffest and most awkward-looking fellow in the institute. He used to walk about as if he never saw anything or anybody. He was always known as Old Tom, and nobody ever saw him laugh. He was awfully earnest in all he did, and strict, I can tell you, about everything. There was no humbugging him. The fellows liked him because he was really so earnest about everything, and always just and fair. But he didn't look a bit like a soldier, except as to his stiffness. And when the fellows who had been at Lexington heard that he was in command here, they did not think he would have made much hand of it. But I tell you he did. You never saw such a fellow to work. Everything had to be done, you know. There were the guns, but no horses and no harness. No horses had to be got somehow, and the harness manufactured out of ropes, and you can imagine the confusion of 9 battalions of infantry, all recruits, with no one to teach them except a score or 2 of old army and militia officers. Old Tom has done wonders, I can tell you. You see, he is so fearfully earnest himself, every one else has got to be earnest. There has been no playing about anything, but just 15 hours hard work a day. Fellows grumbled and growled and said it was absurd and threatened to do all sorts of things. You see, they had all come out to fight if necessary, but hadn't been bargained for such a hard work as this. However, Jackson had his way, and I don't suppose anyone ever told him the men thought they were too hard worked. He is not the sort of man one would care about remonstrating with. I don't know yet whether he is as good at fighting as he is at working and organizing, but I rather expect the fellow who is so earnest about everything else is sure to be earnest about fighting. and I fancy that, when he gets into the thick of it, he will go through with it. He had such a reputation as an oddity at Lexington that there were a lot of remarks when he was made colonel and sent here. But there is no doubt he has proved himself the right man so far, and although his men may grumble, they believe in him. My regiment is in the brigade, and I will bet any money that we have our share of fighting. What sort of man is Johnston? He is a fine fellow, a soldier, heart and soul. You could tell him anywhere. And we have a first-rate fellow in command of the cavalry, Colonel Stewart, a splendid, dashing fellow, full of life and go. His fellows swear by him. I quite envy you, for I expect you will astonish the Yankee horsemen. They are no great riders up there, you know, and I expect the first time you meet them you will astonish them." Here he suddenly stopped, stood at attention, and saluted. Vincent at once did the same. Although he had not been set the example by his friend, he would never have thought of doing so to figure who had passed. "Who is it?" he asked, as his companion resumed his easy attitude. "Why, that's old Tom." "What, Colonel Jackson?" Vincent said in surprise. "Well, he's an odd-looking fellow." The figure that had passed was that of a tall, gaunt man, leaning awkwardly forward in his saddle. He wore an old gray coat, and there was no sign of rank, no particle of gold lace upon the uniform. He wore on his head a faded cadet cap, with the rim covering down so far upon his nose that he could only look sideways from under it. He seemed to pay but little attention to what was going on around him, and did not enter into conversation with any of the officers he met. The brigade commanded by Jackson was the first of the Army of the Shenandoah, and consisted of the 2nd, 4th, 5th, and 27th Virginians, to which was shortly afterward added the 33rd. They were composed of men of all ranks and ages, among them being a great number of lads from 15 and upward, for every school had been deserted. Every boy capable of carrying a musket had insisted upon joining, and among them were a whole company of cadets from Lexington. The regiments selected their own officers, and among these were many who were still lads. Many of the regiments had no accoutrements and were without uniforms, and numbers carried no better arms than a double-barreled shotgun, but all were animated with the same spirit of enthusiasm in their cause, and a determination to die rather than to allow the invaders to pass on through the fertile valleys of their native land. Of all these valleys of the Shenandoah was the richest and most beautiful. It was called the Garden of Virginia, and all writers agreed in their praises of the beauties of the fields and forests, mountains and rivers, its delicious climate, and the general prosperity which prevailed among its population. It was a pleasant evening that Ashley's horse spent at Harper's Ferry on the day they marched in. All had many friends among the other Virginia regiments, and their campfires were the center towards which men trooped by scores. The rest was pleasant after their hard marches, and, although ready to do their own work when necessary, they appreciated the advantage of having their servants again with them to groom their horses and cook their food. The negroes were not less glad at being again with their masters. Almost all were men who had, like Dan, been brought up with their young owners and felt for them a strong personal attachment, and, if it had been allowed, would gladly have followed them in the field of battle, and fought by their side against the Yankees. Their stay at Harper's Ferry was to be a short one. Colonel Stewart, with his 200 horse, was scouting along the whole bank of the Potomac, watching every movement of the enemy, and Ashley's horse was to join them at once. It was not difficult for even young soldiers to form an idea of the general nature of the operations. They had to protect the Shenandoah Valley, to guard the 5 great roads by which the enemy would advance against Winchester, and not only to save the local inhabitants and rich resources of the valley from falling into the hands of the Federals, but what was of even greater importance, to prevent the latter from marching across the Blue Ridge Mountains and falling upon the flank of the main Confederate army at Manassas. The position was a difficult one, for while the Grand Army was assembling at Alexandria to advance against Manassas Junction, McClellan was advancing from the northwest with 20,000 men, and Patterson from Pennsylvania with 18,000. In the morning before parading his troop, 100 strong, Ashley called them together and told them that, as they would now be constantly on the move and scattered over a long line, it was impossible that they could take their servants with them. "I should never have allowed them to be brought," he said. "Had I known that we should be scouting over such an extensive country, at the same time if we can manage to take a few on it would certainly add to our comfort. I propose that we choose 10 by lot to go on with us. They must be servants of the troop and not of individuals. We can scatter them in parts at 5 points. with instructions to forage as well as they can, and to have things in readiness to cook for whoever may come in off duty, or may, for the time be, posted there. Henceforth, every man must groom and see to his own horse, but I see no reason, militarily or otherwise, why we shouldn't get our food cooked for us. And it will be just as well, as long as we can, to have a few bundles of straw for us to lie on instead of sleeping on the ground. Another 10 men we can also choose by lot to go to Winchester, which is, I imagine, the point we shall move to if the enemy advance, as I fancy they will, from the other side of the Shenandoah Valley. The rest must be sent home." Each man accordingly wrote his name on a piece of paper, and placed them in a haversack. 10 were then drawn out, and their servants were to accompany the troop at once. The servants of the next 10 proceeded by train to Winchester, while the slaves of all whose names remained in the bag were to be sent home at once, provided with passes permitting them to travel. To Vincent's satisfaction, his name was one of the first 10 drawn, and Dan was therefore to go forward. The greater part of the men evaded the obligation to send their servants back to Richmond by dispatching them to friends who had estates in the Shenandoah Valley, with letters asking them to keep the men for them until the troop happened to come into their neighborhood. At 6 o'clock in the morning the troop mounted and rode to Bath, 30 miles away. It was here that Stuart had his headquarters, whence he sent out his patrols up and down the Potomac, between Harper's Ferry on the east coast and Cumberland on the west. Stuart was away when they arrived, but he rode in a few hours afterward. "Ah, Ashley, I'm glad you have arrived," he said as he rode up to the troop, who had hastily mounted as he was seen approaching. "There's plenty for you to do, I can tell you, and I only wish that you had brought 1,000 men instead of 100. I'm heartily glad to see all you gentlemen," he said to the troop. "I'm afraid, just at first, that the brightness of your gray jackets will put my men rather to shame, but we shall soon get rid of that. But dismount your men, Ashley. There is plenty for them and their horses to do without wasting time in parade work. There is very little of that here, I can tell you. I have not seen a score of my men together for the last month." Vincent gazed with admiration at the young leader, whose name was soon to be celebrated throughout America and Europe. The young Virginian, for he was not 28 years old, was the beau ideal of a cavalry officer. He was singularly handsome, and possessed a great personal strength and a constitution which enabled him to bear all hardships. He possessed unfailing good spirits, and had a joke and laugh for all he met, and while on the march at the head of his regiment he was always ready to lift up his voice and lead the songs with which the men made the woods resound. He seemed to live in his saddle, and was present at all hours of the night and day along the line he guarded, seeing that the men were watchful and on the alert, instructing the outposts in their duty, and infusing his own spirit and vigilance among them. He had been educated at West Point, and had seen much service with the cavalry against the Indians in the West. Such was the man who was to become the most famous cavalry leader of his time. So far he had not come in contact with the enemy, and his duties were confined to obtaining information regarding their strength and intentions, to watching every road by which they could advance, and to seeing that none passed north to carry information to the enemy as to the Confederate strength and positions, for even in the Shenandoah Valley there were some whose sympathies were with the Federals. These were principally northern men settled as traders in the town, and it was important to prevent them from sending any news to the enemy. So well did Stuart's cavalry perform this service, and so general was the hostility of the population against the North, that throughout the whole of the war in Virginia it was very seldom that the Northern generals could obtain any trustworthy information as to the movements and strength of the Confederates, while the latter were perfectly informed of every detail connected with the intentions of the invaders. The next morning Ashley's troop took up their share of the work at the front. They were broken up into parties of 10, each of which was stationed at the village near the river, 5 men being on duty night and day. As it happened that none of the other men in his squad had a servant at the front, Vincent was able without difficulty to have Dan assigned to his party. A house in the village was placed at their disposal, and here the 5 off duty slept and took their meals while the others were in the saddle. Dan was quite in his element, and turned out an excellent cook, and was soon a general favorite among the mess. End of chapter 5. Recording by Brian Cherrick. Chapter 6 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Lee in Virginia by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 6. Bull Run. The next fortnight passed by without adventure. Hard as the work was, Vincent enjoyed it thoroughly. When on duty by day, he was constantly on the move, riding through the forest, following country lanes, questioning everyone he came across, and, as the men always worked in pairs, there was no feeling of loneliness. Sometimes Ashley would draw together a score of troopers, and crossing the river in a ferry boat, would ride 20 miles north, and, dashing into quiet villages, astonish the inhabitants by the sight of the Confederate uniform. Then the villagers would be questioned as to the news that had reached them of the movement of the troops. The post office would be seized and the letters broken open, any useful information contained in them being noted. But in general questions were readily answered, for a considerable portion of the people of Maryland were strongly in favor of the South, and were only prevented from joining it by a strong force that held possession of Baltimore, and by the constant movement of Federal armies through the state. Vincent was often employed in the carrying dispatches from Major Ashley to Stuart, being selected for that duty as being the best mounted man in the troop. The direction was always a vague one. Take this letter to Colonel Stuart, wherever he may be, and however early he started, Vincent thought himself fortunate if he carried out his mission before sunset. If Stuart's front covered over 50 miles of ground, and there was no saying where he might be. Sometimes, after riding 30 or 40 miles, and getting occasional news that Stuart had passed through ahead of him, he would learn from some outpost that the colonel had been there but 10 minutes before, and had ridden off before he came. And then Vincent had to turn his horse and gallop back again, seldom succeeding in overtaking his active commander, until the latter had halted for his supper at one or other of the villages where his men were stationed. Sometimes, by good luck, he came upon him earlier, and then, after reading the dispatch, Stuart would, if he were riding in the direction where Ashley's command lay, bid him ride on with him, and would chat with him on terms of friendly intimacy about people they both knew at Richmond, or as to the details of his work, and sometimes they would sit down together under the shade of some trees, take out the contents of their haversacks, and share the dinners. "This is the second time I have had the best of this," the colonel laughed one day. "My beef is as hard as leather, and this cold chicken of yours is plump and tender as one could wish to eat. I have my own boy, Colonel, who looks after the 10 of us stationed at Elmside, and I fancy that in the matter of cold rations he gives me an undue preference. He always hands me my haversack when I mount with a grin, and I quite understand that it is better I should ask no question as to its contents." "You're a lucky fellow," Stuart said. "My own servant is a good man, and would do anything for me, but my irregular hours are too much for him. He never knows when to expect me, and as he often finds that when I do return I have made a meal an hour before at one of the outposts, and do not want the food he has for hours been carefully keeping hot for me, it drives him almost to despair, and I have sometimes been obliged to eat rather than disappoint him. But he certainly has not a genius for cooking, and were it not that this riding gives me the appetite of a hunter, I should often have a good deal of difficulty in devouring the meat he puts into my haversack." But the enemy were now really advancing, and on the 12th of June a trooper rode in from the extreme left and handed to Vincent a dispatch from Colonel Stuart. "My orders were," he said, "that if you were here, you were to carry this on at all speed to General Johnston. If not, someone else was to take it on." "Any news?" Vincent asked, as, aided by Dan, he rapidly saddled Wildfire. "Yes," the soldier said. 2,000 of the enemy have advanced up the western side and have occupied Romney, and they say that all Patterson's force is on the move." "So much the better," Vincent replied, as he jumped into the saddle. "We have been doing nothing long enough, and the sooner it comes the better." It was a 50-mile ride, but it was done in 5 hours, and at the end of that time Vincent dismounted in front of General Johnston's quarters. "Is the general in?" he asked the sentry at the door. "No, he is not in, but here he comes," the soldier replied, and 2 minutes later the general, accompanied by 3 or 4 officers, rode up. Vincent saluted, and handed him the dispatch. The general opened it and glanced at the contents. "The storm is going to burst at last, gentlemen," he said to the officers. "Stuart writes me that 2,000 men, supposed to be the advance of McClellan's army, are at Romney, and that he hears Patterson is also advancing from Chambersburg on Williamsport. His dispatch is dated this morning at 9 o'clock. He writes from near Cumberland. No time has been lost, for that is 80 miles away, and it is but 5 o'clock now. How far have you brought this dispatch, sir?" "I brought it from Elmside, General, 20 miles on the other side of Bath. A trooper brought it in just at midday with orders for me to carry it at once." "That is good work," the general said. "You've ridden over 50 miles in 5 hours. You must be well mounted, sir." "I do not think there's a better horse in the state," Vincent said, patting Wildfire's neck. The general called an orderly. "Let this man pick his horse at those of the staff," he said, "and see that he has forage at once. Take the man to the orderly's quarters and see that he's well cared for." Vincent saluted and, leading Wildfire, followed the orderly. When he had a meal, he strolled out to see what was going on. Evidently, some movement was in contemplation. Officers were riding up or dashing off from the general's headquarters. 2 or 3 regiments were seen marching down from the plateau on which they were encamped into the town. Bells rang and drums beat, and presently long trains of railway wagons, heavily laden, began to make their way across the bridge. Until next morning the movement continued unceasingly. By that time all the military stores and public property, together with as much private property belonging to the inhabitants, who had decided to forsake their homes for a time rather than remain there when the town was occupied by the enemy, as could be carried on in the available wagons, had been taken across the bridge. A party of engineers, who had been all night hard at work, then set fire both to the railway bridge across the river and the public buildings of the town. The main body of troops had moved across in the evening. The rear guard passed when all was in readiness for the destruction of the bridge. General Johnston had been preparing for the movement for some time. He had foreseen that the position must be evacuated as soon as the enemy began to advance upon either of his flanks, and a considerable portion of his baggage and military stores had some time previously been sent into the interior of Virginia. The troops formed up on the high ground south of the river, looked in silence at the dense volumes of smoke rising. This was the reality of war. Hitherto their military work had been no more than that to which many of them were accustomed when called out with the militia of the state. But the scene of destruction on which they now gazed brought home to them that the struggle was a serious one, that it was, in its stern reality, which had now begun. The troops at once set off from their march, and at night bivouacked in the woods around Charleston. The next day they pushed across the country and took up a position covering Winchester, and then the enemy, finding that Johnston's army was in front of them ready to dispute their advance, recrossed the river, and Johnston concentrating his force round Winchester. Vincent joined his corps in the same afternoon that the infantry marched out from Harper's Ferry, the general sending him forward with dispatches as soon as the troops had got into motion. "You will find Colonel Stewart in front of the enemy, but more than that I cannot tell you." This was quite enough for Vincent, who found the cavalry scouting close to Patterson's force, prepared to attack the enemy's cavalry should it advance to reconnoiter the country, and to blow up bridges across streams, fell trees, and take every possible measure to delay the advance of Patterson's army. In its attempt to push on toward Winchester before the arrival of General Johnston's force upon the scene. "I'm glad to see you back, Wingfield," Major Ashley said as he rode up. "The colonel tells me that in the dispatch he got last night from Johnston, the general said that Stewart's information had reached in a remarkably short time, having been carried with great speed by the orderly in charge of the duty. We have scarcely been out of our saddles since you left. However, I think we have been of use, for we have been busy all round the enemy since we arrived here in the afternoon, and I fancy he must think us a good deal stronger than we are. At any rate, he has not pushed his cavalry forward at all, and, as you say, Johnston will be up tomorrow afternoon. Winchester is safe anyhow." After the Federals had recrossed the river, and Johnston had taken up his position round Winchester, the cavalry returned to their old work of scouting along the Potomac. On the 20th of June movements of considerable bodies of the enemy were noticed, and Johnston at once dispatched Jackson with his brigade to Martinsburg, with orders to send as much of the rolling stock of the railroad as could be removed to Winchester, to destroy the rest, and to support Stewart's cavalry when they advanced. A number of locomotives were sent to Winchester along the high road, drawn by teams of horses. 40 engines and 300 carts were burned or destroyed, and Jackson then advanced and took up his position on the road to Williamsport, the cavalry camp being a little in advance of him. This was pleasant for Vincent, as when off duty he spent his time with his friends and schoolfellows in Jackson's brigade. On the 2nd of July the scouts rode into camp with the news that a strong force was advancing from Williamsport. Jackson at once advanced with the 5th Virginia Infantry, numbering 380 men and 1 gun, while Stewart, with 100 cavalry, started to make a circuitous route and harass the flank and rear of the enemy. There was no intention on the part of Jackson of fighting a battle. his orders being merely to feel the enemy, whose strength was far too great to be withstood, even had he brought his whole brigade into action, for they numbered 3 brigades of infantry, 500 cavalry, and some artillery. For some hours, the little Confederate force skirmished so boldly that they checked the advance of the enemy, whose general naturally supposed that he had before him the advanced guard of a strong force, and therefore moved forward with great caution. Then the Confederates, being threatened on both flanks by the masses of the Federals, fell back in good order. The loss was very trifling on either side, but the fact that so small a force had for hours checked the advance of an army greatly raised the spirits and confidence of the Confederates. Stuart's small cavalry force, coming down upon the enemy's rear, captured a good many prisoners. Colonel Stuart himself capturing 44 infantry. Riding some distance ahead of his troop to find out the position of the enemy, he came upon a company of Federal infantry sitting down in a field. Having no idea whatever that any Confederate force was in the neighborhood, Stuart did not hesitate a moment, but riding up to them shouted the order, "Throw down your arms, or you're all dead men." Believing themselves surrounded, the Federals threw down their arms, and when the Confederate cavalry came up, were marched off as prisoners. Jackson, on reaching his camp, struck his tents and sent them to the rear, and formed up his whole brigade in order of battle. The Federals, however, instead of attacking, continued their flank movement, and Jackson fell back through Martinsburg and halted for the night a mile beyond the town. Next day he again retired, and was joined 6 miles further on by Johnston's whole force. For 4 days the little army held its position, prepared to give battle if the enemy advanced, but the Federals, though greatly superior in numbers, remained immovable at Martinsburg, and Johnston, to the great disgust of his troops, retired to Winchester. The soldiers were longing to meet the invaders in battle, but their general had to bear in mind that the force under his command might at any moment be urgently required to join the main Confederate army, and aid in opposing the northern advance upon Richmond. Stuart's cavalry kept him constantly informed of the strength of the enemy gathering in his front. Making circuits round Martinsburg, they learned from the farmers what numbers of troops each day came along, and while the Federals knew nothing of the force opposed to them, and believed that it far outnumbered their own, General Johnston knew that Patterson's force numbered about 22,000 men, while he himself had been joined only by some 3,000 men since he arrived at Winchester. On the 18th of July, a telegram from the government at Richmond announced that the Federal Grand Army had driven in General Beauregard's pickets at Manassas, and had begun to advance, and Johnston was directed, if possible, to hasten to his assistance. A few earthworks had been thrown up at Winchester, and some guns mounted upon them, and the town was left under the protection of the local militia. Stuart's cavalry was posted in a long line across the country to prevent any news of the movement reaching the enemy. As soon as this was done, the infantry, 8,300 strong, marched off. The troops were in high spirits now, for they knew that their long period of inactivity was over, and that, although ignorant when and where, they were on their march to meet the enemy. They had no wagons or rations. The need for speed was too urgent even to permit of food being cooked. Without a halt, they pressed forward steadily, and after 2 days' march, exhausted and half famished, they reached the Manassas Gap Railroad. There, they were put into trains as fast as these could be prepared, and by noon on the 20th, joined Beauregard at Manassas. The cavalry had performed their duty of preventing the news of the movement from reaching the enemy until the infantry were nearly a day's march away, and then Stuart reassembled his men to follow Johnston. Thus, the Confederate plans had been completely successful. Over 30,000 of the enemy, instead of being in line of battle with the main army, were detained before Winchester, while the little Confederate force who had been facing them had reached Beauregard in time to take part in the approaching struggle. In the North, no doubt as to the power of the Grand Army to make its way into Richmond was entertained. The troops were armed with the best weapons obtainable, the artillery was numerous and excellent, the army was fed with every luxury, and so confident were the men of success that they regarded the whole affair in the light of a great picnic. The Grand Army numbered 55,000 men, with 9 regiments of cavalry and 49 rifle guns. To oppose these, the Confederate force, after the arrival of Johnston's army, numbered 27,833 infantry, 35 smooth-bore guns, and 500 cavalry. Many of the infantry were armed only with shotguns and old fowling pieces, and the guns were small and ill supplied with ammunition. There had been some sharp fighting on the 18th, and the Federal advance across the river of Bull Run had been sharply repulsed. Therefore, their generals determined, instead of making a direct attack on the 31st against the Confederate position, to take a wide sweep round, cross the river higher up, and falling upon the Confederate left flank, to crumple it up. All night the Federal troops had marched, and at daybreak on the 21st, nearly 40,000 men were in position on the left flank of the Confederates. The latter were not taken by surprise when Stuart's cavalry brought in the news of the Federal movement, and General Beauregard, instead of moving his troops toward the threatened point, sent orders to General Longstreet on the right across the river as soon as the battle began, and to fall upon the Federal flank and rear. Had this movement been carried out, the destruction of the Federal army would have been complete, but by one of those unfortunate accidents which so frequently occur in war and upset the best laid plans, the order, in some way, never came to hand, and when late in the day the error was discovered, it was too late to remedy it. At 8 o'clock in the morning, 2 of the Federal divisions reached the river, and while one of them engaged the Confederate force stationed at the bridge, another crossed the river at the ford. Colonel Evans, who commanded the Confederate forces, which numbered but 15 companies, left 200 men to continue to hold the bridge, while 800 he hurried to oppose General Hunter's division, which had crossed at the ford. This consisted of 16,000 infantry, with cavalry and artillery, and another division of equal force had crossed at the Red House ford higher up. To check so great a force with this handful of men seemed all but impossible, but Colonel Evans determined to hold his ground to the last, to enable his general to bring up reinforcements. His force consisted of men of South Carolina and Louisiana, and they contested every foot of the ground. The regiment which formed the advance of the Federals charged, supported by an artillery fire, but was repulsed. As the heavy Federal line advanced, however, the Confederates were slowly but steadily pressed back, until General B, with 4 regiments and a battery of artillery, came up to their assistance. The newcomers threw themselves into the fight with great gallantry, and maintained their ground until almost annihilated by the fire of the enemy, who outnumbered them by 5 to 1. As fighting desperately, they fell back before Hunter's division. The Federals who had crossed at Red House ford suddenly poured down and took them in flank. Swept by a terrible musketry fire, these troops could no longer resist, and in spite of the efforts of the general, who rode among them imploring them to stand firm until aid arrived, they began to fall back. Neither entreaties nor commands were of avail, and the troops had done all that they could, and broken and disheartened, they retreated in great confusion. But at this moment, when all seemed lost, a line of glittering bayonets was seen coming over the hill behind, and the general, riding off in haste towards them, found Jackson advancing with the 1st Brigade. Unmoved by the rush of the fugitives of the brigades of B and Evans, Jackson moved steadily forward, and so firm and resolute was their demeanor, that B rode after his men, and pointing with his sword to the 1st Brigade, shouted, "Look! There's Jackson standing like a stone wall!" The general's words were repeated, and henceforth the brigade was known as the Stonewall Brigade, and their general by the nickname of Stonewall Jackson, by which he was ever afterward known. The greater part of the fugitives rallied and took up their position on the right of Jackson, and the Federal forces, who were hurrying forward assured of victory, found themselves confronted suddenly by 2,000 bayonets. After a moment's pause, they pressed forward again, the artillery preparing a way for them by a tremendous fire. Jackson ordered his men to lie down until the enemy arrived within 50 yards, and then to charge with the bayonet. Just at this moment, Generals Johnston and Beauregard arrived on the spot, and at once, seeing the desperate nature of the situation, and the whole Federal army pressing forward against a single brigade, they did their best to prepare to meet the storm. First, they galloped up and down the disordered lines of B, exhorting the men to stand firm, and seizing the colors of the 4th Alabama, Johnston led them forward and formed them up under fire. Beauregard hurried up some reinforcements and formed them on the left of Jackson, and thus 6,500 infantry and artillery, and Stuart's 2 troops of cavalry stood face to face with more than 20,000 infantry and 7 troops of regular cavalry, behind whom at the lower fords were 35,000 men in reserve. While his men were lying down awaiting the attack, Jackson rode backward and forward in front of them, as calm and as unconcerned to all appearance as if on the parade ground, and his quiet bravery greatly nerved and encouraged the young troops. All at once the tremendous artillery fire of the enemy ceased, and their infantry came on in massive lines. The 4 Confederate guns poured in their fire and then withdrew behind the infantry. When the line came within 50 yards of him, Jackson gave the word. His men sprang to their feet, poured in a heavy volley, and then charged. A wild yell rose from both ranks as they closed, and then they were mingled in a desperate conflict. For a time, all was in wild confusion, but the ardor and courage of Jackson's men prevailed, and they burst through the center of the Federal line. Immediately Jackson had charged, Beauregard sent forward the rest of his troops, and for a time a tremendous struggle took place along the whole line. Generals Bee and Barlow fell mortally wounded at the head of their troops. General Hampton was wounded, and many of the colonels fell. So numerous were the Federals that although Jackson had pierced their center, their masses drove back his flanks and threatened to surround him. With voice and example he cheered on his men to hold their ground, and the officers closed up their ranks, as they were thinned by the enemy's fire, and for an hour the struggle continued without marked advantage on either side. Jackson's calmness was unshaken even in the excitement of the fight. At one time an officer rode to him from another portion of the field and exclaimed, "General, I think the day is going against us." To which Jackson replied in his usual curt manner, "If you think so, sir, you'd better not say anything about it." The resolute stand of the Confederates enabled General Beauregard to bring up fresh troops, and he at last gave a word to advance. Jackson's brigade rushed forward on receiving the order, burst through the Federals with whom they were engaged, and supported by the reserves, and drove the enemy from the plateau. But the Federals, still vastly superior in force, brought up the reserves, and prepared to renew the attack. But 1,700 fresh men of the Army of the Shenandoah came upon the field of battle. Smith and Early brought up their division from the river, and the whole southern line advanced at the charge, drove the enemy down the slopes and on toward the fords. A panic seized them, and their regiments broke up and took to headlong flight, which soon became an utter rout. Many of them continued their flight for hours, and for a time the Federal army ceased to exist. And had the Confederates advanced, as Jackson desired they should do, Washington would have fallen into their hands without a blow being struck in its defense. This is the first great battle of the war, is sometimes known as the Battle of Manassas, but more generally known as Bull Run. With the exception of one or two charges, the little body of Confederate horse did not take any part in the Battle of Bull Run. Had they been aware of the utter stampede of the Northern troops, they could safely have pressed forward in hot pursuit as far as Washington. But being numerically so inferior to the Federal cavalry, and in ignorance that the Northern infantry had become a mere panic-stricken mob, it would have been imprudent in the extreme for such a handful of cavalry to undertake the pursuit of an army. Many of the Confederates were of opinion that this decisive victory would be the end of the war, and that the North, seeing that the South was able as well as willing to defend their position it had taken up, would abandon the idea of coercing it into submission. This hope was speedily dissipated. The North was indeed alike astonished and disappointed at the defeat of their army by a greatly inferior force, but instead of abandoning the struggle, they set to work to retrieve the disaster, and to place in the field a force which would, they believed, prove irresistible. Vincent Wingfield saw but little of the battle of Bull Run, as they were impatiently waiting the order to charge while the desperate conflict between Jackson's brigade and the enemy was at its fiercest. A shell from one of the Federal batteries burst but a few yards in front of the troop, and one of the pieces striking Vincent on the side hurled him insensible from his horse. He was at once lifted and carried by Dan and some of the other men servants, who had been told off for this duty, to the rear, where the surgeons were busily engaged in dressing the wounds of the men who straggled back from the front. While the conflict lasted, those unable to walk lay where they fell, for no provision had at present been made for ambulance corps, and not a single man capable of firing a musket could be spared from the ranks. The tears were flowing copiously down Dan's cheeks as he stood by while the surgeons examined Vincent's wound. "Is he dead, sir?" he sobbed as they lifted him up from his stooping position. "Dead?" the surgeon replied. "Can't you see he's breathing? And did you not hear him groan when I examined his side? He's a long way from being a dead man yet. Some of his ribs are broken, and he has had a very nasty blow, but I do not think there is any cause for anxiety about him. Pour a little wine down his throat, and sprinkle his face with water. Raise his head and put a coat under it. And when he opens his eyes and begins to recover, don't let him move. Then you can cut up the side of his jacket and down the sleeve, so as to get it off that side altogether. Cut his shirt open and bathe the wound in some water and a bit of rag of any sort. It's not likely to bleed much. When it'll stop bleeding, put a pad of linen upon it, and keep it wet. When we can spare time, we'll bandage it properly." But it was not until late at night that the time could be spared for attending to Vincent, for the surgeons were overwhelmed with work, and the most serious cases were, as far as possible, first attended to. He had soon recovered consciousness. At first he looked with a feeling of bewilderment at Dan, who was copiously sprinkling his face with water, sobbing loudly while he did so. As soon as the negro perceived that his master had opened his eyes, he gave a cry of delight. "Thank the Lord, Massa Vincent. This child thought you dead and gone for sure." "What's the matter, Dan? What has happened?" Vincent said, trying to move, and then stopping suddenly with a cry of pain. "You knocked off your horse, sir. Wild one of them shells, the damn cussed Yanks." "Am I badly hurt, Dan?" "Very bad, sir. Great piece of flesh, pretty nice, big as my hand, come out of your side. The doctor said some of the ribs broken, but the doctor did not seem to make much of it. You heard old man say you get all right again. No time to attend to you now. Hurry away just as if some poor white trash instead of Massa Wingfield at the orangery." Vincent smiled faintly. "It doesn't make much difference what a man is in a surgeon's eyes, Dan. The question is how badly he is hurt, and what can be done before him." "Well, thank God it's no worse. Wildfire was not hurt, I hope." "No, sir. He's standing tied up by that tree. Now, sir, the doctor say me cut your jacket off and bathe the wound." "All right, Dan, but be a little careful with the water. You seem to be pretty near drowning me as it is. Just wipe my face and hair, and get the handkerchief from my pocket of my jacket and open the shirt collar and put the handkerchief inside around my neck. How's the battle going on? The roar seems louder than ever." Dan went forward to the crest of the slight rise of the ground whence he could look down upon the field of battle, and made haste to return. "Can't see very well, sir. Too much smoke. But they in the same place still." "Look round, Dan, and see if there are any fresh troops coming up." "Yes, sir. A lot of men coming over the hill behind." "That's all right, Dan. Now you can see about bathing my side." As soon as the battle was over, Major Ashley rode up to where Vincent and 5 or 6 of his comrades of the cavalry were lying wounded. "How are you getting on, lads? Pretty well, I hope?" he asked the surgeon as he dismounted. "First rate, Major," one of the men answered. "We all of us took a turn as soon as we heard the Yanks were whipped." "Yes, we have thrashed them handsomely," the major said. "Ah, Wingfield, I'm glad to see you're alive. I thought, when you fell, it was all over with you." "I'm not much hurt, sir," Vincent replied. "A flesh wound and some ribs are broken, I hear, but they won't be long in mending, I hope." "It's a nasty wound to look at," the major said as Dan lifted the pad of wet linen. "But with youth and health you will soon get round it, never fear." "Ah, my poor lad, yours is a worse case," he said as he bent over a young fellow who was lying in a few paces from Vincent. "It's all up with me, Major," he replied faintly. "The doctor said he could do nothing for me, but I don't mind now. We've beaten them. You will send a line to the old people, Major, won't you, and say I died doing my duty? I've got 2 brothers, and I expect they will send one to take my place." "I will write to them, my lad," the major said, "and tell them all about you." He could give the lad no false hopes, for already a gray shade was stealing over the white face, and the end was close at hand. In a few minutes he ceased to breathe. Late in the evening, the surgeons, having attended to more urgent cases, came round. Vincent's wound was now more carefully examined than before, but the result was the same. 3 of the ribs were badly fractured, but there was no serious danger. "You will want quiet and good nursing for some time, my lad," the principal surgeon said. "There will be a train of wounded going off for Richmond the first thing in the morning, and you shall go by it. You had better get a door, lads," he said to some of the troopers who had come across from the spot where the cavalry was bivouacked to see how their comrades were getting on, "and carry him down and put him in the train. One has just been sent off, and another will be made up at once, so that the wounded can be put in as they are taken down. Now I will bandage the wound, and it will not want any more attention until you get home." A wad of lint was placed upon the wound and bandaged tightly round the body. "Remember, you've got to be perfectly quiet and not attempt to move till the bones have knit. I am afraid that they are badly fractured and will require some time to heal up again." A door was fetched from an outhouse near, and Vincent and 2 of his comrades, who were also ordered to be sent to the rear, were one by one carried down to the nearest point on the railway, where a train stood ready to receive them, and they were then laid on the seats. All night the wounded kept arriving, and by morning the train was packed as full as it would hold, and with 2 or 3 surgeons in charge, started for Richmond. Dan was permitted to accompany the train, at Vincent's urgent request, in the character of a doctor's assistant, and he went about distributing water to the wounded and assisting the surgeons in moving such as required it. It was night before the train reached Richmond. A number of people were at the station to receive it, for as soon as the news of the battle had been received, preparations had been made for the reception of the wounded. Several public buildings had been converted into hospitals, and numbers of the citizens had come forward with their offers to take one or more of the wounded into their houses. The streets were crowded with people who were wild with joy at the news of the victory which, as they believed, had secured the state from any further fear of invasion. Numbers of willing hands were in readiness to carry the wounded on stretchers to the hospitals, where all the surgeons of the town were already waiting to attend upon them. Vincent, at his own request, was only laid upon a bed, as he said that he would go home to be nursed the first thing in the morning. This being the case, it was needless to put him to the pain and trouble of being undressed. Dan had started as soon as he saw his master carried into the hospital to take the news to the Orangery. Being strictly charged by Vincent to make light of his injury, and on no account whatsoever to alarm them, he was to ask that the carriage should come to fetch him in the first thing in the morning. It was indeed but just daybreak when Mrs. Wingfield drove up to the hospital. Dan had been so severely cross-examined that he had been obliged to give an accurate account of Vince's injury. There was a bustle and movement even at that early hour, for another train of wounded had just arrived. As she entered the hospital, she gave an exclamation of pleasure, for at the door were two gentlemen in conversation, one of whom was the doctor who had long attended the family at the Orangery. "I am glad you are here, Dr. Mapleston, for I want your opinion before I move Vincent. Have you seen him?" "No, Mrs. Wingfield, I did not know he was here. I have had charge of one of the wards, and have not had time to see who are in the others. I sincerely hope Vincent's not seriously hurt." "That's what I want to find out, doctor. His boy brought us news late last night that he was here. He said the doctors considered that he was not in any danger, but as it seems that he had 3 ribs broken and a deep flesh wound from the explosion of a shell, it seems to me that it must be serious. I will go up and see him at once, Mrs. Wingfield, and find out from the surgeon in charge of his ward exactly what is the matter with him." Dan led the way to the bed upon which Vincent was lying. He was only dozing and opened his eyes as they came up. "My poor boy," Mrs. Wingfield said, struggling with her tears at the sight of his pale face. "This is sad indeed." "There's nothing very bad, mother," Vincent replied cheerfully. "Nothing at all to fret about. The wound is nothing to the injuries of most of those here. I suppose, doctor, I can be moved at once." Dr. Mapleston felt his pulse. "You are feverish, my lad, but perhaps the best thing for you would be to get to your home while you can be moved. You will do far better there than here. But I must speak to the surgeon in charge of you first, and hear what he says." "Yes, I think you can move him," the surgeon of the ward said. "He has got a nasty wound, and the ticket with him said that 3 ribs were badly fractured, but I made no examination, as he said he would be fetched the first thing in the morning. I only put on a fresh dressing and bandaged it. The sooner you get him off the better. If he is to be moved, fever is setting in, and he will probably be wandering by this evening. He will have a much better chance at home, with cool rooms and quiet and careful nursing, than he can have here, though there will be no lack of either comforts or nurses, for half the ladies in the town have volunteered for the work, and we have offers of all the medical comforts that could be required, were the list of wounded 10 times as large as this." The stretcher was brought in, and Vincent was lifted as gently as possible upon it. Then he was carried downstairs, and the stretcher placed in the carriage, which was a large open one, and afforded just sufficient length for it. Mrs. Wingfield took her seat beside him. Dan mounted the box beside the coachman. "I will be out in an hour, Mrs. Wingfield," Dr. Mapleston said. "I have to go round the ward again, and will then drive out at once. Give him lemonade and cooling drinks, and don't let him talk. Cut his clothes off him, and keep the room somewhat dark, but with a free current of air. I will bring out some medicine with me." The carriage drove slowly to avoid shaking, and when they approached the house, Mrs. Wingfield told Dan to jump down and come to the side of her carriage. Then she told him to run on as fast as he could ahead, and to tell her daughters not to meet them upon their arrival, and that all the servants were to be kept out of the way, except 3 men to carry Vincent upstairs. The lad was consequently got up to his room, without any excitement, and was soon lying on his bed with a sheet thrown lightly over him. "That is comfortable," he said, as his mother bathed his face and hands and smoothed his hair. "Where are the girls, mother?" "They will come in and see you now, Vincent, but you are to keep quite quiet, you know, and not to talk." The girls stole in and said a few words, and left him alone again with Mrs. Wingfield. He did not look to them so ill as they had expected, for there was a flush of fever on his cheeks. Dr. Mapleston arrived in another half hour, examined and redressed the wound, and comforted Mrs. Wingfield with the assurance that there was nothing in it likely to prove dangerous to life. Our trouble will be rather with the effect of the shock than with the wound itself. He is very feverish now, and you must not be alarmed if by this evening he is delirious. You will give him this cooling draught every 3 hours. He can have anything in the way of cooling drinks he likes. If he begins to wander, put clothes dipped in cold water and wrung on his head, and sponge his hands with water with a little eau de cologne in it. If he seems very hot, set one of the women to fan him, but don't let her go on if he seems to worry him. I will come round again at 9:30 this evening, and will make arrangements to pass the night here. We have telegrams saying that surgeons are coming from Charleston and many other places, so I can be very well spared." When the doctor returned in the evening, he found, as he had anticipated, that Vincent was in a high state of fever. This continued 4 or 5 days, and then gradually passed off, and he woke up one morning perfectly conscious. His mother was sitting on a chair at the bedside. "What o'clock is it, mother?" he asked. "Have I been asleep long?" "Some time, dear," she answered gently, "but you must not talk. You are to take this draught and go off to sleep again. When you wake you may ask any questions you like." She lifted the lad's head, gave him the draught and some cold tea, then darkened the room, and in a few minutes he was asleep again. End of chapter 6. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 7 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Lee in Virginia by G.A. Henty. Chapter 7. The Merrimac and the Monitor. It was some weeks before Vincent was able to walk unaided. His convalescence was somewhat slow, for the shock to the system had been a severe one. The long railway journey had been injurious to him, for the bandage had become somewhat loose, and the broken pieces of bone had grated upon each other, and were much longer in knitting together than they would have been had he been treated on the spot. As soon as he could walk, he began to be anxious to rejoin his troop, but the doctor said that many weeks must elapse before he would be ready to undergo the hardships of a campaign. He was reconciled to some extent to the delay by letters from his friends with the troop, and by the perusal of the papers. There was nothing whatever doing in Virginia. The two armies still faced each other, the Northerners protected by the strong fortifications they had thrown up round Washington, fortifications much too formidable to be attacked by the Confederates, held as they were by a force immensely superior to their own, both in numbers and arms. The Northerners were indeed hard at work, collecting and organizing an army which was to crush out the rebellion. General Scott had been succeeded by McClellan in the supreme command, and the new general was indefatigable in organizing the vast masses of men raised in the North. So great were the efforts that in a few months after the defeat of Bull Run the North had 650,000 men in arms. But while no move had at present been made against Virginia, there was sharp fighting in some of the border states, especially in Missouri and Kentucky, in both of which public opinion was much divided, and regiments were raised on both sides. Various operations were now undertaken by the Federal fleet at points along the coast, and several important positions were taken and occupied. It being impossible for the Confederates to defend so long a line of seacoast, the South had lost rather than gained ground in consequence of their victory at Bull Run. For a time they had been unduly elated, and were disposed altogether to underrate their enemies and to believe that the struggle was as good as over. Thus they made no effort corresponding to that of the North. But as time went on, and they saw the vastness of the preparations made for their conquest, the people of the Southern states again bestirred themselves. Owing to the North having the command of the sea, and shutting up all the principal ports, they had to rely upon themselves for everything, while the North could draw arms and ammunition and all the requisites for war from the markets of Europe. Foundries were accordingly established for the manufacture of artillery, and factories for muskets, ammunition, and percussion caps. The South had, in fact, to manufacture everything down to the cloth for her soldiers' uniforms and the leather for their shoes, and, as in the past, she had relied wholly upon the North for such goods, it was for a time impossible to supply the troops with even the most necessary articles. The women throughout the states were set to work, spinning and weaving rough cloth and making uniforms from it. Leather, however, cannot be produced all at once, and indeed, with all their efforts, the Confederate authorities were never, throughout the war, able to provide a sufficient supply of boots for the troops, and many a battle was won by soldiers who fought almost barefooted, and who reshod themselves for the most part by stripping the boots from their dead foes. Many other articles could not be produced in the Southern States, and the Confederates suffered much from want of proper medicines and surgical appliances. For these and many other necessaries they had to depend solely upon the ships, which were succeeded in making their way through the enemy's cruisers and running the blockade of the ports. Wine, tea, coffee, and other imported articles soon became luxuries beyond the means of all, even the very wealthy. All sorts of substitutes were used, grain roasted and ground being chiefly used as a substitute for coffee. Hitherto, the South had been principally occupied in raising cotton and tobacco, depending chiefly upon the North for food, and it was necessary now to abandon the cultivation of products for which they had no sale, and to devote the land to the growth of maize and other crops for food. By the time that the long period of inaction came to a close, Vincent had completely recovered his strength, and was ready to rejoin the ranks as soon as the order came from Colonel Stewart, who had promised to send for him directly there was a prospect of active service. One of Vincent's first questions as soon as he became convalescent was whether a letter had been received from Tony. It had come, he was told, among the last batch of letters that crossed the frontier before the outbreak of hostilities, and Mrs. Wingfield had, as she had requested, opened it. As had been arranged, it had merely contained Tony's address at the village near Montreal, for Vincent had warned him to say nothing in the letter, for there was no saying in the troubled times which were approaching when Tony left, into whose hands it might fall. Vincent had before starting told his mother of the share he had taken in getting the Negro safely away, and Mrs. Wingfield, brought up as she had been to regard those who assisted runaway slaves to escape in the same light as those who assisted to steal any other kind of property, was at first greatly shocked when she heard that her son had taken part in such an enterprise. However worthy of compassion the slave might be, and however brutal a master from whose hands he had fled, however, as Vincent was on the point of starting for the war to meet danger and possibly death in the defense of Virginia, she had said little, and that little was in reference rather to the imprudence of the course he had taken than to what she regarded in her own mind as its folly, and indeed its criminality. She had, however, promised that as soon as Tony's letter arrived, she would, if it was still possible, forward Dinah and the child to him, supplying her with money for the journey and giving her papers freeing her from slavery, which Vincent had duly signed in the presence of a justice. When the letter came, however, it was already too late. Fighting was at the point of commencing. All intercourse across the border had stopped, and the trains were all taken up for the conveyance of troops, and even a man would have had great difficulty in passing northward, while for unprotected negroes with a baby such a journey would have been impossible. Mrs. Wingfield had therefore written 4 times at fortnightly intervals to Tony, saying that it was impossible to send Dinah off at present, but that she should be dispatched as soon as the troubles were over, upon receipt of another letter from him saying that his address was unchanged, or giving a new one. These letters were duly posted, and it was probable that one or other of them would in time reach Tony, as mails were sent off to Europe whenever an opportunity offered for them to be taken by a steamer running the blockade from a southern port. Dinah, therefore, still remained at the Orangery. She was well and happy, for her life there was a delightful one indeed after her toil and hardship at the Jacksons, and although she was anxious to join her husband, the knowledge that he was well and safe from all pursuit, and that sooner or later she would join him with her child, was sufficient to make her perfectly contented. During Vincent's illness she had been the most constant attendant, for her new child now no longer required her care, and passed much of its time down at the nursery, where the young children of the slaves were looked after by 2 or 3 aged negresses past active work. She had therefore begged Mrs. Wingfield to be allowed to take her place by the bedside of her young master, and, after giving her a trial, Mrs. Wingfield found her so quiet, gentle, and patient that she installed her there, and was able to obtain the rest she needed, with a feeling of confidence that Vincent would be well attended to in her absence. When Vincent was well enough to be about again, his sisters were surprised at the change that had taken place in him since he had started a few months before the war. It was not so much that he had grown, though he had done so considerably, but that he was much older in manner and appearance. He had been doing man's work requiring vigilance, activity, and courage, and they could no longer treat him as a boy. As he became stronger he took to riding about the plantation, but not upon Wildfire, for his horse was still with the troop, Colonel Stewart having promised to see that the animal was well cared for, and that no one should ride upon it but himself. "I hope you like Jonas Parison better than you used to, Vincent," Mrs. Wingfield said a day or two before he started to rejoin his troop. "I "Can't say I do, mother," he replied shortly. "The man is very civil to me now, too civil, in fact, but I don't like him, and I don't believe he is honest. I don't mean that he would cheat you, though he may do so for anything I know, but he pretends to be a violent secessionist, which, as he comes from Vermont, is not natural, and I imagine he would sing a different tune if the Bluecoats ever got to Richmond. Still, I have nothing particular to say against him, except that I don't like him, and I don't trust him. So long as everything goes on well for the Confederacy, I don't suppose it matters, but if we should ever get the worst of it, you will see that fellow will be mischievous. However, I hear that he has obeyed your orders, and that there has been no flogging on the estate since I went away. In fact, as far as I can see, he does not keep anything like such a sharp hand over the slaves as he used to do, and in some of the fields the work seems to be done in a very slovenly way. What his game is, I don't know, but I have no doubt whatever that he has some game in his mind." "You are the most prejudiced boy," Mrs. Wingfield said, laughing. "First of all, the man is too strict, and you were furious about it. Now you think he is too lenient, and you are at once suspect he has what you call a game of some sort or other on. You are hard to please indeed." Vincent smiled. "Well, as I told you once before, we shall see. I hope I am wrong, and that Pearson is all that you believe him to be. I own that I may be prejudiced against him, but nothing will persuade me that it was not from him that Jackson learned that Dinah was here, and it was to that we owe the visit of the sheriff and the search in the plantation for Tony. However, whatever the man is at heart, he can, as far as I can see, do you no injury as long as things go on as they are, and I sincerely trust he will never have an opportunity of doing so." During the winter, Vincent had made the acquaintance of many of the Southern leaders. The town was the center of the movement, the heart of the Confederacy. It was against it, as the capital of the Southern States, that the efforts of the Northerners were principally directed, and to it flocked the leading men from all parts of the country. Although every Virginian family had some of its members at the front, and a feeling of anxiety reigned everywhere, a semblance of gaiety was kept up. The theater was opened and parties and balls given, in order to keep up the spirits of the people by the example of those of higher rank. These balls differed widely in appearance from those of the 18 months before. The gentlemen were almost all in uniform, and already calicoes and other cheap fabrics were worn by many of the ladies, as foreign dress materials could no longer be purchased. Mrs. Wingfield made a point of always attending with her daughters at those entertainments, which to the young people afforded a cheerful break in the dullness and monotony of their usual life, for, owing to the absence of almost all the young men with the army, there had been a long cessation of the pleasant interchange of visits, impromptu parties, and social gatherings that had formed a feature in the life of Virginia. The balls would have been but dull affairs had only the residents of Richmond been present. The leave was granted as much as possible to officers stationed with regiments within a railway run of the town, and of these eagerly availed themselves of the change from the monotony of camp life. The girls had no reason to complain of want of partners. Here, and at the receptions given by President Davis, Vincent met all the leaders of the Confederacy, civil and military. Many of them had been personal friends of the Wingfields before the secession movement began, and among them was General Madruger, who commanded the troops round Richmond. Early in the winter the general had called at the Orangery. "We are going to make a call upon the patriotism of the planters of this neighborhood. Mrs. Wingfield," he said during his lunchtime, "you see our armies are facing those of the Federal opposite Washington, and can offer a firm front to any foe marching down from the north. But unfortunately they have the command of the sea, and there is nothing to prevent their embarking an army on board ship and landing at either the James or the York rivers, and in that case they might make a rush upon Richmond before there would be time to bring down the troops to our aid. I am therefore proposing to erect a chain of works between the two rivers, so as to be able to keep even a large army at bay until reinforcements arrive. But to do this a large number of hands will be required, and we are going to ask the proprietors of plantations to place as many negroes as they can spare at our disposal. There can be no doubt as to the response your question will meet with, General. At present we have scarce enough work for our slaves to do. I intend to grow no tobacco next year, for it will only rot in the warehouse, and a comparatively small number of hands are required to raise corn crops. I have about 170 working hands at the Orangery. I shall be happy to place 100 at your disposal for as long time as you may require them. If you want 50 more, you can of course have them. Everything else must at present give way to the good of the cause." "I thank you much, Mrs. Wingfield, for your offers, and I will put your name down the first on the list of our contributors. "You seem quite to have recovered now," he said to Vincent a few minutes afterward. "Yes, I'm quite ashamed of staying here so long, General, but I feel some pain at times, and there is nothing doing at the front, and my doctor says that it is of importance I should have rest as long as possible. I have stayed on. Major Ashley has promised to recall me as soon as there is a prospect of active work." "I think it is quite likely that there will be active work here as soon as anywhere else," the general said. "We know pretty well what is doing at Washington, and though nothing has been decided upon, there is a party in favor of a landing force here, and if so, we shall have hot work. What do you say? If you like, I will get you a commission and appoint you to one of my aides de camp. Your knowledge of the country will make you useful, and as Ashley has specially mentioned your name in one of his dispatches, you can have your commission by asking for it. If there is to be fighting around here, it will be of more interest to you defending your own home than in taking part in the general engagements for the safety of the state. It will, too, enable you to be a good deal at home, and although so far the slaves have behaved extremely well, there is no saying exactly what may happen if the Northerners come among us. You can rejoin your own corps afterwards, you know, if nothing comes of this." Vincent was at first inclined to decline the offer, but his mother and sisters were so pleased at having him near them that he finally accepted with thanks, being principally influenced by the general's last argument, that possibly there might be trouble with the slaves in the event of a landing in the James Peninsula by the Northerners. A few days later there came an official intimation that he had received a commission in the cavalry, and had, at General Madruga's request, been appointed to his staff, and he at once entered upon his new duties. The fortress of Monroe, at the entrance of Hampton Roads, was still in the hands of the Federals, and a large Federal fleet was assembled here, and was only prevented from sailing up the James River by Merrimac, a steamer which the Confederates had plated with railway iron. They had also constructed batteries upon some high bluffs on each side of the river. In a short time 5,000 negroes were set to work erecting batteries upon the York River at Yorktown and Gloucester Point, and upon a line of works extending from Warwick upon the James River to Ship Point on the York, through a line of wooded and swampy country intersected by streams emptying themselves into one or other of the rivers. This line was some 30 miles in length, and would require 25,000 men to guard it, but Madruga hoped that there would be sufficient warning of an attack to enable reinforcements to arrive in time to raise his own command of about 10,000 men to that strength. The negroes worked cheerfully, for they received a certain amount of pay from the state, but the work was heavy and difficult, and different altogether to which they had been accustomed to perform. The batteries by the sides of the rivers made fair progress, but the advance of the long line of works across the peninsula was but slow. Vincent had, upon receiving his appointment, written at once to Major Ashley, sending his letter by Dan, who was ordered to bring back Wildfire. Vincent stated that he had consulted his personal feeling, he should have preferred remaining in the ranks of his old corps, but that as the fighting might be close to his home, and there was no saying what might be the behavior of the slave population in the event of a northern invasion, he had, for the sake of his mother and sisters, accepted the appointment. But as soon as the danger was over, he hoped to rejoin the corps and serve under his former commander. The Dan, on return with Wildfire, brought a letter from the major saying that although he should have been glad to have him with him, he quite agreed with the decision at which he had, under the circumstances, arrived. Vincent now took up his quarters at the camp formed a short distance from the city, and much of his time was spent in riding to and from the peninsula, seeing that the works were being carried out according to the plan of the general, and reporting upon the manner in which the contractors for the supply of food to the negroes that worked there performed their duties. Sometimes he was away for 2 or 3 days upon this work, but he generally managed, once or twice a week, to get home for a few hours. The inhabitants of Richmond and its neighborhood were naturally greatly interested in the progress of the works for their defense, and parties were often organized to ride or drive to Yorktown, or to the batteries on the James River to watch the progress made. Upon one occasion Vincent accompanied his mother and sisters and a party of ladies and gentlemen from the neighboring plantation to Drury's Bluff, where an entrenched position named Fort Darling had been erected, and preparations made to sink vessels across the river and close it against the advance of the enemy's fleet should any misfortune happen to the Merrimac. Several other parties had been made up, and each brought provisions with them. General Madruga and some of his officers received them upon their arrival, and conducted them over the works. After this the whole party sat down to a picnic meal on the ground, and no stranger could have guessed that the merry party formed part of the population threatened with invasion by a powerful foe. There were speeches and toasts, All of the patriotic character, and General Madruga raised the enthusiasm to the highest point by informing them that in a few days, the exact day was a secret, but it would be very shortly, the Merrimac, or, as she had been rechristened, the Virginia, would put out from Norfolk Harbor and see what she could do to clear Hampton Roads of the fleet that now threatened them. As they were riding back to Richmond, the general said to Vincent, "I will tell you a little more than I told the officers, Wingfield. I believe the Merrimac will go out the day after tomorrow. I wish I could get away myself to see the affair, but unfortunately I cannot do so. However, if you'd like to be present, I will give you 3 days' leave, as you've been working very hard lately. You can start early tomorrow and can get down by train to Norfolk in the evening. I should advise you to take your horse with you, and then you can ride in the morning to some spot from which you will get a fair view of the roads and be able to see what's going on." "Thank you very much, sir," Vincent said. "I should like it immensely." The next day Vincent went down to Norfolk. Arriving there, he found that although there was a general expectation that the Merrimac would shortly go out to try her strength with the enemy, nothing was known of the fact that the next morning had been fixed for the encounter, the secret being kept to the last, lest some spy or adherent of the North might take the news to the fleet. After putting up his horse, Vincent went down to the Navy Yard, off which the Merrimac was lying. The ship had been sunk by the Federals when at the commencement of hostilities they had evacuated Norfolk. Having been raised by the Confederates, the ship was cut down, and a sort of roof covered with iron was built over it, so that the vessel presented the appearance of a huge sunken house. A ram was fixed to her bow, and she was armed with 10 guns. Her steam power was very insufficient for her size, and she could only move through the water at a rate of 5 knots an hour. "She is an ugly looking thing," a man observed to Vincent as he gazed at the ship. "Frightfully ugly," Vincent agreed. "She may be a formidable machine in the way of fighting, but one can scarcely call her a ship. She's a floating battery, and if they tried their best to turn out the ugliest thing that ever floated, they could not have succeeded better. She is just like Noah's Ark sunk down to the eaves of her roof." "Yes, she's a good deal like that," Vincent agreed. "The very look of her ought to be enough to frighten the Federals, even if she did nothing else." "I expect it will not be long before she gives them a taste of her quality," the man said. "She has got her coal and ammunition on board, and there is nothing to prevent her going out this evening if she wants to." "It will be worth seeing when she does go out and fight the Northerners," Vincent said. "It will be a new experiment in warfare, and, if she turns out a success, I suppose all the navies in the world will be taken to cover themselves up with iron." The next morning, which was the 8th of March, a day forever memorable in naval annals, smoke was seen pouring out from the funnels of the Merrimac, and there were signs of activity on board the Patrick Henry, of 6 guns, and the Jamestown, Raleigh, Beaufort, and Taser, little craft carrying 1 gun each, and at 11 o'clock they all moved down the inlet on which Norfolk is situated. The news that the Merrimac was going out to attack the enemy had now spread, and the whole population of Norfolk turned out and hastened down towards the mouth of the inlet on horseback, in vehicles or on foot, while Vincent rode to the batteries on Swell's Point, nearly facing Fort Monroe. He left his horse at the farmhouse a quarter of a mile from the battery, for Wildfire was always restless under fire, and it was probable that the batteries would take a share in the affair. At 1 o'clock some of the small Federal lookout launches were seen to be at work signaling. A bustle could be observed prevailing among the large ships over by the fortress, and it was evident that the Merrimac was visible to them as she came down the inlet. The Cumberland and Congress men of war moved out in that direction, and the Minnesota and the St. Lawrence, which were at anchor, got under way, assisted by steam tugs. The Merrimac and the fleet of little gunboats were now visible from the battery, advancing against the Cumberland and Congress. The former opened up fire upon her a distance of a mile with her heavy pivot guns, but the Merrimac, without replying, continued her slow and steady course towards them. She first approached the Congress, and as she did so, a puff of smoke burst from the forward end of her penthouse, and the water round the Congress was churned up by a hail of grape shot. And as they passed each other, both vessels fired a broadside. The officers in the fort, provided with glasses, could see the effect of the Merrimac's fire in the light patches that showed on the side of the Congress. But the Merrimac appeared entirely uninjured. She now approached the Cumberland, which poured several broadsides into her, but altogether without effect. The Merrimac, without replying, steamed straight on and struck the Cumberland with great force, knocking a large hole in her side near the water line. Then, backing off, she opened fire upon her. For half an hour the crew of the Cumberland fought with great bravery. The ships lay about 300 yards apart, and every shot from the Merrimac told on the wooden vessel. The water was pouring in through the breach, the shells of the Merrimac crushed through her sides, and at one time she set her on fire, but the crew worked their guns until the vessel sank beneath their feet. Some men succeeded in swimming to land, which was not far distant. Others were saved by small boats from the shore, but nearly half of the crew of 400 men were either killed in action or drowned. The Merrimac now turned her attention to the Congress, which was left to fight the battle alone, as the Minnesota had got aground, and the Roanoke and St. Lawrence could not approach near enough to render them assistance from the drought of water. The Merrimac poured broadside after broadside into her, until the officer in command and many of the crew were killed. The lieutenant who succeeded to command, seeing there was no prospect of help and that resistance was hopeless, hauled down the flag. A gunboat was sent alongside with orders that the crew should leave the Congress and come on board, as the ship was to be burned. But the troops and artillery lining the shore now opened fire on the little gunboat, which consequently hauled off. The Merrimac, after firing several more shells into the Congress, moved away to attack the Minnesota, and the survivors of the 200 men who composed the crew of the Congress were conveyed to shore in small boats. The vessel was set on fire either by her own crew or the shells of the Merrimac, and by midnight blew up. Owing to the shallowness of the water, the Merrimac could not get near enough to the Minnesota to use her own small guns to advantage, and the gunboat was driven off by a heavy 10-inch gun of the Federal frigate, and therefore, at 7 o'clock, the Merrimac and her consorts returned to Norfolk. The greatest delight was felt on shore at the success of the engagement, and on riding back to Norfolk, Vincent learned that the ram would go out again next morning to engage the rest of the Federal fleet. She herself had suffered somewhat in the fight. Her loss in men was only 2 killed and 8 wounded, but 2 of her guns had the muzzles shot off. The armor was damaged in some places, and most serious of all, she had badly twisted her ram in running into the Cumberland. Still, it appeared that she was more than a match for the rest of the Federal fleet, and that these must either fly or be destroyed. As the general had given him 3 days' leave, Vincent was able to stay to see the close of the affair, and early next morning again rode down to Sewell's Point, as the Merrimac was to start at daybreak. At 6 o'clock the ironclad came out from the river and made for the Minnesota, which was still aground. The latter was seen to run up the signal, and the spectators saw an object which they had not before perceived coming out as if to meet the ram. The glasses were directed toward it, and a general exclamation of surprise was heard. "What is that thing? It looks like a raft with 2 round turrets upon it and a funnel." A moment's consideration, and the truth burst upon them. It was the ship they had heard of as building at New York, and which had been launched 6 weeks before. It was indeed the Monitor, which had arrived during the night, just in time to save the rest of the Federal fleet. She was the first regular ironclad ever built. She was a turret ship carrying 2 very heavy guns and showing only between 2 and 3 feet above the water. The excitement upon both shores as these adversaries approached each other was intense. They moved slowly, and not until they were within 100 yards distance did the Monitor open fire, the Merrimac replying at once. The fire for a time was heavy and rapid, the distance between the combatants varying from 50 to 200 yards. The Monitor had by far the greatest speed, and was much more easily turned than the Confederate ram, and her guns were very much heavier, and the Merrimac, while still keeping up the fight, made toward the mouth of the river. Suddenly she turned and steamed directly at the Monitor, and before the latter could get out of her way, struck her on the side. But the ram was bent, and her weak engines were insufficient to propel her with the necessary force. Consequently, she inflicted no damage on the Monitor, and the action continued, the turret ship directing her fire at the iron roof of the ram, while the latter pointed her guns especially at the turret and the pilot house of the Monitor. At length, after a battle which had lasted 6 hours, the Monitor withdrew, one of the plates of her pilot house being seriously damaged and her commander injured in the eyes. When her foe drew off, the Merrimac steamed back to Norfolk. There were no men killed in either battle, and each side claimed a victory. The Federals upon the ground that they had driven off the Merrimac, the Confederates because the Monitor had retreated from the fight. Each vessel, however, held the strength of the other in respect, the Monitor remaining as a sentinel over the ships and transports at Fortress Monroe, while the Merrimac at Norfolk continued to guard the entrance into the James River. As soon as the fight was over, Vincent Wingfield, greatly pleased that he had witnessed so strange and interesting a combat, rode back to Norfolk, and the same evening reached Richmond, where his description of the fight was received with the greatest interest and excitement. End of Chapter 7. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. Chapter 8 of With Lee in Virginia. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ryan Cherrick. With Lee in Virginia by George Alfred Henty. Chapter 8. McClellan's Advance. It was not until 3 weeks after the flight between the ironclads that the great army under General McClellan arrived at Fortress Monroe. The greater portion of the troops coming down the Potomac in steam transports. Vast quantities of stores have been accumulated in and around the fortress. Guns of a size never seen before used in war were lying on the wharfs in readiness to be placed in batteries, while Hampton Roads were crowded with transports and store vessels watched over by the Monitor and the other warships. McClellan's army was a large one, but not so strong a force as he had intended to have taken with him, and as soon as he arrived at Fortress Monroe, he learned that he would not be able to expect much assistance from the fleet. The Merrimac completely closed the James River, and with the more powerful vessels of the fleet move up the York River, she would be able to sally out and destroy the rest of the fleet and transports. As it was most important to clear the peninsula between the two rivers before Magruder should receive strong reinforcements, a portion of the troops were at once landed, and on the 4th of April, 56,000 men and 100 guns disembarked and started on their march against Yorktown. As soon as the news of the arrival of the Northern Army at Fortress Monroe reached Richmond, fresh steps were taken for the defense of the city. Magruder soon found that it would be impossible, with the force at his command, to hold the line he had proposed, and a large body of negroes and troops were sent to work to throw up defenses between Yorktown and a point on the Warwick River 13.5 miles away. A portion of this line was covered by the Warwick Creek, which he dammed up to make it unfordable, and erected batteries to guard the dams. Across the intervening ground, a weak earthwork with trenches was constructed, there being no time to raise stronger works. But Magruder relied chiefly upon the swampy and difficult nature of the country, and the concealment afforded by the forest, which rendered it difficult for the enemy to discover the weakness of the defenders. He posted 6,000 men at Yorktown and Gloucester Point, and the remaining 5,000 troops under his command were scattered along the line of works to the Warwick River. He knew that if McClellan pushed forward with all his force, he must be successful, but he knew that if the enemy could but be held in check for a few days, assistance would reach him from General Johnston's army. Fortunately for the Confederates, the weather, which had been fine and clear during the previous week, changed on the very day that McClellan started. The rain came down in torrents, and the roads became almost impassable. The column struggled on along the deep, muddy tracks all day, and bivouacked for the night in the forest. Next morning, they resumed their march, and on reaching the first line of entrenchments formed by the Confederates, found them deserted, and it was not until they approached the Warwick Creek that they encountered serious opposition. Had they pushed forward at once, they would have unquestionably captured Richmond, but McClellan's fault was overcaution, and he believed himself opposed by a very much larger force than that under the command of Magruder. Consequently, instead of making an attack at once, he began regular siege operations against the works on Warwick Creek and those at Yorktown. The delay saved Richmond. Every day reinforcements arrived, and by the time that McClellan's army, over 100,000 strong, had erected their batteries and got their heavy guns into position, Magruder had been reinforced by some 10,000 men under General Johnston, who now assumed the command, while other divisions were hurrying up from northern and western Virginia. Upon the very night before the batteries were ready to open, the Confederates evacuated their positions and fell back, carrying with them all their guns and stores to the Chickahominy River, which ran almost across the peninsula at a distance of 6 miles only from Richmond. The Confederates crossed and broke down the bridges, and prepared to make another stand. The disappointment of the Federals was great. After 10 days of incessant labor and hardship, they had only gained possession of the village of Yorktown and a tract of low, swampy country. The divisions in front pressed forward rapidly after the Confederates, but these had managed their plan so well that all were safely across the stream before they were overtaken. The dismay in Richmond had for a few days been great. Many people left the town for the interior, taking their valuables with them, and all was prepared for the removal of the state papers and documents. But as Federals went on with their fortifications, and the reinforcements began to arrive, confidence was restored, and all went on as before. The great Federal army was so scattered through the forest, and the discipline of some of the divisions was so lax, that it was some days before McClellan had them ranged in order on the Chickahominy. Another week elapsed before he was in a position to undertake fresh operations. But General Johnston had now 4 divisions on the spot, and he was too enterprising a general to await the attack. Consequently, he crossed the Chickahominy, fell upon one of the Federal divisions and almost destroyed it, and drove back the whole of their left wing. The next morning the battle was renewed, and lasted for 5 hours. It was fortunate indeed for the Confederates that the right wing of the Northern army did not, while the action was going on, cross the river and march straight upon Richmond. But communication was difficult from one part of the army to another, owing to the thick forest and the swampy state of the ground, and being without orders they remained inactive all day. The loss on their side had been 7,000 men, while the Confederates had lost 4,500, and General Johnston being seriously wounded, the chief command was given to General Lee, by far the ablest soldier the war produced. Satisfied with the success they had gained, the Confederates fell back across the river again. On the 4th of June, General Stuart, for he had now been promoted, started with 1,200 cavalry and 2 guns, and in 48 hours made one of the most adventurous reconnaissance ever undertaken. First, the force rode out to Hanover Courthouse, where they had encountered and defeated, first a small body of cavalry, and afterward a whole regiment. Then, after destroying the stores there, they rode round to the Pamunkey, burned 2 vessels and a large quantity of stores, captured a train of 40 wagons, and burned a railway bridge. Then they passed right round the Federal rear, crossed the river, and re-entered the city with 165 prisoners and 200 horses, having effected the destruction of vast quantities of stores, besides breaking up the railways and burning bridges. Towards the end of June, McClellan learned that Stonewall Jackson, having struck heavy blows at the 2 greatly superior armies which were operating against him in the valley of the Shenandoah, had succeeded in evading them, and was marching towards Richmond. He had just completed several bridges across the river, and was about to move forward to fight a great battle when the news reached him. Believing that he should be opposed by an army of 200,000 men, although in fact the Confederate army, after Jackson and all the available reinforcements came up, was still somewhat inferior in strength to his own, he determined to abandon for the present the attempt upon Richmond, and to fall back upon the James River. Here his ships had already landed stores for his supply, for the river was now open as far as the Confederate defenses at Fort Darling. Norfolk Navy Yard had been captured by the 10,000 men who formed the garrison of Fortress Monroe. No resistance had been offered, as all the Confederate troops had been concentrated for the defense of Richmond. When Norfolk was captured, the Merrimac steamed out to make her way out of the river, but the water was low, and the pilot declared that she could not be taken up. Consequently, she was set on fire and burned to the water's edge, and thus the main obstacle to the advance of the Federal fleet was removed. They had advanced as far as Fort Darling, and the ironclad gunboats had engaged the battles there. Their shot, however, did little damage to the defenders upon the lofty bluffs, while the shot from the batteries so injured the gunboats that the attempt to force the passage was abandoned. While falling back to a place called Harrison's Landing on the James River, the Federals were attacked by the Confederates, but after desperate fighting on both sides, lasting for about 5 days, they succeeded in drawing off from the Chickahominy with loss of 50 guns, thousands of small arms, and the loss of the greater part of their stores. All idea of further advance against Richmond was for the present abandoned. President Lincoln had always been opposed to the plan, and a considerable portion of the army was moved round to join the force under General Pope, which was now to march upon Richmond from the north. From the commencement of the Federal advance to the time when, beaten and dispirited, they regained the James River, Vincent Wingfield had seen little of his family. The Federal lines had at one time been within a mile of the Orangery. The slaves had some days before been all sent into the interior, and Mrs. Wingfield and her daughters had moved into Richmond, where they joined in the work to which the whole of the ladies of the town and neighborhood devoted themselves, of attending to the wounded, of whom, while the fighting was going on, long trains arrived every day at the city. Vincent himself had taken no active part in the fighting. Madruger's division had not been engaged in the first attack upon McClellan's force, and although it had taken a share in the subsequent severe fighting, Vincent had been occupied in carrying messages from the general to the leaders of the other divisions, and had only once or twice come under the storm of fire to which the Confederates were exposed as they plunged through the morasses to attack the enemy. As soon as it was certain that the attack was finally abandoned, and that McClellan's troops were being withdrawn to strengthen Pope's army, Vincent resigned his appointment as aides-de-camp, and was appointed to the 7th Virginia Cavalry, stationed at Orange, where it was facing the Federal cavalry. Major Ashley had fallen while protecting the passage of Jackson's division when hard pressed by one of the Federal armies in western Virginia. No action in the war had been more brilliant than the manner in which Stonewall Jackson had baffled the two armies, each greatly superior in force to his own, that had been specially appointed to destroy him if possible, or at any rate to prevent his withdrawing from the Shenandoah Valley and marching to aid in the defense of the Confederate capital. His troops had marched almost all day and night without food, and depending entirely upon such supplies as they could obtain from the scattered farmhouses they passed. Although Richmond was for the present safe, the prospect of the Confederates was by no means bright. New Orleans had been captured. The blockade of the other ports was now so strict that it was difficult in the extreme for a vessel to make her way in or out, and the Northerners had placed flotillas of gunboats on the rivers, and by the aid of these were gradually making their way into the heart of several of the states. "Are you thinking of going out to the Orangery again soon, Mother?" Vincent asked on the evening before setting out on the march north. "I think not, Vincent. There is so much to do in the hospitals here that I cannot leave. I should be ashamed to be living in luxury at the Orangery while the girls and the other women are giving up their whole time nursing to the wounded. Besides, although I do not anticipate that after the way they have been hurled back, the Northerners will try again for some time. Now they are in possession of Harrison's Landing, they can at any moment advance. Besides, it is not pleasant being obliged to turn out of one's house and leave everything to their mercy. I wrote yesterday to Pearson to bring the slaves back at once, and take up the work, and I shall go over occasionally to see that everything is in order, but at any rate for a time we will stop here." "I think that is best, Mother. Certainly I should feel more comfortable knowing that you are all at Richmond than alone out there." "We should be no worse off than thousands of ladies all over the state, Vincent. There are whole districts where every white capable of using a gun has gone to the war, leaving nothing but women and slaves behind, and we have not heard of a single case in which there has been trouble." "Certainly there is no chance of trouble with your slaves, Mother, but in some of the other plantations it may not be so. At any rate, the quiet conduct of the slaves everywhere is the very best answer that could be given to the accusations that have been made as to their cruel treatment. At present, the whole of the property of the slave owners throughout the Southern States is at their mercy, and they might burn, kill, and destroy, and yet in no single instance have they risen against what are called their oppressors, even when the Federals have been close at hand. Please keep your eye on Dinah, Mother. I distrust that fellow Jackson so thoroughly that I believe him capable of having her carried off and smuggled away somewhere down south, and sold there if he saw a chance. I wish instead of sending her to the Orangery you would keep her as one of your servants here." "I will if you wish it, Vincent, but I cannot believe for a moment that this Jackson or anyone else would venture to meddle with any of my slaves." "Perhaps not, Mother, but it is best to be on the safe side. Anyhow, I shall be glad to know that she is with you. Young Jackson will be away, for I know he is one of the Stuart's troop of horse, though I have never happened to run against him since the war began." The firing had hardly ceased before Harrison's Landing, when General Jackson, with a force of about 15,000 men, composed of his own division, now commanded by General Winder, General Ewell's division, and a portion of that of General Hill, started for the Rapidan to check General Pope, who, plundering and wasting the country as he advanced, was marching south, his object being to reach Gordonsville, where he would cut the line of railway connecting Richmond with western Virginia. Vincent was glad that the regiment to which he had been appointed would be under Jackson's command, and that he would be campaigning again with his old division, which consisted largely of Virginian troops, and contained so many of his old friends. With Jackson, too, he was certain to be engaged in stirring service, for that general ever kept his troops upon the march, striking blows where least expected, and traversing such an extent of country by rapid marches that he and his division seemed to the enemy to be almost ubiquitous. It was but a few hours after he received his appointment that Vincent took train from Richmond to Gordonsville, Dan being in the horse box with Wildfire in the rear of the train. His regiment was encamped a mile or two away, and he had at once rode on and reported himself to Colonel Jones, who commanded it. "I am glad to have you with me, sir," the colonel said. "I had the pleasure of knowing your father, and I am an old friend of your mother's family. As you were in Ashley's horse, and have been serving in Magruder's staff, you are well up in your duties, and it is a comfort to me that the vacancy has been filled up by one who knows his work instead of a raw hand. We have had a brush or two already with the enemy, but at present we are watching each other, waiting on both sides till the generals have got their infantry to the front in readiness for an advance. Jackson is waiting for Hill's division to come up, and I believe Pope is expecting great reinforcements from McClellan." A few days later, Colonel Jones was ordered to take charge of the pickets posted on the Rapidan, but before reaching Orange, a gentleman rode up at full speed and informed them that the enemy were in possession of that town. Colonel Jones divided his regiment into two parts, and with one charged the Federal cavalry in the main street of Orange, while the other portion of the regiment under Major Marshall attacked them on the flank. After a sharp fight, the enemy were driven from that place, but they were brought up a large reinforcements, and pouring in a heavy fire, attacked the town on both sides, and the Confederates had to fall back. But they made another stand a little way out of the town, and drove back the Federal cavalry who were pressing them. Although the fight had been but a short one, the losses in the cavalry ranks had been serious. Colonel Jones, while charging at the head of his men, had received a saber wound, and Major Marshall was taken prisoner. 5 days later, on the 7th of August, Jackson received certain intelligence that General Burnside, with a considerable portion of McClellan's force, had embarked, and was on the way to join Pope. He determined to strike a blow at once, and marched with his entire force from Gordonsville for Barrett Fort on the Rapidan. At daybreak next morning, the cavalry crossed the river and attacked and routed a body of Federal cavalry on the road to Culpeper Courthouse. On the following day, Jackson came up with his infantry to a point about 8 miles from Culpeper, where Pope's army, 32,000 strong, were stationed upon the crest of a hill. General Ewell's division, which was the only one then up, at once advanced, and, after a severe artillery fight, gained a point on a hill where his guns could command the enemy position. Jackson's division now came up, and it was moving into position. General Winder was killed by a shell. For some hours, Jackson did not attempt to advance, as Hill's division had not come up. Encouraged by this delay, the enemy at 5 o'clock in the afternoon took the offensive, and advanced through some cornfields lying between the two armies and attacked Ewell's division on the Confederate right, while shortly afterwards they fell with overwhelming strength on Jackson's left, and, attacking it in front, flank, and rear, drove it back, and pressed upon it with such force that the day appeared lost. At this moment Jackson himself rode down among the confused and wavering troops, and by his own voice and example rallied them. And at the same moment the old Stonewall Brigade came up at a run and poured their fire into the advancing enemy. Jackson led the troops he had rallied forward. The Stonewall Brigade fell upon the enemy's flank and drove them back with terrible slaughter. Other brigades came up, and there was a general charge along the whole Confederate line, and the Federals were driven back a mile beyond the position they had occupied at the commencement of the fight, to the shelter of some thick woods. 400 prisoners were taken, and over 5,000 small arms. The battle was known as Cedar Run, and it completely checked Pope's advance upon Richmond. The troops were too much exhausted to follow up their victory, but Jackson urged them to press forward. They moved a mile and a half in advance, and then found themselves so strongly opposed that Jackson, believing that the enemy must have received reinforcements, halted his men. Colonel Jones was sent forward to reconnoiter, and discovered that a large force had joined the enemy. For 2 days Jackson remained on the field he had won. His troops had been busy in burying the dead and collecting the wounded and sending them to the rear, and in gathering the arms thrown away by the enemy in their flight. Being assured that the enemy were now too strong to be attacked by the force under his command, Jackson fell back to Orange Courthouse. There was now a few days' delay. While masses of troops were on both sides moving toward the new field of action, McClellan marched his troops across the James Peninsula from Harrison's Landing to Yorktown, and there the greater portion were embarked in transports and taken up the Rappahannock to Aquia Creek, landed there, and marched to Fredericksburg. Lee, instead of attacking McClellan on his march across the peninsula, determined to take his army north at once to join Jackson and attack Pope before he was joined by McClellan's army. But Pope, although already largely in force, retired hastily and took up a new position so strongly fortified that he could not be attacked. General Stuart had come up with Lee and was in command of all the cavalry. "We shall see some work now," was the remark round by the fires of the 7th Virginia Cavalry. Hitherto, although they had been several times engaged with the Federals, they had been forced to remain, for the most part, inactive, owing to the vast superiority in force of the enemy's cavalry. But now that Stuart had come up, they felt certain that, whatever the disparity of numbers, there would soon be some dashing work to be done. Except when upon actual duty, the strict lines of military discipline were much relaxed among the cavalry, the troopers being almost all the sons of farmers and planters, and of equal social rank with their officers, many of whom were their personal friends or relatives. Several of Vincent's schoolfellows were in the ranks, 2 or 3 of them were fellow officers, and these often gathered together around a campfire and chatted over old school days and mutual friends. Many of these had already fallen, for the Virginian regiments of Stonewall Jackson's brigade had been terribly thinned, but the loss of so many friends and the knowledge that their own turn might come next did not suffice to lessen the high spirits of the young fellows. The hard work, the rough life, the exposure and hardship had braced and invigorated them all, and they were attaining a far more vigorous manhood than they would have ever possessed had they grown up in the somewhat sluggish, enervating life led by young planters. Many of these young men had, until the campaign began, never done half an hour's hard work in their lives. They had been waited upon by slaves, and their only existence had been riding. For months now they had almost lived in the saddle, had slept in the open air, and had thought themselves lucky if they could obtain a sufficient meal of the roughest food to satisfy their hunger once a day. In this respect, however, the cavalry were better off than their comrades of the infantry, for scouting as they did in small parties over a wide extent of country, they were sure of a meal and a hearty welcome whenever they could spare time to stop for half an hour at the house of a farmer. It is a glorious life, Wingfield. When we chatted over the future at school, we never dreamed of such a life as this, though some of us did talk of entering the army, but even then an occasional skirmish with Indians was the limit of our ideas. Yes, it is a glorious life, Vincent agreed. I cannot imagine anything more exciting. Of course, there is the risk of being shot, but somehow one never seems to think of that. There is always something to do and to think about, from the time one starts on a scout at daybreak to when one lies down at night. One's own senses are on a stretch. Besides, we are fighting in defense of our country, and not merely as a profession, though I don't suppose, after all, that makes much difference when one is once in for it. As far as I have read, all soldiers enjoy campaigning, and it does not seem to make any difference to them who are the foe or what they are fighting about. But I should like to feel a little more sure that we shall win in the long run. There was a chorus of indignant protests against there being any possible doubts as to the issue. Why, we have thrashed them every time we've met them, Wingfield. That is all very well, Vincent said. Here in Virginia we have held our own, and more than held it. We have beat back Scott and McClellan, and now we have thrashed Pope, and Stonewall Jackson has won a dozen battles in western Virginia. But you must remember that in other parts they are gradually closing in. All the ports not already taken are closely blockaded. They are pushing all along the lines of the great rivers, and worst of all, they can fill up their vacancies with Irishmen and Germans, and as fast as one army disappears, another takes its place. I believe we shall beat them again and again, and shall prove, as we have proved before, that one Southerner fighting for home and liberty is more than a match for 2 hired Germans or Irishmen, even with a good large sprinkling of Yankees among them. But in the long run, I am not sure that we shall win, for they can go on putting big armies into the field, while someday we must get used up. Of course, it is possible that we may someday capture Washington, and that the North may get weary of the tremendous drain of money and men caused by their attempt to conquer us. I hope it may be so, for I should like to think that we should win in the long run. I never feel any doubt about our winning a battle when we begin. My only fear is that we may get used up before the North are tired of it. I did not expect to hear you talk so, Wingfield, for you always seem to be in capital spirits. I am in capital spirits, Vincent replied, and ready to fight again and again, and always confident we shall lick the Yankees. The fact that I have a doubt whether in the long run we shall outlast them does not interfere in the slightest degree with my comfort at present. I am very sorry, though, that this fellow Pope is carrying on the war so brutally instead of in the manner in which General McClellan and the other commanders have waged it. His proclamation that the army must subsist upon the country it passes through gives a direct invitation to the soldiers to pillage, and his order that all farmers who refuse to take the oath to the Union are to be driven from their homes and sent down south means ruin to all the peaceful inhabitants, for there is scarcely a man in this part of Virginia who is not heartily with us. I hear, one of the other officers said, that a prisoner who was captured this morning says that Pope already sees that he has made a mistake, and that he yesterday issued a fresh order stating that the proclamation was not meant to authorize pillage. he finds that the inhabitants who before, whatever their private sentiments were, maintained a sort of neutrality, are now hostile, that they drove off their cattle into the woods, and even set fire to their stacks to prevent anything from being carried off by the Yanks, and his troops find the roads broken up and bridges destroyed, and all sorts of difficulties thrown in their way. It does not always pay, even in war, to be brutal. I am glad to see he has found his mistake so soon," another officer said. "McClellan waged war like a gentleman, and if the blackguards are to be allowed to carry fire and sword through the land, they will soon find it is a game that two can play, and matters will become horribly embittered." "We shall never do that," Vincent said. "Our generals are all gentlemen, and Lee and Jackson and many others are true Christians, as well as true soldiers, and I am sure they will never countenance that on our side, whatever the Northerners may do, we are ready to fight the hordes of Yankees and Germans and Irishmen as often as they advanced against us, but I am sure that none of us would fire a homestead or ill-treat defenseless men and women. It is a scandal that such brutalities are committed by the ruffians who call themselves Southerners. The guerrillas in Missouri and Tennessee are equally bad, whether on our side or the other, and if I were the president I would send down a couple of regiments and hunt down the fellows who bring dishonor on our cause. If the South cannot free herself without the aid of ruffians of this kind, she had better lay down her arms at once." "Bravo, Wingfield, spoken like a knight of chivalry," one of the others laughed. "But many of these bands have done good nevertheless. They have kept the enemy busy there, and occupied the attention of a very large force who might otherwise have been in the woods yonder with Pope. I agree with you. It would be better if the whole thing were fought out with large armies, but there is a good deal to be said for these bands you are so severe upon. They are composed of men who have been made desperate by seeing their farms harried and their buildings burned by the enemy. They have been denounced as traitors by their neighbors on the other side, and if they retaliate I don't know that they are to be altogether blamed. I know that if my place at home were burned down and my people insulted and ill-treated, I should be inclined to set off to avenge it." "So would I," Vincent agreed, "but it should be upon those who did the wrong, not upon innocent people." "That is all very well, but if the other side destroy your people's farms, it is only by showing them that two can play at that game that you can make them observe the laws of war. I grant it would be very much better that no such thing should take place, but if the Northerners begin this sort of work they may be sure that there will be retaliation. Anyhow, I am glad that I am an officer in the 7th Virginians and not a guerrilla leader in Missouri. Well, all this talking is dry work. Has no one got a full canteen?" "I have," Vincent said. "Dan managed to buy a gallon of rum at a farmhouse yesterday. I think the farmer was afraid that the enemy might be paying him a visit before many days, and thought it best to get rid of his spirits. Anyhow, Dan got the keg at ordinary city prices, as well as that couple of fine turkeys he is just bringing along over for our supper. So you'd better each get your ration of bread and fall to." There was a cheer as Dan placed the turkeys down in the center of the group, and soon the whole party, using their bread as plates, fell to upon them, and afterward joined in many a merry song, while Dan handed round the jar of spirits. End of chapter 8. Recording by Ryan Sherrick.
With Lee in Virginia by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Thornton, Miranda, New Zealand. With Lee in Virginia, Chapter 9, A Prisoner. The party round the fire were just about to disperse when the captain of Vincent's troop approached. He took the horn of spirits and water that Vincent held up to him and tossed it off. "That is the stirrup cup, Wingfield." "What? Are we for duty, Captain?" Vincent asked as he rose to his feet. "Yes, our troop and Harper's are to muster. Get the men together quietly. I think it's a serious business. Each of the regiments furnish other troops, and I believe Stuart himself takes the command." "That sounds like work indeed," Vincent said. "I will go get the troop together, sir." "There are to be no trumpet calls, Wingfield. We are to get off as quietly as possible." Most of the men were already fast asleep, but as soon as they learned that there was a prospect of active work, all were full of life and animation. The girths of the saddles were tightened, swords buckled on, and revolvers carefully examined before being placed in the holsters. Many of the men carried repeating rifles, and the magazines were filled before these were slung across the riders' shoulders. In a few minutes the 3 troops were mounted and in readiness for a start, and almost directly afterwards Colonel Jones himself rode up and took the command. A thrill of satisfaction ran through the men as he did so, for it was certain that he would not himself be going in command of the detachment unless the occasion was an important one. For a few minutes no one made a move. "I suppose the others are going to join us here," Vincent said to the officer next to him. "I suppose so," he replied. "We lie in the middle of the cavalry brigade with 2 regiments each side of us, so it's likely enough that this is the gathering place." "Yes, I can hear the tramping of horses." "And I felt a spot of rain," Vincent said. "It has been lightning for some time. I fear we're in for a wet ride." The contingent from the other regiments soon arrived, and just as the last came up, General Stuart himself appeared and took his place at the head of the party, now some 500 strong. Short as the time had been since Vincent felt the first drop, the rain was now coming down in torrents. One by one the bright flames of the fires died down, and the darkness became so intense that Vincent could scarcely see the officer on his right hand. "I hope the man who rode up with the general, and is no doubt to be our guide, knows the country well. It's no joke finding our way through a forest on a night such as this." "I believe Stuart's got eyes like a cat," the officer said. "Sometimes on a dark night he's come galloping up to a post where I was in command, when one could scarcely see one's hand before one. It never seems to make any difference to him. Night or day he rides about at a gallop." "He trusts his horse," Vincent said. "That's the only way in the dark. They can see a lot better than we can, and if men would but let them go their own way instead of trying to guide them, they would seldom run against anything. The only thing is to lie well down on the horse's neck, otherwise one might get swept out of the saddle by a bough. It's a question of nerve. I think not many of us would do as Stuart does, and trust himself entirely to his horse's instinct." The word was now passed down the line that perfect silence was to be observed, and that they were to move forward in column, the ranks closing up as much as possible, so as not to lose touch of each other. With heads bent down and blankets wrapped round them as cloaks, the cavalry rode off through the pouring rain. The thunder was clashing overhead, and the flashes of the lightning enabled them to keep their places in close column. They went at a rapid trot, and even those who were ready to charge a body of the enemy, however numerous, without a moment's hesitation, experienced a feeling of nervousness as they rode on in the darkness through the thick forest on their unknown errand. That they were going northward they knew, and knew also after a short time that they must be entering the lines of the enemy. They saw no signs of watch-fires, for these would long since have been quenched by the downpour. After half an hour's brisk riding, all knew by the sharp sound of the beat of the horses' hoofs that they left the soft track through the forest and were now upon a regular road. "Thank goodness for that," said Vincent, in a low tone, to his next neighbour. "I don't mind a brush with the enemy, but I own I don't like the idea that at any moment my brains may be knocked out by a branch of a tree." "I quite agree with you," the other replied, "and I fancy every man felt the same." There was no doubt as to this. Hitherto no sound had been heard save the jingling of the accoutrement and the dull heavy sound of the horse's tread, but now there could be heard mingled with these the buzz of voices, and occasionally a low laugh. They were so accustomed to wet that the soaking scarce inconvenienced them. They were out of the forest now, and felt sure of their guide, and as to the enemy, they only longed to discover them. For another hour the rapid advance continued, and all felt sure that they must now have penetrated through the enemy's lines and be well in his rear. At last they heard a challenge of sentry. Then Stuart's voice shouted, "Charge!" and at a full gallop they rode into the village at Catlet's Station, on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, where General Pope had his headquarters. Another minute, and they were in the midst of the enemy's camp, where the wildest confusion reigned. The Federal officers rushed from their tents and made off into the darkness, but the soldiers who were lying on the line of the railroad leapt to their feet and opened a heavy fire upon their invisible foes. Against this the cavalry, broken up in the camp, with its tents, its animals, and its piles of baggage, could do little, for it was impossible to form them up in a broken and unknown ground. The quarters of Pope were soon discovered. He himself had escaped, leaving his coat and hat behind. Many of his officers were captured, and in his quarters were found a box of official papers which were invaluable, as among them were copies of his letters asking for reinforcements, lists giving the strength and position of his troops, and other particulars of the greatest value to the Confederates. No time was lost, as the firing would set the whole Federal army on alert, and they might find their retreat cut off. Therefore, placing their prisoners in the centre and taking the box of papers with them, the cavalry were called off from the camp, and without delay started on their return ride. They did not take the road by which they had come, but made a long detour, and just as daylight was breaking, re-entered the Confederate lines without having encountered a foe from the time of their leaving Catlett's Station. Short as their stay in the camp had been, few of the men had returned empty-handed. The Northern army was supplied with an abundance of excellent food of all descriptions, forming the strongest possible contrast to the insufficient rations upon which the Confederate troops existed, and the troopers had helped themselves to whatever they could lay their hands upon in the darkness and confusion. Some rode in with a ham slung on each side of their saddle. Others had secured a bottle or two of wine or spirits. Some had been fortunate enough to lay hands on some tins of coffee or a canister of tea, luxuries which for months had been unknown to them, save as when they were captured from the enemy. The only article captured of no possible utility was General Pope's coat, which was sent to Richmond, where it was hung up for public inspection, a wag sticking up a paper beside it. "This is the coat in which General Pope was going to ride in triumph into Richmond. The coat is here, but the general has not yet arrived." The Confederates had lost but 2 or 3 men from the fire of the Federal infantry. They were in high spirits at the success of their raid. No sooner had General Lee informed himself of the contents of the papers and the position of the enemy's forces than he determined to strike a heavy blow at him, and General Jackson, who had been sharply engaged with the enemy near Warrenton, was ordered to make a long detour, to cross the Blue Ridge Mountains through the Thoroughfare Gap, to fall upon Pope's rear and cut his communications with Washington, and if possible to destroy the vast depot of stores collected at Manassas. The cavalry under Stuart were to accompany him. The march would be a tremendous one, the danger of thus venturing into the heart of the enemy's country immense, but the results of such an expedition would, if successful, be great, for Lee himself was to advance with his army on Pope's flank, and there was therefore a possibility of the utter defeat of that general before he could be joined by the army marching to reinforce him from Fredericksburg. It was on Monday the 25th of August that Jackson started on his march, ascending the banks of the Rappahannock, and crossed the river at a ford, dragging his artillery with difficulty up the narrow and rocky road beyond. There was not a moment to be lost, for if the news reached the enemy, the gorge known as Thoroughfare Gap would be occupied, and the whole object of the movement be defeated. Onward the force pushed, pressing on through fields and lanes without a single halt, until at night, hungry and weary but full of spirit, they marched into the little town of Salem, 20 miles from their starting place. They had neither wagons nor provisions with them, and had nothing to eat but some ears of corn and green apples plucked on the road. It was midnight when they reached Salem, and the inhabitants turned out in blank amazement at the sight of Confederate troops in that region, and welcomed the weary soldiers with the warmest manifestations. At daylight they were again upon the march, with Stuart's cavalry, as before, out upon each flank. Thoroughfare Gap was reached, and found undefended, and after 30 miles marching the exhausted troops reached the neighbourhood of Manassas. The men were faint from want of food, and many of them limped along barefooted, but they were full of enthusiasm. Just at sunset, Stuart, riding on ahead, captured Bristoe, a station on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, 4 miles from Manassas. As they reached it, a train came along at full speed. It was fired at, but did not stop, and got safely through to Manassas. 2 trains that followed were captured, but by this time the alarm had spread, and no more trains arrived. Jackson had gained his point. He had placed himself in the line of communication of the enemy, but his position was a dangerous one indeed. Lee, who was following him, was still far away. An army was marching from Fredericksburg against him. Another would be dispatched from Washington as soon as the news of his presence was known, and Pope might turn and crush him before Lee could arrive to his assistance. Worn out as the troops were, it was necessary at once to gain possession of Manassas, and the 21st North Carolina and 21st Georgia volunteered for the service, and, joined by Stuart with a portion of his cavalry, marched against it. After a brief contest the place was taken, the enemy stationed there being all taken prisoners. The amount of arms and stores captured was prodigious: 8 pieces of artillery, 250 horses, 3 locomotives, and tens of thousands of barrels of beef, pork, and flour, with an enormous quantity of public stores, and the contents of innumerable sutlers' shops. The sight of this vast abundance to starving men was tantalizing in the extreme. It was impossible to carry any of it away, and all that could be done was to have at least one good meal. The troops, therefore, were marched in, and each helped himself to as much as he could consume, and the ragged and barefooted men feasted upon tinned salmon and lobsters, champagne and dainties of every description forwarded for the use of officers. Then they set to work to pile the enormous mass of stores together, and to set it on fire. While they were engaged at this, a brigade of New Jersey troops, which had come out from Washington to save Manassas, was attacked and utterly routed. Ewell's division had remained at Bristoe, while those of Hill and Jackson moved to Manassas. In the course of the afternoon, Ewell saw the whole of Pope's army marching against him. He held them in check for some hours, and thus gave the troops at Manassas time to destroy completely the vast accumulation of stores. And when Stuart's cavalry, covering the retreat, fell back at nightfall through Manassas, nothing but blackened cinders remained where the Federal depots had been situated. The blow to the Northerners was as heavy as it was unexpected. Pope had no longer either provisions for his men or forage for his cattle, and there was nothing left for him but to force his way past Jackson and retire upon Washington. Jackson had now the option of falling back and allowing the enemy to pass, or of withstanding the whole Federal army with his own little force until Lee came up to the rescue. He chose the latter course, and took up a strong position. The sound of firing at Thoroughfare Gap was audible, and he knew that Longstreet's division of Lee's army was hotly engaged with a force which, now that it was too late, had been sent to hold the gorge. It was nearly sunset before Pope brought up his men to the attack. Jackson did not stand on the defensive, but rushed down and attacked the enemy. His object had been to pass the position and press on, with such vigour that at 9 o'clock they fell back. An hour later a horseman rode up with the news that Longstreet had passed the gap and was pressing on at full speed, and in the morning his forces were seen approaching, the line they were taking bringing them up at an angle to Jackson's position. Thus their formation as they arrived was that of an open V, and it was through the angle of this V that Pope had to force his way. Before Longstreet could arrive, however, the enemy hurled themselves upon Jackson, and for hours the Confederates held their own against the vast Federal army, Longstreet's force being too far away to lend them a hand. Ammunition failed, and the soldiers fought with piles of stones, but night fell without any impression being made upon those veterans. General Lee now came up with General Hood's division, and hurled this against the Federals, and drove them back. In the evening Longstreet's force took up the position General Lee had assigned to it, and in the morning all the Confederate army had arrived, and the battle recommenced. The struggle was long and terrible, but by nightfall every attack had been repulsed, and the Confederates, advancing on all sides, drove the Northerners, a broken and confused crowd, before them, the darkness alone saving them from utter destruction. Had there been but one more hour of daylight, the defeat would have been as complete as was that in the Battle of Bull Run, which had been fought on precisely the same ground. However, under cover of darkness the Federals retreated to Centreville, whence they were driven on the following day. In the tremendous fighting in which Jackson's command had for 3 long days been engaged, the cavalry bore a comparatively small part.
The Federal artillery was too powerful to permit the employment of large bodies of cavalry, and although from time to time changes were made when an opportunity seemed to offer itself, the battle was fought out by the infantry and the artillery. When the end came, Jackson's command was, for a time, hors de combat. During the long 2 days' march they had at least gathered corn and apples to sustain life, but during these 3 days' fighting they had had no food whatever, and many were so weak that they could no longer march. They had done all that was possible for men to do, had for 2 days withstood the attack of an enemy of 5 times their numbers, and had on the final day borne their full share in the great struggle. But now the greater part could do no more. Thousands of men were unable to drag themselves a step further, and Lee's army was reduced in strength for the time by nearly 20,000 men. All these afterward rejoined it, some as soon as they recovered and limped away to take their places in the ranks again. Others made their way to the depot at Warrenton, where Lee had ordered that all unable to rejoin his force should rendezvous until he returned and they were able to rejoin their regiments. Jackson marched away and laid siege to Harper's Ferry, an important depot garrisoned by 11,000 men, who were forced to surrender just as McClellan, with a fresh army, 100,000 strong, which was pressing forward to its succour, arrived within a day's march. As soon as Jackson had taken the place, he hurried away with his troops to join Lee, who was facing the enemy at the Antietam River. Here upon the following day another terrible battle was fought. The Confederates, though but 39,000 strong, repulsing every attack by the Federals, and driving them with terrible slaughter back across the river. Their own loss, however, had been very heavy, and Lee, knowing that he could expect no assistance, while the enemy were constantly receiving reinforcements, waited for a day to collect his wounded, bury his dead, and send his stores and artillery to the rear, and then retired unpursued across the Rappahannock. Thus the hard-fought campaign came to an end. Vincent Wingfield was not with the army that retired across the Rappahannock. A portion of the cavalry had followed the broken Federals to the very edge of the stream, and just as they reined in their horses, a round shot from one of the Federal batteries carried away his cap, and he fell as if dead from his horse. During the night some of the Northerners crossed the stream to collect and bring back their own wounded who had fallen near it, and coming across Vincent, and finding that he still breathed, and was apparently without a wound, they carried him back to them across the river as a prisoner. Vincent had indeed escaped without a wound, having been only stunned by the passage of the shot that had carried away his cap, and missed him by the fraction of an inch. He had begun to recover consciousness just as his captors came up, and the action of carrying him completely restored him. That he had fallen into the hands of the Northerners he was well aware, but he was unable to imagine how this had happened. He remembered that the Confederates had been, up to that moment when he fell, completely successful, and he could only imagine that in a subsequent attack the Federals had turned the tables upon them. How he himself had fallen, or what had happened to him, he had no idea. Beyond a strange feeling of numbness in the head, he was conscious of no injury, and he could only imagine that his horse had been shot under him, and that he must have fallen upon his head. The thought that his favourite horse was killed afflicted him almost as much as his own capture. As soon as his captors perceived that their prisoner's consciousness had returned, they at once reported that an officer of Stuart's cavalry had been taken, and at daybreak next morning General McClellan, on rising, was acquainted with the fact, and Vincent was conducted to his tent. "You are unwounded, sir?" the general said in some surprise. "I am, General," Vincent replied. "I do not know how it happened, but I believe that my horse must have been shot under me, and that I must have been thrown and stunned. However, I remember nothing from the moment when I heard the word 'halt' just as we reached the side of the stream, to that when I found myself being carried here." "You belong to the cavalry?" "Yes, sir." "Was Lee's force all engaged today?" "I do not know," Vincent said. "I only came up with Jackson's division from Harper's Ferry the evening before." "I need not have questioned you," McClellan said. "I know that Lee's whole army, 100,000 strong, opposed me yesterday." Vincent was silent. He was glad to see that the Federal general, as usual, enormously overrated the strength of the force opposed to him. "I hear that the whole of the garrison of Harper's Ferry was released on parole, not to serve again during the war. If you are ready to give me your promise to the same effect, I will allow you to return to your friends. If not, you must remain a prisoner until you are regularly exchanged." "I must do so then, General," Vincent said quietly. "I could not return home and remain inactive while every man in the South is fighting for the defense of his country, so I will take my chance of being exchanged." "I am sorry that you choose that alternative," McClellan said. "I hate to see brave men imprisoned, if only for a day, and braver men than those across yonder stream are not to be found. My officers and men are astonished. They seem to be so thin and worn as to scarce be able to lift a musket. Their clothes are fit only for a scarecrow. They are indeed pitiful objects to look at, but the way in which they fight is wonderful. I could not have believed, had I not seen it, that men could have charged as they did again and again across ground swept by a tremendous artillery and musketry fire. It was wonderful. I can tell you, young sir, that even though you beat us, we are proud of you as our countrymen, and I believe that if your General Jackson were to ride through our camp, he would be cheered as lustily and heartily by our men as he is by his own." Some 50 or 60 other prisoners had been taken. They had been captured in the hand-to-hand struggle that had taken place on some parts of the field, having got separated from their corps and mixed up with the enemy, and carried off the field with them as they retired. These for the most part accepted the offered parole, but some 15, like Vincent, preferred a northern prison to promising to abstain from fighting in defence of their country, and in the middle of the day they were placed together in a tent under a guard at the rear of the camp. The next morning came the news that Lee had fallen back. There was exultation among the Federals, not unmingled with a strong sense of relief. for the heavy losses inflicted in the previous fighting had taken all the ardour out of the attack of McClellan's army, and they were glad indeed that they were not to be called upon to make another attempt to drive the Confederates from their position. Vincent was no less pleased at the news. He knew how thin were the ranks of the Confederate fighting men, and how greatly they were worn and exhausted by fatigue and want of food, and that, although the day before they had repulsed the attacks of the masses of well-fed Northerners, such tremendous exertions could not often be repeated, and a defeat, with the river in their rear, approachable only by one rough and narrow road, would have meant a total destruction of the army. The next morning Vincent and his companions were put into the train and sent to Alexandria. They had no reason to complain of their treatment upon the way. They were well fed, and after their starvation diet for the last 6 weeks, their rations seemed to them actually luxurious. The Federal troops in Alexandria, who were for the most part young recruits who had just arrived from the north and west, looked with astonishment upon these thin and ragged men, several of whom were barefooted. Was it possible that such scarecrows as these could in every battle have driven back the well-fed and cared-for Northern soldiers? "Are they all like this?" one burly young soldier from a western state asked their guard. "That's them, sir," the sergeant in charge of the party replied. "Not much to look at, are they? But, by gosh, you should see them fight. You wouldn't think of their looks then." "That's soldiering," the young farmer said solemnly. "The sooner I'm back home again the better. But it don't seem to me altogether strange, as they should fight so hard, as I should say they must look upon it as a comfort to be killed, rather than to live like that." A shout of laughter from the prisoners showed the young rustic that the objects of his pity did not consider life to be altogether intolerable, even under such circumstances, and he moved away meditating on the discomforts of war, and upon the remarks that would be made were he to return home in such a sorrowful plight as that of the Confederate prisoners. "I bargained to fight," he said, "and though I don't expect I shall like it, I shan't draw back when the time comes. As to being starved till you're nigh a skeleton, and going about barefooted, and in such rags as a tramp wouldn't look at, it ain't reasonable." And yet, had he known it, among these 15 prisoners more than half were possessors of wide estates, and had been brought up from their childhood in the midst of luxuries such as the young farmer never dreamed of. Among many of the soldiers sympathy took a more active form, and men pressed forward and gave packets of tobacco, cigars, and other little presents to them, while 2 or 3 pressed rolls of dollar notes into their hands, with words of rough kindness. "There ain't no ill feeling in us, Rebs. You've done your work like men, and no doubt you thinks your cause is right, just as we does. But it's all over now, and maybe our turn will come next to see the inside of one of your prisons down south. So we're just soldiers together, and can feel for each other." Discipline in small matters was never strictly enforced in the American armies, and the sergeant in charge offered no opposition to the soldiers mingling with the prisoners as they walked along. 2 days later they were sent by railway to the great prison at Elmira, a town in the southwest of the state of New York. When they reached the jail the prisoners were separated, Vincent, who was the only officer, being assigned quarters with some 20 others of the same rank. The prisoners crowded round him as he entered, eager to hear the last news from the front, for they heard from their guards only news of constant victories won by the Northerners. For every defeat was transformed by the Northern papers into a brilliant victory, and it was only when the shattered remains of the various armies returned to Alexandria to be reformed that the truth gradually leaked out. Thus Antietam had been claimed as a great Northern victory, for although McClellan's troops had in the battle been hurled back, shattered, and broken across the river, 2 days afterwards Lee had retired. One of the prisoners, who was also dressed in cavalry uniform, hung back from the rest, and going to the window looked out while Vincent was chatting with the others. Presently he turned round, and Vincent recognized with surprise his old opponent Jackson. After a moment's hesitation he walked across the room to him. "Jackson," he said, "as we have not been friends lately, but I don't see why we should keep up our quarrel any longer. We've got on all right at school together, and now we are prisoners together here, and it would be foolish to continue our quarrel. Perhaps we were both somewhat to blame, in that affair at least. I am quite willing to allow I was, for one, but I think we might well put it aside now." Jackson hesitated, and then took the hand Vincent held out to him. "That's right, young fellows," one of the other officers said. "Now that every Southern gentleman is fighting and giving his life, if need be, for his country, no one has a right to have private quarrels of his own. Life is short enough as it is, certainly too short to indulge in private animosities. A few weeks ago we were fighting side by side, and facing death together. Today we are prisoners. A week hence we may be exchanged, and soon take our places in the ranks again. It's the duty of all Southerners to stand shoulder to shoulder, and there ought to be no such thing as ill feeling amongst ourselves." Vincent was not previously aware that Jackson had obtained a commission. He now learned that he had been chosen by his comrades to fill a vacancy caused by the death of an officer in a skirmish just before Pope fell back from the Rappahannock, and that he had been made a prisoner a few days afterwards in a charge against a greatly superior body of Federal cavalry. The great majority of the officers on both sides were at the commencement of the war chosen by their comrades, the elections at first taking place once a year. This, however, was found to act very badly. In some cases the best men in the regiment were chosen, but too often men who had the command of money and could afford to stand treat and get in supplies of food and spirits were elected. The evils of the system were found so great indeed that it was gradually abandoned, but in cases of vacancies occurring in the field, and there being a necessity for at once filling them up, the colonels of the regiments had power to make appointments, and if the choice of the men was considered to be satisfactory, their nominee would be generally chosen. In the case of Jackson, the colonel had hesitated in confirming the choice of the men. He did not for a moment suspect him to be wanting in courage, but he regarded him as one who shirked his work, and who won the votes of the men rather by a fluent tongue and by the violence of his expression of hatred against the North than by any soldierly qualities. Some of the officers had been months in prison, and they were highly indignant at the delays that had occurred in effecting their exchange. The South, indeed, would have been only too glad to get rid of some of their numerous prisoners, who were simply an expense and trouble to them, and to get their own men back into their ranks. They could ill spare the soldiers required to guard so large a number of prisoners, and a supply of food was in itself a serious matter. Thus it was that at Harper's Ferry and upon a good many other occasions they released vast numbers of prisoners on their simple paroles not to serve again. The North, however, were in no hurry to make exchange, and moreover their hands were so full with their enormous preparations that they put aside all matters which had not the claim of urgency. End of chapter 9.
With Lee in Virginia by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Thornton, Miranda, New Zealand. With Lee in Virginia, Chapter 10, The Escape. The discipline in the prison at Elmira was not rigorous. The prisoners had to clean up the cells, halls and yard, but the rest of their time they could spend as they liked. Some of those whose friends had money were able to live in comparative luxury, and to assist those who had no such resources, for throughout the war there was never any great difficulty in passing letters to and from the South. The line of frontier was enormous, and it was only at certain points that hostilities were actively carried on. Consequently letters and newspapers were freely passed, and money could be sent in the same way from one part of the country to another. At certain hours of the day, hawkers and vendors of such articles as were in most demand by the prisoners were allowed to enter the yard and to sell their wares to the Confederates. Spirits were not allowed to be carried in, but tobacco and all kinds of food were permitted to pass. Vincent had at Alexandria written a letter to his mother, and had given it to a man who represented that he made it his business to forward letters to an agent at Richmond, being paid for each letter the sum of $1 on its delivery. Vincent therefore felt confident that the anxiety that would be felt at home when they learned that he was among the missing at the Battle of Antietam would be relieved. He was fairly supplied with money. He had, indeed, had several $100s with him at the time he was captured, but these were entirely in Confederate notes, for which he got but half their value in Northern paper at Alexandria. He himself found the rations supplied in the prison ample, and was able to aid any of his fellow prisoners in purchasing clothes to replace the rags they wore when captured. One day Vincent strolled down as usual towards the gate, where, under the eye of the guard, a row of men and women, principally negroes and negresses, were sitting on the ground with their baskets in front of them, containing tobacco, pipes, fruit, cakes, needles and thread, buttons, and a variety of other articles in demand, while a number of prisoners were bargaining and joking with them. Presently his eye fell upon a negro before whom was a great pile of watermelons. He started as he did so, for he at once recognized the well-known face of Dan.
As soon as the negro saw that his master's eye had fallen upon him, he began loudly praising the quality of his fruit. "Here, massa officer, here very fine melons, ripe and sweet, no green trash. Dis and good right through. 5 cents each, sir. Very cheap, these." "I expect they cost you nothing, Sambo," one of the Confederate soldiers said as he bought a melon. "Got a neighbor's patch handy, eh?" Dan grinned at the joke, and then selecting another from the bottom of his pile in the basket, offered it to Vincent. "Dis fine fruit, sir. Me sure you'll be pleased with him." Vincent took the melon and handed Dan 5 cents. A momentary glance was exchanged, and then he walked away and sat down in a quiet corner of the yard and cut open the melon. As he expected, he found a note rolled up in the center. A small piece of the rind had been cut out and the pulp removed for its reception. The bit of rind had then been carefully replaced so that the cut would not be noticed without close inspection. It was from one of his fellow officers, and was dated the day after his capture. He read as follows: "My dear Wingfield, we are all delighted this afternoon to hear that instead, as we had believed, of your being knocked on the head, you are a prisoner among the Yanks. Several of us noted you fall as we halted at the river, and we all thought that from the way in which you fell you had been shot through the head or heart. However, there was no time to inquire in that terrific storm of shot and shell. In the morning, when the burying parties went down, we could find no signs of you, although we knew almost to a foot where you had fallen. We could only conclude at last that you had been carried off in the night by the Yanks, and as they would hardly take the trouble of carrying off a dead body, it occurred to us that you might be, after all, alive. So the colonel went to Lee, who at once sent a trumpeter with a flag down the river to inquire, and we were all mightily pleased, as you may imagine, when he came back with the news that you were not only a prisoner, but unwounded, having been only stunned in some way. From the way you fell, we suppose a round shot must have grazed your head. At least that is the only way we can account for it all. Your horse came back unhurt to the troop, and will be well cared for until you rejoin us, which we hope will not be long. Your boy kept the camp awake last night with his howlings, and is at present almost out of his mind with delight. He tells me he has made up his mind to slip across the lines and make his way as a runaway to Alexandria, where you will, of course, be taken in the first place. He says he's got some money of yours, but I have insisted on his taking another $50, which you can repay me when we next meet. As he will not have to ask for work, he may well escape the usual lot of runaways, who are generally pounced upon and set to work on the fortifications of Alexandria and Washington. He intends to find out what prison you are taken to, and to follow you, with some vague idea of being able to aid you to escape. As he cannot write, he's asked me to write this letter to you, telling you what his idea is. He will give it to you when he finds an opportunity, and he wishes you to give him an answer, making any suggestion that may occur to you as the best way of his setting about it. He says that he shall make some acquaintances amongst the negroes north, or will find someone who will read your note to him and write you an answer. I have told him that if he is caught at the game, he's likely to be inside a prison a bit longer than you are, even if worse doesn't befall him. However, he makes light of this, and is bent upon carrying out his plans, and I can only hope he will succeed. I have just heard that we shall fall back across the Rappahannock tomorrow, and I imagine there will not be much hard fighting again until spring, long before which I hope you will be in your place amongst us again. We lost 23 men and 2 officers, Kepler and Sumner, yesterday. Goodbye, old fellow. I need not say keep up your spirits, for you are pretty sure to do that. Yours truly, James Sinclair. After the first start at seeing Dan, Vincent was scarcely surprised, for he had often thought over what the boy would do, and had fancied that while, if he had supposed him dead, he would go straight back to the Orangery, it was quite possible that, should he hear he was a prisoner, Dan might take it into his head to endeavour to join him. As to his making his escape, that did not appear to be a very difficult undertaking now that he had a friend outside. The watch kept up was not a very vigilant one, for such numbers of prisoners were taken on both sides that they were not regarded as of very great importance, and indeed the difficulty lay rather in making across the country to the southern border than escaping from prison. For with a friend outside, with a disguise in readiness, that matter was comparatively easy. All that was required for the adventure was a long rope, a sharp file, and a dark night. The chief difficulty that occurred to Vincent arose from the fact that there were some 20 other prisoners in the same ward. He could hardly file through the bars of the window unnoticed by them, and they would naturally wish to share in his flight. But where one person might succeed in evading the vigilance of the guard, it was unlikely in the extreme that 20 would do so, and the alarm once given, all would be recaptured. He was spared the trouble of making up his mind as to his plans, for by the time he had finished his letter, the hour that the hucksters were allowed to sell their goods was past, and the gates were shut, and all was quiet. After some thought he came to the conclusion that the only plan would be to conceal himself somewhere in the prison just before the hour at which they were locked up in their wards. The alarm would be given, for the list of names was called over before lock-up, and a search would of course be made. Still, if he could find a good place for concealment, it might succeed, since the search after dark would not be so close and minute as that which would be made the next morning. The only disadvantage would be that the sentries would be especially on the alert, as, unless the fugitive had succeeded in some way in passing out of the gates in disguise, he must still be within the walls, and might attempt to scale them through the night. This certainty largely increased the danger, and Vincent went to bed that night without finally determining what had better be done. The next morning, while walking in the grounds, he quite determined as to the place he would choose for his concealment if he adopted the plan he had thought of the evening before. The lower rooms upon one side of the building were inhabited by the governor and officers of the prison, and if he were to spring through an open window unnoticed just as it became dusk, and hide himself in a cupboard or under a bed there, he would be safe for a time, as, however close the search might be in other parts of the building, it would be scarcely suspected, at any rate on the first alarm, that he had concealed himself in the officers' quarters. There would of course be the chance of his being detected as he got out of the window again at night, but this would not be a great risk. It was the vigilance of the sentries that he feared most, and the possibility that, as soon as the fact of his being missing was known, a cordon of guards might be stationed outside the wall in addition to those in the yard. The danger appeared to him to be so great that he was half inclined to abandon the enterprise. It would certainly be weary work to be shut up there for perhaps a year while his friends were fighting the battles of his country, but it would be better after all to put up with that than to run any extreme risk of being shot. When he had arrived at this conclusion, he went upstairs to his room to write a line to Dan. The day was a fine one, and he found that the whole of the occupants of the room had gone below. This was an unexpected bit of good fortune, and he at once went to the window and examined the bars. They were thick and of new iron, but had been hastily put up. The building had originally been a large warehouse, and when it had been converted into a prison for the Confederate prisoners, the bars had been added to the windows. Instead, therefore, of being built into solid stone and fastened in by lead, they were merely screwed onto the wooden framework of the windows, and by a strong turn screw a bar could be removed in 5 minutes. This altogether altered the position. He had only to wait until the rest of the occupants of the room were asleep, and then to remove the bar and let himself down. He at once wrote, "I want 20 yards of strong string, and the same length of rope that will bear my weight, also a strong turn screw. When I've got this I will let you know, night and hour. Shall want disguise ready to put on." He folded the note up into a small compass, and at the hour at which Dan would be about to enter, he sauntered down to the gate. In a short time the vendors entered, and were soon busy selling their wares. Dan had, as before, a basket of melons. Vincent made his way up to him. "I want another melon," he said, "as good as the one you gave me last night." "Do you the same, sir. First-rate millions, those, just melt away in your mouth like honey." He held up one of the melons, and Vincent placed in his hands the coppers in payment. Between two of them he had placed the little note. Dan's hands closed quickly on the coins, and dropping them into his pocket, he addressed the next customer, while Vincent sauntered away again. This time the melon was a whole one, and Vincent divided it with a couple of other prisoners, for the fruit was too large for one person to consume, being quite as large as a man's head. The next day another melon was bought, but this time Vincent did not open it in public. Examining it closely, he perceived that it had been cut through the middle, and no doubt contained a portion of the rope. He hesitated as to his next step. If he took the melon up to his room he would be sure to find some men there, and would be naturally called upon to divide the fruit, and yet there was nowhere else he could hide it. For a long time he sat with his back to the wall and the melon beside him, abusing himself for his folly in not having told Dan to send the rope in small lengths that he could hide about him. The place where he had sat down was one of the quietest in the yard, but men were constantly strolling up and down. He determined at last that the only possible plan was in the first place to throw his coat over his melon, to tuck it up underneath it, and then to get hold of one end of the ball of rope that it doubtless contained, and to endeavour to wind it round his body without being observed. It was a risky business, and he would gladly have tossed the melon over the wall had he dared to do so. If he were detected, not only would he be punished with much more severe imprisonment, but Dan might be arrested and punished most severely. Unfortunately, the weather was by no means hot, and it would look strange to take off his coat. Besides, if he did so, how could he coil the rope around him without being observed? So that idea was abandoned. He got up and walked to an angle in the wall, and there sat down again, concealing the melon as well as he could between him and the wall when anyone happened to come near him. He pulled the halves apart, and found, as he suspected, it was but a shell, the whole of the fruit having been scooped out. But he gave an exclamation of pleasure on seeing that instead, as he feared, of a large ball of rope being inside, the interior was filled with neatly made hanks, each containing several yards of thin but strong rope, together with a hank of strong string. Unbuttoning his coat, he thrust them in. Then he took the melon rind and broke it into very small pieces and threw them about. He then went up to his room and thrust the hanks unobserved one by one amongst the straw which, covered by an army blanket, constituted his bed. Tomorrow, no doubt, Dan would supply him somehow with a turn-screw. On going down to the gate next day, he found that the negro had changed his commodity, and that this time his basket contained very large and fine cucumbers. These were selling briskly, and Vincent saw that Dan was looking around anxiously, and that an expression of relief came over his face as he perceived him. He had indeed but 8 or 10 cucumbers left. "Cucumbers today, sir. Very fine cucumbers. First-rate cucumbers, these." "They look rather overripe," said Vincent. "Not a bit, sir. They just ripe. This very fine one. 10 cents, this." "You are putting up your prices, darky, and are making a fortune out of us," Vincent said as he took the cucumber, which was a very large and straight one. He had no difficulty with this, as with the melon. A sharp twist broke it in two as he reached the corner he had used the day previously. It had been cut in half. One end had been scooped out for the reception of the handle of a turn-screw, and the metal being driven into the head of the other half. Hiding it under his jacket, he felt that he was now prepared for escape. He now asked himself whether he should go alone or take one or more of his comrades into his confidence, and finally determined to give a young Virginian officer named Geary, with whom he had been specially friendly during his imprisonment, and Jackson, a chance of escape. He did not like the latter, but he thought that after the reconciliation that had taken place between them, it was only right to take him rather than a stranger. Drawing them aside, then, he told them that he had arranged a mode of escape. It was impossible that all could avail themselves of it, but they were welcome to accompany him. They thanked him heartily for the offer, and, when he explained the manner in which he intended to make off, agreed to try their fortune with him. "I propose," he said, "as soon as we are fairly beyond the prison, we separate, and each try to gain the frontier as best he can. The fact that 3 prisoners have escaped will soon be known all over the country. There will be no chance whatever for us if we keep together. I will tell my boy to have 3 disguises ready, and when we once put aside our uniforms, I see no reason why, travelling separately, suspicion should fall upon us. We ought to have no difficulty until at any rate we arrive near the border, and there must be plenty of points where we can cross without going anywhere near the Federal camps." The others at once agreed that the chances of making their way separately were much greater than if together. This being arranged, Vincent passed a note next day to Dan, telling him to have 3 disguises in readiness, and to be at the foot of the western wall, halfway along, at 12 o'clock on the first wet night. A string would be thrown over, with a knife fastened to it. He was to pull on the string till the rope came into his hand, and to hold that tight until they were over. Vincent chose this spot because it was equally removed from the sentry boxes at the corner of the yard, and because there was a stone seat in the yard to which one end of the rope could be attached. That night was fine, but the next was thick and misty. At 9 o'clock all were in bed, and he lay listening to the clocks in the distance. 10 struck, and 11, and when he thought it was approaching 12, he got up and crept to the window. He was joined immediately by the others. The turn-screw was set to work, and, as he expected, Vincent found no trouble whatever with the screws, which were not yet rusted in the wood, and turned immediately when the powerful screwdriver was applied to them. When all were out, the bar was carefully lifted from its place and laid upon the floor. The rope was then put round one of the other bars and drawn through it until the 2 ends came together. These were then dropped to the ground below. Geary went first, Jackson followed, and Vincent was soon standing beside them. Taking one end of the rope, he pulled it until the other passed round the bar and fell at their feet. All three were barefooted, and they stole noiselessly across the yard to the seat, which was nearly opposite their window. Vincent had already fastened his clasp knife to the end of the string, and now threw it over the wall, which was about 20 feet high. He had tied a knot at 40 feet from the end, and, standing close to the wall, he drew in the string until the knot was in his hand. Another 2 yards, and he knew that the knife was hanging a yard from the ground against the wall. He now drew it up and down, hoping that the slight noise the knife made against the wall might aid Dan in finding it. In 2 or 3 minutes he felt a jerk, and he knew that Dan had got it. He fastened the end of the string to the rope and waited. The rope was gradually drawn up. When it neared the end, he fastened it to the stone seat. "Now," he said, "up you go, Geary." The order in which they were to ascend had been settled by lot, as Geary insisted that Vincent, who had contrived the whole affair, should be the first to escape. But Vincent declined to accept the advantage, and the three had accordingly tossed up for precedence. Geary was quickly over, and lowered himself on the opposite side. The others followed safely, but not without a good deal of scraping against the wall. The smallness of the rope added to the difficulty of climbing it. However, the noise was so slight that they had little fear of attracting attention, especially as the sentries would be standing in their boxes, for the rain was now coming down pretty briskly. As soon as they were down, Vincent seized Dan by the hand. "My brave lad," he said, "I owe you my freedom, and I shan't forget it. Now, where are the clothes?" "Here they are, sir. One is a rough suit, like a working man's. Another is a black and white sort of suit, a check suit. The other one is for you, a clergy suit, sir. You make very nice young clergy minister, for sure." "All right, Dan," Vincent said, laughing. "Give me the minister's suit." "Then I will be the countryman," Geary said. There was a little suppressed laughter as they changed their clothes in the dark, and then, leaving their uniforms by the wall, they shook hands and started at once in different directions, lest they might come across someone who would, when the escape was known, remember 4 men having passed him in the dark. "Now, Dan, what is the next move?" Vincent asked as they walked off. "Have you fixed upon any plan?" "No special plan, sir, but I have brought a bag, you see. I have him in my hand." "I suppose that's what you carried the clothes in?" "No, sir, I carried them in a bundle. This bag has got linen and boots, and other things for you, sir. But I think I am best in this way. Time a train pass here at 2 o'clock and stop at this station. Some people always get out. There's a hotel opposite the station, and some of the passengers always go there. I thought the best way for you to go outside the station. Just when the train come in, we walk across the road with the others and go to hotel. You say you want bedroom for yourself, and that your servant can sleep in the hall. Then in the morning you get up and breakfast and go off by the first train." "But then they may send down to look at the passengers starting, and I should be taken at once." "The train go out at 7 o'clock, sir. I don't expect they find that you've got away before that." "No, Dan. We all turn out at 7. I shall be missed then, but it will be some little time before the alarm is given, and they find out how far we've got away and send off search parties. If the train is anything like punctual, we shall be off long before they get to the station. Besides, sir, there are not so many people knows your face. It's not likely that they bury the man not come to this station. Lots of other places to search, and they must think you go right away. Not think you venture to stop in town till the morning." "That is so, Dan, and I think your plan is a capital one." Dan's suggestion was carried out, and at 7 o'clock next morning they were standing on the platform among a number of other parsons waiting for the train. Just as the locomotive's whistle was heard, the sound of a cannon boomed out from the direction of the prison. "That means some of the prisoners have escaped," one of the porters on the platform said. "There have been 5 or 6 of them got away in the last 2 months, but most of them been caught again and haven't got very far. You see, to have a chance at all, they've got to get rid of their uniforms, and as we're all Unionists about here, that ain't an easy job for 'em to manage." Everyone on the platform joined in the conversation, asking which way the fugitive would be likely to go, and whether there were any cavalry to send after him, what would be done to him if captured, and other questions of the same kind. Vincent joined in the talk. It was a relief to him when the train drew up, and he and Dan took their place in it, travelling, however, in different cars. Once fairly away, Vincent had no fear whatever of being detected, and could travel where he liked, for outside the prison there were not 10 people who knew his face through the northern states. It would be difficult for him to make his way down into Virginia from the north, as the whole line of frontier there was occupied by troops. and patrols were on the watch night and day to prevent persons from going through the lines. He therefore determined to go west to St. Louis, and from there work his way down through the Missouri. After 2 days' railway travelling, they reached St. Louis, a city having made a large trade with the South, and containing many sympathizers with the Confederate cause. Vincent, having no fear now of detection, went at once to a hotel, and taking up the newspaper, one of the first paragraphs that met his eye was headed, "Escape of 3 Confederate officers from Elmira. Great excitement was caused on Wednesday at Elmira by the discovery that 3 Confederate officers had, during the night, effected their escape from prison. One of the bars of the window of the ward on the first floor in which they were, with 15 other Confederates confined, had been removed, the screws having been taken out by a large screwdriver which they left behind them. They had lowered themselves to the yard and climbed over the wall by means of a rope which was found in position in the morning."
The rest of the prisoners professed an entire ignorance of the affair, and declared that until they found the beds unoccupied in the morning, they knew nothing of the occurrence. This is as it may be, but it is certain they must have been aided by traitors outside the prison, for the rope hung loose on the outside of the wall, and must have been held by someone there as they climbed it. The inside was fastened to a stone seat, and they were thus enabled to slide down it on the other side. Their uniforms were found lying at the foot of the wall, and their accomplice had doubtless disguises ready for them. The authorities of the prison are unable to account for the manner in which the turn-screw and rope were passed into them, or how they communicated with their friends outside. Then followed the personal description of each of the fugitives, and a request that all loyal citizens would be on the lookout for them, and would at once arrest any suspicious character unable to give a satisfactory account of himself. As Vincent sat smoking in the hall of the hotel, he heard several present discussing the escape of the prisoners. "It does not matter about them one way or another," one of the speakers said. "They seem to be mere lads, and whether they escape or not will not make any difference to anyone. The serious thing is that there must be some traitors among the prison officials, and that next time perhaps 2 or 3 generals may escape, and that would be a really serious misfortune." "We need not reckon that at present," another smoker said. "We haven't got 3 of the rebel generals yet, and as far as things seem to be going on, we may have to wait some time before we have. They're pretty well able to take care of themselves, I reckon." "They're good men, some of them, I don't deny," the first speaker said, "but they might as well give up the game. In the spring we shall have a big army enough to eat them up." "So I have heard 2 or 3 times before. Scott was going to eat them up, McClellan was going to eat them up, then Pope was going to make an end of them altogether. Now McClellan is having a try again, but somehow or other the eating up hasn't come off yet. It looks to me rather the other way." There was an angry growl from 2 or 3 of those sitting round, while others uttered a cordial, "That's so." "It seems to me, by the way you put it, that you don't wish to see this business come to an end." "That's where you're wrong now. I do wish to see it come to an end. I don't want to see tens of thousands of men losing their lives because one portion of these states want to ride roughshod over the other. The sooner the North looks this affair squarely in the face and sees that it's taken up a bigger job than it can carry through, and agrees to let those who wish to leave it go if they like, the better for all parties. That's what I think about it." "I don't call that Union talk," the other said angrily. "Union or not Union, I mean to talk it, and I want to know who's going to prevent me." The 2 men rose simultaneously from their chairs, and in a second the crack of 2 revolvers sounded. As if they had been only waiting for the signal, a score of other men leapt up and sprang at each other. They had, as the altercation grew hotter, joined in with exclamations of anger or approval, and Vincent saw that although the Unionists were the majority, the party of sympathizers with the South was a strong one. Having neither arms nor inclination to join in a broil of this kind, he made his escape into the street the instant hostilities began, and hurried away from the sound of shouts, oaths, the sharp cracks of pistols, and the sound of breaking glass. 10 minutes later he returned. The hotel was shut up, but an angry mob were assembled round the door, shouting, "Down with the rebels! Down with the secessionists!" and were keeping up a loud knocking at the door. Presently a window upstairs opened, and the proprietor put out his head. "Gentlemen," he said, "I can assure you that the persons who were the cause of this disturbance all left the hotel by the back way as soon as the affair was over. I have sent for the police commissioner, and upon his arrival he will be free to search the house to arrest anyone concerned in this affair." The crowd were not satisfied, and renewed their knocking at the door, but 2 or 3 minutes later an officer with a strong body of police arrived on the spot. In a few words he told the crowd to disperse, promising that the parties concerned in the affair would be taken in and duly dealt with. He then entered the house with 4 of his men, leaving the rest to wait. Vincent entered with the constables, saying that he was staying at the house. The fumes of gunpowder were still floating about in the hall, 3 bodies were lying on the floor, and several men were binding up their wounds. The police officer inquired into the origin of the broil, and all present concurred in saying that it arose from some secessionists speaking insultingly of the army of the Union. Search was then made in the hotel, and it was found that 8 persons were missing. One of the killed was a well-known citizen of the town. He was the speaker on the Union side of the argument. The other 2 were strangers, and no one could say which side they espoused. All those present declared that they themselves were Union men, and it was supposed that the 8 who were missing were the party who had taken the other side of the question. The evidence of each was taken down by the police officer. Vincent was not questioned, as, having entered with the constables, it was supposed he was not present at the affair. In the morning Vincent read in the local paper a highly coloured account of the fray. After giving a large number of wholly fictitious details of the fray, it went on to say, the victims were Cyrus D. Jenkins, a much-esteemed citizen and a prominent Unionist. The other 2 were guests at the hotel. One had registered as P.J. Moore of Vermont, the other James Harvey of Tennessee. Nothing is as yet known as to the persons whose rooms were unoccupied, and who had doubtless made their escape as soon as the affray was over, but the examination of their effects, which will be made by the police in the morning, will doubtless furnish a clue by which they will be brought to justice. Having read this, Vincent looked for the news as to the escape from Elmira, being anxious to know whether his companions had been as fortunate as himself in getting clear away. He was startled by reading the following paragraph. We are enabled to state that the police have received a letter stating that one of the officers who escaped from Elmira prison has adopted the disguise of a minister and is travelling through the country with a black servant. At present the authorities are not disposed to attach much credit to this letter, and are inclined to believe that it has been sent in order to put them on a wrong scent. However, a watch will doubtless be kept by the police throughout the country for a person answering to this description. Accustomed to rise early, Vincent was taking his breakfast almost alone, only 2 or 3 of the other guests having made their appearance. He finished his meal hastily, and went out to Dan, who was lounging in front of the hotel. Dan, go upstairs at once, pack the bag, bring it down and go out with it immediately. I will pay the bill. Don't stop now to ask questions. Vincent then walked up to the desk at the end of the hall, at which a clerk was sitting reading the paper. Sincerely hoping that the man's eye had not fallen on this paragraph, he asked if his account was made out. As he had fortunately mentioned on the preceding evening that he should be leaving in the morning, the bill was ready, and the clerk, scarce looking up from the paper, handed it to him. Vincent paid him the amount, saying carelessly, I think you have plenty of time to catch the train to the east? The clerk glanced at the clock. Yes, it goes at 8, and you have 20 minutes. It's only 5 minutes' walk to the station. End of chapter 10.
With Lee in Virginia by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Thornton, Miranda, New Zealand. With Lee in Virginia. Chapter 11. Fugitives. On leaving the hotel, Vincent walked a short distance and then stopped until Dan came up to him. Anything the matter, sir? Yes, Dan. There is a notice in the paper that the police have obtained information that I am travelling disguised as a minister, and have a negro servant with me. Who told them that? Dan asked in surprise. We can talk about that presently, Dan. The great thing at present is to get away from here. The train for the south starts at 10. Give me the bag and follow me at a distance. I will get you a ticket for Nashville, and as you pass me in the station, I will hand it to you. It must not be noticed that we are travelling together. That is the only clue they've got. Dan obeyed his instructions. The journey was a long one. The train was slow and stopped frequently. Passengers got in and out at every station.
The morning's news from the various points at which the respective forces were facing each other was the general topic of conversation, and Vincent was interested in seeing how the tone gradually changed as the passengers from St. Louis one by one left the train and their places were taken by those of more southern districts. At first the sentiment expressed had been violently northern, and there was no dissent from the general chorus of hope and expectation that the South were on their last legs and that the rebellion would shortly be stamped out. But gradually, as the train approached the state of Tennessee, the Unionist opinion, although expressed with even greater force and violence, was by no means universal. Many men read their papers in silence and took no part whatever in the conversation, but Vincent could see from the angry glances which they shot at the speakers that the sentiments uttered were distasteful to them. He scarcely himself had spoken during the whole journey. He had for some time devoted himself to the newspaper, and had then purchased a book from the newsboy who perambulated the cars. Presently a rough-looking man, who had been among the wildest and most violent in his denunciation of the South, said, looking at Vincent, "I see by the papers to-day that one of the cursed rebel officers who gave them the slip at Elmira is travelling in the disguise of a minister. I guess it's mighty unpleasant to know that even if you met a parson in a train, like as not he's a rebel in disguise. Now, mister, may I ask where you've come from and where you're going to?" "You may ask what you like," Vincent said quietly, "but I'm certainly not going to answer impertinent questions." A hum of approval was heard from several of the passengers. "If you hadn't got that black coat on," the man said angrily, "I would put you off the car in no time." "Black coat or no black coat," Vincent said, "you may find it more difficult than you think. My profession is a peaceful one, but even a peaceful man, if assaulted, may defend himself. You say it's unpleasant to know that if you travel with a man in a black coat, he may be a traitor. It's quite as unpleasant to me to know that if I travel with a man in a brown one, he may be a notorious ruffian, and may as likely as not have just served his time in a penitentiary." 2 or 3 of the passengers laughed loudly. The man, starting up, crossed the car to where Vincent was sitting, and laid his hand roughly on his shoulder. "You've got to get out," he said. "No man insults Jim Mullins twice." "Take your hand off my shoulder," Vincent said quietly, "or you will be very sorry for it." The man shifted his hold to the collar of Vincent's coat amid cries of shame from some of the passengers, while the others were silent, even those of his own party objecting to an assault upon a minister. It was only the fact that the fellow was a notorious local ruffian that prevented their expressing open disapproval of the act. As the man grasped Vincent's collar with his right hand, Vincent saw his left go under his coat towards the pocket in the back of the trousers where revolvers were always carried. In an instant he sprang to his feet, and before the man, who was taken by surprise at the suddenness of the movement, could steady himself, he struck him a tremendous blow between the eyes, and at the same moment, springing at his throat, threw him backwards on the floor of the carriage. As he fell, the man drew out his revolver, but Vincent grasped his arm, and with a sharp twist wrenched the revolver from his grasp, and leaping up, threw it out of the open window. The ruffian rose to his feet, for a moment half dazed by the violence with which he had fallen, and poured out a string of imprecations upon Vincent. The latter stood calmly awaiting a fresh attack. For a moment the ruffian hesitated, and then, goaded to fury by the taunting laughter of the onlookers, was about to spring on him when he was seized by 2 or 3 of the passengers. "I reckon you've made a fool enough of yourself already," one of them said. "We are not going to see a minister ill-treated, not if we know it." "You need not hold him," Vincent said. "It is not because one wears a black coat and is adverse to fighting that one is not able to defend oneself. We all learn the same things at college, whether we are going into the church or any other profession. You can let him alone if he really wants any more, which I do not believe. I should be ashamed of myself if I could not punish a ruffian of his kind." "Let me get at him!" yelled Mullins, and the men who held him, taking Vincent at his word, released him. He rushed forward, but was received with another tremendous blow on the mouth. He paused a moment in his rush, and Vincent, springing forward, administered another blow upon the same spot, knocking him off his legs onto the floor. On getting up, he gave no sign of desire to renew the conflict. His lips were badly cut, and the blood was streaming from his mouth, and he looked at Vincent with an air of absolute bewilderment. The latter, seeing that the conflict was over, quietly resumed his seat, while several of the passengers came up to him, and, shaking him warmly by the hand, congratulated him upon having punished his assailant. "I wish we had a few more ministers of your sort down this way," one said. "That's the sort of preaching Fellows like this understand. It was well you got his six-shooter out of his hand, for he would have used it sure as fate. He ought to have been lynched long ago, but since the troubles began, these fellows have had it all their own way. But look to yourself when he gets out. He belongs to a band who call themselves Unionists, but who are nothing but plunderers and robbers. If you take my advice, when you get to the end of your journey, you will not leave the station, but take a ticket straight back north. I tell you, your life won't be safe 5 minutes once you get inside the town. They don't do anything there, for though folks have had to put up with a good deal, they won't stand the shooting of a minister. Still, outside the town I would not answer for your life for an hour." "I have my duties to perform," Vincent said, "and I shall certainly carry them out, but I am obliged to you for your advice." "I can quite understand that, ruffian," and he looked at Mullins, who, with his handkerchief to his mouth, was sitting alone in a corner, for the rest had all drawn away from him in disgust, and glaring ferociously at him. "Will revenge himself if he has the opportunity. However, as far as possible, I shall be on my guard." "At any rate," the man said, "I should advise you, when you get to Nashville, to charge him with assault. We can all testify that he laid hands on you first. That way he'll get locked up for some days anyhow, and you can go away about your business, and he won't know where to find you when he gets out." "Thank you. That would be a very good plan, but I might lose a day or two in having to appear against him. I'm pressed for time, and have some important business on hand, and I have no doubt I shall be able to throw him off my track, finish my business, and be off again before he can come across me." "Well, I hope no harm will come of it," the other said. "I like you, and I never saw anyone hit so quickly and so hard. It's a downright pity you're a preacher. My name's John Morrison, and my farm is 10 miles from Nashville on the Cumberland River. If you should be going in that direction, I should be right glad if you'd drop in on me." The real reason that decided Vincent against following the advice to give his assailant in charge was that he feared he might himself be questioned as to the object of his journey and his destination. The fellow would not improbably say that he believed he was the Confederate officer who was trying to escape in the disguise of a clergyman, and that he had therefore tried to arrest him. He could, of course, give no grounds for the accusation. Still, questions might be asked which would be impossible for him to answer, and, however plausible a story he might invent, the lawyer whom the fellow would doubtless employ to defend him might suggest that the truth of his statements might easily be tested by the dispatch of a telegram, in which case he would be placed in a most awkward situation. It was better to run the risk of trouble with the fellow and his gang than to do anything which might lead to inquiries as to his identity. When the train reached Nashville, Vincent proceeded to a hotel. It was already late in the afternoon, for the journey had occupied more than 30 hours. As soon as it was dark, he went out again and joined Dan, whom he had ordered to follow him at a distance, and to be at the corner of the first turning to the right of the hotel as soon as it became dark. Dan was at the point agreed upon, and he followed Vincent until the latter stopped in a quiet and badly lighted street. "Things are going badly, Dan. I had a row with a ruffian in the train, and he's got friends here. This will add greatly to our danger in getting to our lines. I must get another disguise. What money have you left?" "Not a cent, sir. I only had 5-cent piece left when we left St. Louis, and I spent him on bread on the journey." "That's bad, Dan. I did not think your stock was so nearly expended." "I had to keep myself, sir, and to pay for the railroad, and buy them 3 suits of clothes, and to make the nigger I lodged with a present to keep him mouth shut." "Oh, I know you've had lots of expenses, Dan, and I'm sure that you've not wasted your money, but I have not thought about it. I've only got $10 left, and we may have 150 miles to travel before we're safe. Anyhow, you must get another disguise, and trust to luck for the rest. We have tramped 150 miles before now without having anything beyond what we could pick up on the road. Here's the money. Get a rough suit of working man's clothes, and join me here again in an hour's time. Let us find out the name of the street before we separate, for we may miss our way and not be able to meet again." Passing up into the busy streets, Vincent presently stopped and purchased a paper of a newsboy who was running along shouting, "News from the war! Defeat of the rebels! Fighting in the railway car near Nashville! A minister punishes a border ruffian!" "Confound those newspaper fellows!" Vincent muttered to himself as he walked away. "They pick up every scrap of news. I suppose the reporter got hold of someone who was in the car." Turning down a quiet street, he opened the paper, and by the light of the lamp read a graphic and minute account of the struggle in the train. "I won't go back to the hotel," he said to himself. "I shall be having reporters to interview me. I shall be expected to give them a history of my whole life, where I was born, where I went to school, whether I prefer beef to mutton, and whether I drink beer, and 1,000 other things. No, the sooner I am away the better. As to the hotel, I've only had one meal, and they've got the bag with the clothes in it. That will pay them well." Accordingly, when he rejoined Dan, he told him that they would start at once. "It is the best way, anyhow," he said. "Tomorrow, no doubt, the fellow I had a row with will be watching the hotel to see which way I go off, but after once seeing me go to the hotel, he will not guess that I shall be starting this evening. What have you got left, Dan?" "I got $2, sir." "That makes us quite rich, then. We will stop at the first shop we come to, and lay in a stock of bread and a pound or two of ham." "And a bottle of rum, sir?" "Very wet and cold, sleeping out of doors now, sir. Want a little comfort, anyhow." "Very well, Dan. I think we can afford that." "Get one for $half, master. Could not lay out $half better." Half an hour later they had left Nashville behind them, and were tramping along the road towards the east, Dan carrying a bundle in which the provisions were wrapped, and the neck of the bottle of rum sticking out of his pocket. As soon as they were well in the country, Vincent changed his clothes for those Dan had just bought him, and making the others up into a bundle, continued his way. "Why did you not leave them black clothes behind, sir? What good take them with you?" "I'm not going to carry them far, Dan. The first wood or thick clump of bushes we come to, I shall hide them away. But if you were to leave them here, they would find them first thing in the morning, and perhaps be carried into the town and handed over to the police, and they might put that and the fact of my not having returned to the hotel, which is sure to be talked about, together, and come to the conclusion that either Mullins was right, and that I was an escaped Confederate, or that I had been murdered by Mullins. In either case they might get up a search, and perhaps send telegrams to the troops in the towns beyond us. Anyhow, it's best the clothes should not be found." All night they tramped along, pausing only for half an hour at about midnight, when Dan suggested that as he had only had some bread to eat, and not too much of that, during the last 48 hours, he thought that he could do with some supper. Accordingly the bundle was opened, and they sat down and partook of a hearty meal. Dan had wisely taken the precaution of having the cork drawn from the bottle when he bought it, placing it so that it could be easily extracted when required, and Vincent acknowledged that the spirit was not an unwelcome addition to the meal. When morning broke they had reached Duck's River, a broad stream crossing the road. Here they drew aside into a thick grove, and determined to get a few hours' sleep before proceeding. It was nearly midday before they woke, and proceeded to the edge of the trees. Vincent reconnoitred the position. "Just as well we did not try to cross, Dan. I see the tents of at least a regiment on the other bank. No doubt they are stationed there to guard the road and railway bridge. This part of the country is pretty equally divided in opinion, though more of the people are for the south than for the north, but I know there are guerrilla parties on both sides moving about, and if a Confederate band was to pounce down on these bridges and destroy them, it would cut the communication with their army in front, and put them in a very ugly position if they were defeated. No doubt that's why they've stationed that regiment there. Anyhow, it makes it awkward for us. We should be sure to be questioned where we are going, and as I know nothing whatever of the geography of the place, we should find it very difficult to satisfy them. We must cross the river somewhere else. There are sure to be some boats somewhere along the banks. At any rate, the first thing to do is to move further away from the road." They walked for 2 or 3 miles across the country. The fields for the most part were deserted, and although here and there they saw cultivated patches, it was evident that most of the inhabitants had quitted that part of the country which had been the scene of almost continued fighting from the commencement of the war, the sufferings of the inhabitants being greatly heightened by the bands of marauders who moved about plundering and destroying under the pretence of punishing those whom they considered hostile to the cause in whose favour, nominally at least, they had enrolled themselves. The sight of ruined farms and burned houses roused Vincent's indignation, for in Virginia private property had, up to the time of Pope's assuming command of the army, been respected, and this phase of civil war was new, and very painful to him. "It would be a good thing," he said to Dan, "if the generals on both sides in this district would agree to a month's truce, and join each other in hunting down and hanging these marauding scoundrels. On our side, Mosby and a few other leaders of bands composed almost entirely of gentlemen have never been accused of practices of this kind, but, with these exceptions, there is little to choose between them." After walking for 4 or 5 miles, they again sat down till evening, and then going down to the river, endeavoured to find a boat by which they could cross. To their disappointment, no craft of any kind was visible, although in many places there were stages by the riverside, evidently used by farmers for unloading their produce into boats. Vincent concluded at last that at some period of the struggle all the boats must have been collected, and either sunk or carried away by one of the parties to prevent the other crossing the river. Hitherto they had carefully avoided all the farmhouses that appeared to be inhabited, but Vincent now determined to approach one of them and endeavour to gain some information as to the distance from the next bridge, and whether it was guarded by troops, and to find out, if possible, the position in which the Northern forces in Tennessee were at present posted, all of which points he was at present ignorant of. He passed 2 or 3 larger farmhouses without entering, for although the greater part of the male population were away with one or the other of the armies, he might still find 2 or 3 hands in such buildings. Besides, it was now late, and whatever the politics of the inmates, they would be suspicious of such late arrivals, and would probably altogether refuse them admittance. Accordingly, another night was spent in the wood. The next morning, after walking a mile or 2, they saw a house at which Vincent determined to try their fortune. It was small, but seemed to have belonged to people above the class of farmer, stood in a little plantation, and was surrounded by a veranda. Most of the blinds were down, and Vincent judged that the inmates could not be numerous. "You remain here, Dan, and I will go and knock at the door. It's better that we should not be seen together." Vincent accordingly went forward and knocked at the door. An old negress opened it. "We have nothing for tramps," she said. "The house is pretty well cleared out of everything." She was about to shut the door when Vincent put his foot forward and prevented it closing. "Master Charles," the negress called out, "bring your shotgun quick. Here are thief want to break into the house." "I am neither a thief nor a tramp," Vincent said, "and I do not want anything except that I should be glad to buy a loaf of bread if you have one that you could spare. I have lost my way, and I want to ask directions." "Dat am pretty likely story," the old woman said. "Bring up that shotgun quick, Master Charles." "What is it, Chloe?" another female voice asked. "Here am a man pretend he have lost his way and wants to buy a loaf. You stand back, Miss Lucy, and let your brother shoot the villain dead." "I can assure you that I am not a robber, madam," Vincent said, through the partly open door. "I am alone, and only beg some information, which I doubt not you can give me." "Open the door, Chloe," the second voice said inside. "This is not the voice of a robber." The old woman reluctantly obeyed the order and opened the door, and Vincent saw in the passage a young girl of some 16 years old. He took off his hat. "I am very sorry to disturb you," he said, "but I am an entire stranger here, and am most desirous of crossing the river, but can find no boat with which to do so." "Why did you not cross by the bridge?" the girl asked. "How did you miss the straight road?" "Frankly, because there were Northern troops there," Vincent said, "and I wished to avoid them if possible." "You are a Confederate?" the girl asked, when the old negress interrupted her. "Hush, Miss Lucy, don't you talk about them things. There's plenty of mischief done already. What have you to do with one side or the other?" The girl paid no attention to her words, but stood awaiting Vincent's answer. He did not hesitate. There was something in her face that told him that, friend or foe, she was not likely to betray a fugitive, and he answered, "I am a Confederate officer, madam. I have made my escape from Elmira prison, and am trying to find my way back into our lines." "Come in, sir," the girl said, holding out her hand. "We are secessionists, heart and soul. My father and my brother are with our troops, that is, if they are still both alive. I have little to offer you, for the Yankee bands have been here several times, have driven off our cattle, emptied our barns, and even robbed our hen nests, taken everything in the house they thought was worth carrying away. But whatever there is, sir, you are heartily welcome to. I had a paper yesterday, it's not often I get one, and I saw that 3 of our officers had escaped from Elmira. Are you one of them?" "Yes, madam. I am Lieutenant Wingfield." "Ah, then you are in the cavalry. You have fought under Stuart," the girl said. "The paper said so. Oh, how I wish we had Stuart and Stonewall Jackson on this side. We should soon drive the Yankees out of Tennessee." "They would try to, anyhow," Vincent said, smiling, "and if it were possible they would assuredly do it. I was in Ashley's horse with the Stonewall Division through the first campaign in the Shenandoah Valley and up to Bull Run, and after that under Stuart. But is not your brother here? Your servant called to him." "There is no one here but ourselves," the girl replied. "That was a fiction of Chloe's, and it has succeeded sometimes when we've had rough visitors. Now, what can I do for you, sir? You say you wanted to buy a loaf of bread, and therefore I suppose you're hungry. Chloe, put the bacon and bread on the table and make some coffee. I'm afraid that is all we can do, sir, but it is something you're heartily welcome to." "I thank you greatly," Vincent replied, "and will, if you will allow me, take half my breakfast out to my boy, who's waiting over there." "Why did you not bring him in?" the girl asked. "Of course he will be welcome too." "I did not bring him in before, because 2 men in these days are likely to alarm a lonely household, and I'd rather not bring him in now, because, if by any possibility the searchers, who are no doubt after me, should call and ask you whether 2 men, one a white and the other a negro, have been here, you could answer no." "But they cannot be troubling much about prisoners," the girl said. "Why, in the fighting here and in Missouri they have taken many thousands of prisoners, and you have taken still more of them in Virginia. Surely they can't trouble themselves much about one getting away." "I'm not afraid of a search of that kind," Vincent said, "but, unfortunately, on my way down I had a row in the train with a ruffian named Mullins, who is, I understand, connected with one of these bands of brigands, and I feel sure that he'll hunt me down if he can." The girl turned pale. "Oh," she said, "I saw that in the paper too, but it said it was a minister." "And it was you who beat that man and threw his revolver out of the window? Oh, then, you're in danger indeed, sir. He's one of the worst ruffians in the state, and is the leader of the party who stripped this house and threatened to burn it to the ground. Luckily I was not at home, having gone away to spend the night with a neighbour. His band have committed murders all over the country, hanging up defenceless people on the pretence that they were secessionists. They will show no mercy if they catch you." "No, I should not expect any great mercy if I fell into their hands, Miss Lucy. I don't know your other name." "My name is Kingston. I ought to have introduced myself to you at once." "Now you understand, Miss Kingston, how anxious I am to get across the river, and that brings me to the question of the information I want you to give me. How far is it from the next bridge on the south, and are there any Federal troops there?" "It's about 7 miles to the bridge at Williamsport, and we are just halfway between that and the railway bridge at Columbus. Yes, there are certainly troops there." "Then I see no way for it but to make a small raft to carry us across, Miss Kingston. I'm a good swimmer, but the river is full and of considerable width. Still, I think I can get across, but my boy cannot swim a stroke." "I know where there is a boat hid in the wood near the river," the girl said. "It belongs to a neighbour of ours, and when the Yankees seized the boats he had his hauled up and hidden in the woods. He was a Southerner, heart and soul, and thought that he might be able sometimes to take useful information across the river to our people, but a few weeks afterwards his house was attacked by one of these bands. It was always said that it was that of Mullins, and he was killed defending it to the last. He killed several of the band before he fell, and they were so enraged that after plundering it they set fire to it and fastened the door, and his wife and 2 maidservants were burned to death." "I wish instead of throwing his pistol out of the window I'd blown his brains out with it," Vincent said. "I would have done so if I'd known what sort of fellow he was. However, as to the boat, can you give me instructions where to find it, and is it light enough for 2 men to carry?" "Not to carry, perhaps, but to push along. It is a light boat he had for pleasure. He had a large one, but that was carried away with the others. I cannot give you the directions, but I can lead you to the place." "I should not like you to do that," Vincent said. "We might be caught, and your share in the affair might be suspected." "Oh, there is no fear of that," the girl said. "Besides, I am not afraid of danger." "I don't think it is right, Miss Kingston, for a young lady like you to be living here alone with an old servant in such times as these. You ought to go into a town until it's all over." "I have no one to go to," the girl said simply. "My father bought this place and moved here from Georgia only 6 years ago, and all my friends are in that state. Except our neighbours round here, I don't know a soul in Tennessee. Besides, what can I do in a town? We can manage here, because we have a few fowls, and some of our neighbours last spring ploughed an acre or 2 of ground and planted corn for us, and I have a little money left for buying other things, but it would not last us a month if we went into a town. No, I have nothing to do but stay here until you drive the Yankees back. I will willingly take you down to the boat tonight. Chloe can come with us and keep me company on the way back. Of course it would not be safe to cross in the daytime." "I thank you greatly, Miss Kingston, and shall always remember your kindness. Now, when I finish my meal I will go out and join my boy, and will come for you at 8 o'clock. It will be quite dark then." "Why should you not stay here until then, Mr. Wingfield? Very unlikely that anyone will come along." "It is unlikely, but it is quite possible," Vincent replied, "and were I caught here by Mullins the consequence would be very serious to you as well as to myself. No, I could not think of doing that. I will go out and come back at 8 o'clock. I shall not be far away, but if anyone should come and inquire, you can honestly say that you do not know where I am." "I have 2 revolvers here, sir. In fact, I have 3. I always keep one loaded, for there is never any saying whether it may not be wanted. The other 2 I picked up last spring. There was a fight about a quarter of a mile from here, and after it was over, and they had moved away, the Confederates won that time, and chase them back towards Nashville, I went out with Chloe, some water and bandages, to see if we could do anything for the wounded. We were at work there till evening, and I think we did some good. As we were coming back, I saw something in a low bush, and going there found a Yankee officer and his horse, both lying dead. They had both been killed by a shell, I should think. Stooping over to see if he was quite dead, I saw a revolver in his belt and another in the holster of his saddle, so I took them, and I brought them home, thinking I might give them to some of our men, for we were then, as we've always been, very short of arms. I never had an opportunity of giving them away, and I'm very glad now that I have not. Here they are, sir, and 2 packets of cartridges, for they are of the same size as those of the pistol my father gave me when he went away. You are heartily welcome to them." "Thank you extremely," Vincent said, as he took the pistols and placed the packets of ammunition in his pocket. "We cut 2 heavy sticks last night when we left Nashville, to be able to make something of a fight, but with these weapons we shall feel a match for any small parties we may meet. Then at 8 o'clock I will come back again." "I shall be ready," the girl said, "but I wish you would have stopped. There are so many things I want to ask about you and these Yankee papers, which are all we see now, and they're full of lies." "They exaggerate their successes and to some extent conceal their defeats," Vincent said, "but I do not think it is the fault of the newspapers, whose correspondents do seem to me to try and tell the truth to their readers, but of the official dispatches of the generals. The newspapers tone matters down, no doubt, because they consider it necessary to keep up the public spirit, but at times they speak out pretty strongly too. I am quite as sorry to leave as you can be that I should go, Miss Kingston, but I am quite sure that it is very much the wisest thing for me to do. By the way, if I should not be here by 8:30, I shall not come at all, and you will know that something has occurred to alter our plans. I trust there is no chance of anything doing so, but it is just as well to arrange so that you will not sit up expecting me. Should I not come back, you will know that I will always be grateful to you for your kindness, and that when this war is over, if I am alive, I will come back and thank you personally." "Good-bye till this evening," the girl said. "I will not even let myself think that anything can occur to prevent your return." "Golly, Massa Vincent, what a time you have been," Dan said when Vincent rejoined him. "This child began to think that something had gone wrong, was going in another 5 minutes to knock at the door and ask what it had done to you." "It's all right, Dan. I've had breakfast, have brought some for you. Here are some bread and bacon, and a bottle of coffee." "Dat good, massa. My teeth go chatter with sleeping in these damp woods. Dat coffee do me good, sir. After that, I shall feel fit for anything." End of chapter 11.
Withley in Virginia by G.A. Henty. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For further information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Mark Thornton, Miranda, New Zealand. Chapter 12. The Bushwhackers. "By the way, Dan," Vincent said when the negro had finished his meal, "we've not talked over the matter of my clothes. I can't imagine how that letter saying that one of us was disguised as a minister and would have a negro servant came to be written. Did you ever tell the people you lodged with anything about the disguise?" "No, sir. Never said any word to them about it. They know nothing whatsoever. The way do with your letter was this. Me go outside town and wait for a long time. At last saw a black fellow coming along. Me said to him, 'Can you read?' And he said he could. I said, 'I got a letter. I want to read him. I give you a quarter to read him to me.' So he said yes, and he read the letter. He had a long time of making it out, because he read print but not read writing well. He spell it out word by word, but I don't think he understand that it comes from prison, only that it comes from someone who wanted some rope and a turnscrew. Me do just the same with the second letter. As for the clothes, me buy them that day. Make them up in a bundle, and not go back to lodging at all. Me not know how anyone could know that I buy minister clothes for you, sir. Me told the storekeeper that they was for a cousin of mine, who preached to the colored folk, and that I send him suit as a present. Unless that man follow me, and stay with me all the time till we go off to work together, sir, me no see how the devil he guess about it." "That's quite impossible, Dan. It can never have been that way. It's very strange, for it really would seem that no one but you and I and the other 2 officers could possibly know about it." "Perhaps one of them want to do you bad turn, massa, and write so as you get caught and shut up again."
Vincent started at that suggestion. Was it possible that Jackson could have done him this bad turn after his having aided him to make his escape? It would be a villainous trick. But then he'd always thought him capable of villainous tricks, and it was only the fact that they were thrown together in prison that had induced him to make up his quarrel with him. But though Jackson had accepted his advances, it was probable enough that he'd retained his bad feeling against him, and had determined, if possible, to have his revenge on the first opportunity. "The scoundrel," he said to himself, "after my getting him free, to inform against me! Of course, I've no proof of it, but I've not the least doubt that it was him. If we ever meet again, Mr. Jackson, I will have it out with you." "You got 2 pistols, sir?" Dan said presently. "How you get 'em?" "The lady of that house gave them to me, Dan. They are one for you and one for me." "Dis child no want him, sir. Not know what to do with him. Go off and shoot myself, for sure." "Well, I don't suppose you'd do much good with it, Dan. As I'm a good shot, perhaps I'd better keep both of them. You might load them for me as I fire them." "Very well, sir. You show me how to load, me load." Vincent showed Dan how to extricate the discharged cartridge cases and to put fresh ones in, and after a quarter of an hour's practice Dan was able to do this with some speed. "When we going on, sir?" he said, as having learned the lesson, he handed the pistol back to Vincent. "We're not going on until evening, Dan. When it gets dark, the lady is going to take us to a place where there is a boat hidden, and we shall then be able to cross the river." "Dunno we'll have a sleep, sir. Nothing like sleeping when there is chance." "I believe you could sleep 3/4 of your time, Dan. However, you may as well sleep now if you can, for there's nothing that will do till tonight." Vincent went back to the edge of the wood, and sat down where he could command a view of the cottage. The country was for the most part covered with wood, for it was but thinly inhabited except in the neighbourhood of the main roads. Few of the farmers had cleared more than half their ground, many only a few acres. The patch in which the house with its little clump of trees stood nearly in the centre was of some 40 or 50 acres in extent, and though now rank with weeds, had evidently been carefully cultivated, for all the stumps had been removed, and the fence round it was of a stronger and neater character than that which most of the cultivators deemed sufficient. Presently he heard the sound of horses' feet in the forest behind him, and he made his way back to a road which ran along 100 yards from the edge of the wood. He reached it before the horsemen came up, and lay down in the underwood a few yards back. In a short time 2 horsemen came along at a walking pace. "I call this a fool's errand altogether," one of them said in a grumbling tone. "We don't know that they've headed this way, and if they have, we might search these woods for a month without finding them." "That's so," said the other, "but Mullins has set his heart on it, and we must try for another day or 2. My idea is that when the fellow heard what sort of a chap Mullins was, he took the hack train that night and went up north again." Vincent heard no more, but it was enough to show him that a sharp hunt was being kept up for him, and although he had no fear of being caught in the woods, he was well pleased at the thought that he would soon be across the water and beyond the reach of his enemy. He went back again to the edge of the clearing and resumed his watch. It was just getting dusk, and he was about to join Dan when he saw a party of 12 men ride out from the other side of the wood and make toward the house. Filled with a vague alarm that possibly someone might have caught sight of him and his follower on the previous day, and might, on being questioned by the searchers, have given them a clue as to the direction in which they were going, Vincent hurried to the spot where he left Dan. The negro jumped up as he approached. "Me awake long time, sir. Began to wonder where you got to." "Take your stick and come along, Dan, as fast as you can." Without another word, Vincent led the way along the edge of the wood to the point where the clump of trees at the back of the house hid it from his view. "Now, Dan, stoop low and get across to those trees." Greatly astonished at what was happening, but having implicit faith in his master, Dan followed without a question. It was but 10 minutes since Vincent had seen the horseman, but the darkness had closed in rapidly, and he had little fear of his approach being seen. He made his way through the trees and crept up to the house, and then close along it until he reached the front. There stood the horses, with the bridles thrown over their neck. The riders were all inside the house. "Look here, Dan," he whispered. "You keep here perfectly quiet until I join you again, or you hear a pistol shot. If you do not hear a shot, rush at the horses with your stick and drive them off at full gallop. Drive them right into the woods if you can, and then lie quiet there till you hear me whistle for you. If you don't hear my whistle, you will know that something has happened to me, and then you must make your way home as well as you can." "Oh, Master Vincent," Dan began, but Vincent stopped him. "It's no use talking, Dan. You must do as I order you. I hope all will be well, but it must be done anyhow." "Let me come and load your pistol and fight with you, sir." "You can do more good by stampeding the horses, Dan. Perhaps, after all, there will be no trouble." So saying, leaving Dan with the tears running down his cheeks, Vincent went to the back of the house and tried the door there. It was fastened. Then he went to the other side, and here, a light streaming through the window, which was open, and the sound of loud voices, showed him the room where the party were. He crept cautiously up and looked in. Mullins was standing facing Lucy Kingston. The rest of the men were standing behind him. The girl was as pale as death, but was quiet and composed. "Now," Mullins said, "I ask you for the last time. You've admitted that a man has been here today, and that you gave him food. You say he's not in the house, and as we have searched it pretty thoroughly, we know that's right enough. You say you don't know where he is, and that may be true enough in a sense, but I've asked you whether he is coming back again, and you won't answer me. I just give you 3 seconds." And he held out his arm with a pistol in it. 1. As the word 2 left his lips, a pistol cracked, and Mullins fell back with a bullet in his forehead. At the same time, Vincent shouted at the top of his voice, "Come on, lads! Wipe them out altogether! Don't let one of them escape!" As he spoke, he discharged his pistol rapidly into the midst of the men, who were for the moment too taken by surprise to move, and every shot took effect upon them. At the same moment there was a great shouting outside, and the trampling of horses' feet. 1 or 2 of the men hastily returned Vincent's fire, but the rest made a violent rush to the door. Several fell over the bodies of their comrades, and Vincent had emptied one of his revolvers and fired 3 shots with the second before the last of those able to escape did so. 5 bodies remained on the floor. As they were still 7 to 1 against him, Vincent ran to the corner of the house, prepared to shoot them as they came round. But the ruffians were too scared to think of anything else but escape, and they could be heard running and shouting across the fields. Vincent ran into the house. He had seen Lucy Kingston fall prostrate at the same instant as the ruffian facing her. Strung up to the highest tension, and expecting in another second to be shot, the crack of Vincent's pistol had brought her down as surely as the bullet of Mullins would have done. Even in the excitement of firing, Vincent felt thankful when he saw her fall, and knew that she was safe from the bullets flying about. When he entered the room, he found the old negress lying beside her, and thought at first that she had fallen in the fray. He found that she was not only alive, but unhurt, having, the instant she saw her young mistress fall, thrown herself upon her to protect her from harm. "Have they all gone, sir?" she asked, as Vincent somewhat roughly pulled her off the girl's body. "They have all gone, Chloe, but I do not know how soon they may be back again. Get your mistress round as soon as you can. I'm sure that she's only fainted, for she fell the instant I fired, before another pistol had gone off." Leaving the old woman to bring Miss Kingston round, he reloaded his pistols and went to the door. In a few minutes the sound of horses galloping was heard. "Halt, or I fire!" he shouted. "Don't shoot, sir! Don't shoot! It ain't me!" And Dan rode up, holding a second horse by the bridle. "I thought I might as well get 2 of them, so I jumped on the back of one and get hold of the bridle while I was waiting to hear your pistol fire. Then the moment I heard that, I set the others off, and chased them into the corner where the gate was, where they came in at, and along the road for half a mile. They so frightened they not stop for a long time to come. Then I turned into the wood, and went through the trees, so as not to meet them fellows, and lifted 2 of the bars of the fence, and here I am. You are not hurt, massa?" "My left arm is broken, I think, Dan, but that's of no consequence. I have shot 5 of these fellows, their leader among them, and I expect 3 of the others have got a bullet somewhere or other in them. There was such a crowd round the door that I don't think one shot missed. It was well I thought of stampeding the horses. That gave them a greater fright than my pistols. No doubt they thought there was a party of our bushwhackers upon them. Now, Dan, you keep watch, and let me know if you see any signs of their returning. I think they're too shaken up to want any more fighting, but as there are 7 of them, and they may guess there are only 2 or 3 of us, it's possible they may try again." "Me don't think they try any more, sir. Anyhow, I look out sharp." So saying, Dan, fastening up one of the horses, rode the other in a circle round and around the house and little plantation, so that it would not be possible for anyone to cross the clearing without being seen. Vincent returned to the house and found Miss Kingston just recovering consciousness. She sat upon the ground in a confused way. "What has happened, nurse?" "Never mind the present, dearie. Just you keep yourself quiet and drink a little water." The girl mechanically obeyed. The minute she put the glass down, her eye fell upon Vincent, who was standing near the door. "Oh, I remember now," she said, starting up. "Those men were here, and they were going to shoot me. 1, 2, and then he fired, and it seemed that I fell dead. Am I not wounded?" "He never fired at all, Miss Kingston. He'll never fire again. I shot him, as he said, too, and no doubt the shock of the sudden shot caused you to faint dead away. You fell the same instant that he did." "But where are the others?" the girl said with a shudder. "How imprudent of you to come here. I hoped you'd seen them coming towards the house." "I did see them, Miss Kingston, and that was the reason I came. I was afraid they might try rough measures to learn from you where I was hidden. I arrived at the window just as the scoundrel was pointing his pistol toward you, and then there was no time to give myself up, and I had nothing to do for it but to put a bullet through his head in order to save you. Then I opened fire upon the rest, and my boy drove off their horses. They were seized with a panic and bolted, thinking they were surrounded. Of course, I kept up my fire, and there are 4 of them in the next room beside their captain. And now, if you please, I will get you, in the first place, to bind my arm tightly across my chest, for one of their bullets hit me in the left shoulder, and has, I fancy, broken it." The girl gave an exclamation of dismay. "Do not be alarmed, Miss Kingston. A broken shoulder is not a very serious matter, only I'd rather it had not happened just at the present moment. There are more important matters in hand. The question is, what is to become of you? It is quite impossible that you should stay here after what has happened. Those scoundrels are sure to come back again." "What am I to do, Chloe?" the girl asked in perplexity. "I'm sure we cannot stay here. We must find our way through the woods to Nashville, and I must try and get something to do there." "There is another way, Miss Kingston, if you like to try it," Vincent said. "Of course it would be toilsome and unpleasant, but I do not think it would be dangerous. Even if we got caught, there would be no fear of your receiving any injury from the Federal troops. My proposal is that you and Chloe should go with us. If we get safely through the Federal lines, I will escort you to Georgia and place you with your friends there." The girl looked doubtful for a moment, and then she shook her head. "I could not think of that, sir. It will be difficult enough for you to get through the enemy by yourselves. It would add terribly to your danger to have us with you." "I do not think so," Vincent replied. 2 men would be sure to be questioned and suspected, but a party like ours would be far less likely to excite suspicion. Every foot we get south we shall find ourselves more and more among people who are friendly to us, and although they might be afraid to give shelter to men, they would not refuse to take women in. I really think, Miss Kingston, that this is the best plan. In the first place, it would be a dangerous journey for you through the woods to Nashville, and if you fall into the hands of any of those ruffians who have been here, you may expect no mercy. At Nashville you will have great difficulty in obtaining employment of any kind, and even suppose you went further north, your position as a friendless girl would be a most painful one. As to your staying here, that is plainly out of the question. I think there is no time to lose in making a decision. Those fellows may go to the camp at the bridge, give their account of the affair, declare they have been attacked by a party of Confederate sympathizers, and return here with a troop of horse." "What do you say, Chloe?" Lucy asked. "I say, ready to go with wherever you like, Miss Lucy. But I do think in times like this that a young girl is best off with her own folk. It may be hard work getting across, but as to danger, there can't be much more danger than has been here stopping here. So it seems to me best to do as this young officer says." "Very well, then, I will, sir. We will go under your protection, and will give you as little trouble as we can. We'll be ready in 5 minutes. Now, Chloe, let's put a few things together, the fewer the better. Just a small bundle which we can carry in our hands." In a few minutes they returned to the room, Chloe carrying a large basket and looking somewhat ruffled. "Chloe is a little upset," the girl said, smiling, "because I won't put my best things on, and the leaving behind of her best Sunday gown is a sore trouble to her." "No wonder, sir," Chloe said. "Why they say that no pretty dresses in the Confederacy, and that blue gown with red spots is just as good as new. They am downright awful to think that those fellows will come back and take it." "Never mind, Chloe," Vincent said, smiling. "No doubt we are short of pretty dresses in the South, but I dare say we shall be able to find you something that will be almost as good. But we must not stand talking. You are sure you have got everything of value, Miss Kingston?" "I've got my purse," she said, "and Chloe has got some food. I don't think there's anything else worth taking in the house." "Very well, we'll be off," Vincent said, leading the way to the door. A minute later Dan rode past, and Vincent called him and told him they were going to start. "Shall we take the horses, sir?" "No, Dan. We're going to carry out our original plan of crossing the river in a boat, and I think the horses would rather be in our way than not. But you had better not leave them here. Take them to the farther side of the clearing, and get them through the fence into the forest. Then strike across as quickly as you can and join us where we are stopping today. Miss Kingston and her servant are going with us. They cannot stay here after what has taken place." Dan at once rode off with the 2 horses, and the others walked across the edge of the clearing and waited until he rejoined them. "Now, Miss Kingston, you must be our guide at present." "We must cross the road first," the girl said. "Nearly opposite to where we are there is a little path through the wood leading straight down to the river. The boat lies only a short distance from it." The path was a narrow one, and it was very dark under the trees. "Mind how you go," Vincent said as the girl stepped lightly on ahead. "You might get a heavy fall if you caught your foot on a root." She instantly moderated her pace. "I know the path well, but it was thoughtless of me to walk so fast. I forgot you did not know it, and if you were to stumble you might hurt your arm terribly. How does it feel now?" "It certainly hurts a bit," Vincent replied in a cheerful tone, "but now it's tightly strapped to me it cannot move much. Please don't worry about me." "Ah," she said, "I cannot forget how you got it, how you attacked 12 men to save me." "Still less can I forget, Miss Kingston, how you, a young girl, confronted death rather than say a word that would place me in their power." "That was quite different, Mr. Wingfield. My own honour was pledged not to betray you, who had trusted me. Well, we will cry quits for the present, Miss Kingston, or rather, we will be content to remain for the present in each other's debt." A quarter of an hour's walking brought them to the river. "Now," Lucy said, "we must make our way about 10 yards through those bushes to the right." With some difficulty they passed through the thick screen of bushes, the girl still leading the way. "Here it is," she said. "I have my hand upon it." Vincent was soon beside her, and the negroes quickly joined them. "There are no oars in the boat," Vincent said, feeling along the seat. "Oh, I forgot. They are stowed away behind the bushes on the right. They were taken out so that if the Yankees found the boat it would be of no use to them." Dan made his way through the bushes and soon found the oars. Then, uniting their strength, they pushed the boat through the high rushes that screened it from the river. "It is afloat," Vincent said. "Now, Dan, take your place in the bow." "I will row, Mr. Wingfield. I am a very good hand at it, so please take your seat with Chloe in the stern." "Dan can take one oar anyhow," Vincent replied, "but I will let you row instead of me. I'm afraid I should make a poor hand of it with only one arm." The boat pushed quietly out. The river was only 100 yards wide at this point. They had taken but a few strokes when Vincent said, "You must row hard, Miss Kingston, or we shall have to swim for it. The water is coming in through the seams fast." The girl and Dan exerted themselves to the utmost, but, short as was the passage, the boat was full almost to the gunwale before they reached the opposite bank, the heat of the sun having caused the planks to open during the months it had been lying ashore. "This is a wet beginning," Lucy Kingston said, laughing as she tried to wring the water out of the lower part of her dress. "Here, Chloe, you wring me, and I will wring you." "Now, Dan, get hold of that head rope," Vincent said. "Haul her up a little by little as the water runs out over the stern." "I should not trouble about the boat, Mr. Wingfield. It is not likely we shall ever want it again." "I was not thinking of the boat. I was thinking of ourselves. If it should happen to be noticed at the next bridge as it drifted down, it would at once suggest to anyone on the lookout for us that we had crossed the river, whereas, if we get among the bushes here, they will believe that we are hidden in the woods, or have headed back to the north, and we shall be a long way across the line, I hope, before they give up searching for us in the woods on the other side." "Yes, I did think of that. We will help you with the rope." The boat was very heavy now that it was full of water. Inch by inch it was pulled up until the water was all out except near the stern. Dan and Vincent then turned it bottom upward, and it was soon hauled up among the bushes. "Now, Miss Kingston, which do you think is our best course? I know nothing whatever of the geography here." "The next town is Mount Pleasant. That is where the Williamsport road passes the railway. If we keep south we shall strike the railway, and that will take us to Mount Pleasant. After that the road goes on to Florence on the Tennessee River. The only place that I know of on the road is Lawrenceburg. That is about 40 miles from here, and I've heard that the Yankees are on the line for the right and left. I believe our troops are at Florence, but I'm not sure about that, because both parties are constantly shifting their position, and I hear very little, as you may suppose, of what is being done. Anyhow, I think we cannot do better than to go on until we strike the railway, keep along by that till we get within short distance of Mount Pleasant, and then cross it. After that we can decide whether we will travel by road or keep on through the woods. But we cannot find our way through the woods at night. We should lose ourselves before we've gone 20 yards. "I'm afraid we should, Miss Kingston." "Please call me Lucy," the girl interrupted. "I'm never called anything else, and I'm sure this is not a time for ceremony." "I think that it would be better And will you please call me Vin? It's much shorter and pleasanter than using our first names, and as we must pass for brother and sister if we get among the Yankees, it's better to get accustomed to it. I quite agree with you that it will be too dark to find our way through the woods unless we can discover a path. Dan and I will see if we can find one. If we can, I think it will be better to go on a little way at any rate, so as we get our feet warm and let our clothes dry a little. They will not dry tonight, Lucy said. It is so damp in the woods that even if our clothes were dry now, they'd be wet before morning. I didn't think of that. Yes, in that case I do not see that we should gain anything by going further. We will push on for 200 or 300 yards if we can, and then we can light a fire without there being any chance of it being seen from the other side. That would be comfortable, Vin, the girl agreed. That is, if you're quite sure that it would be safe. I would rather be wet all night than we should run any risks. I'm sure if we can get a couple of 100 yards into this thick wood, the fire would be not seen through it, Vincent said. Of course, I do not mean to take a great bonfire which would light up the forest. For half an hour they forced their way through the bushes, and then Vincent said he was sure they'd come far enough. Finding a small open space, Dan and Lucy and the negress set to work collecting leaves and dry sticks. Vincent had still in his pocket the newspaper he'd bought in the streets of Nashville, and he always carried lights. A piece of the paper was crumpled up and lighted, a few of the driest leaves they could find dropped upon it, and then a few twigs, until at last a good fire was burning. "I think that's enough for the present," Vincent said. "We will keep adding wood as fast as it burns down, so as to get a great pile of embers, and keep 2 or 3 good big logs burning all night." He then gave directions to Dan, who cut a long stick and fastened it to 2 saplings, one of them which grew in front of the fire. Then he set to work and cut off branches, and laid them sloping against it, and soon had an arbour constructed of sufficient thickness to keep off the night dews. "I think you'll be snug in there," Vincent said when he had finished. "The heat of the fire will keep you dry and warm, and if you lie with your heads the other way, I think your things will be dry by the morning. Dan and I will lie down by the other side of the fire. We are both accustomed to sleep in the open air, and have done so for months." "Thank you very much," she said. "Our things are drying already, and I'm as warm as toast. But indeed, you need not trouble about us. We brought these warm shawls with us on purpose for night work in the forest. Now, I think we will try the contents of the basket Dan has been carrying." The basket, which was a good-sized one, was opened. Chloe had before starting put all the provisions in the house in it, and it contained 3 loaves, 5 or 6 pounds of bacon, a canister of tea and a loaf sugar, a small kettle, and 2 pint mugs, besides a number of odds and ends. The kettle Dan had, by Chloe's direction, filled with water before leaving the river, and this was soon placed among the glowing embers. "But you've brought no teapot, Chloe." "Dar was not room for it, Miss Lucy. We can make tea very well in de kettle." "So we can. I forgot that. We shall do capitally." The kettle was not long in boiling. Chloe produced some spoons and knives and forks from the basket. "Spoons and forks are luxuries, Chloe," Vincent said, laughing. "We could have managed without them." "Yes, sir, but me not leaving the master's silver for those villains to find." Lucy laughed. "At any rate, Chloe, we can turn the silver into money if we run short. Now, the kettle is boiling." It was taken off the fire, and Lucy poured some tea into it from the canister, and then proceeded to cut up the bread. A number of slices of bacon had already been cut off, and a stick thrust through them, and Dan, who was squatted at the other side of the fire, holding it over the flames, now pronounced them to be ready. The bread served as plates, and the party was soon engaged upon their meal, laughing and talking over it as if it had been an ordinary picnic in the woods, though at times Vincent's face contracted from the sharp twitching of pain in his shoulder. Vincent and Lucy first drank their tea, and the mugs were then handed to Dan and Chloe. "This is great fun," Lucy said. "If it goes on like this all through our journey, we shall have no need to grumble. Shall we, Chloe?" "If you don't grumble, Miss Lucy, you may be quite sure that Chloe will not, for we have not begun our journey at present, and I expect we shall find it pretty hard work before we get to the end. But never mind that. Anything is better than being all by ourselves in that house. Terrible responsibility, that." "It was lonely," said the girl, "and I'm glad we are away from it, whatever happens. What a day this has been! Who could have dreamed when I got up this morning that all this would take place before night? It seems almost like a dream, and I can hardly believe—" and here she stopped with a little shiver as she thought of the scene that had passed through with the band of bushwhackers. "I would not think anything at all about it," Vincent said. "And now I should recommend you turning in and getting to sleep as soon as you can. We'll be off at daybreak, and it's just 12 o'clock now." 5 minutes later Lucy and her old nurse were snugly ensconced in the little bower, while Vincent and Dan stretched themselves at full length on the other side of the fire. In spite of the pain in his shoulder, Vincent dozed off occasionally, and he was heartily glad when he saw the first gleam of light in the sky. He woke Dan. "Dan, do you take the kettle down to the river and fill it. We had better have some breakfast before we make our start. If you can't find your way back, whistle, and I will answer you." Dan, however, had no occasion to give the signal. It took him little more than 5 minutes to traverse the distance that had occupied them half an hour in the thick darkness, and Vincent was quite surprised when he reappeared again with the kettle. Not until it was boiling and the bacon was ready did Vincent raise his voice and call Lucy and the nurse. "This is reversing the order of things altogether," the girl said as she came out and saw breakfast already prepared. "I shall not allow it another time, I can tell you." "We're old campaigners, you see," Vincent said, "and accustomed to early movements. Now, please, let us waste no time, as the sooner we're off the better." In a quarter of an hour breakfast was eaten and the basket packed, and they were on their way. Now the bright glowing light in the east was sufficient guide to them as to the direction they should take, and setting their face to the south they started through the forest. In a quarter of an hour they came upon a little stream running through the wood, and here Vincent suggested that Lucy might like a wash, a suggestion which was gratefully accepted. He and Dan went a short distance down the streamlet, and Vincent bathed his face and head. "Dan, I will get you to undo this bandage and get off my coat. Then I will make a pad for my handkerchief and dip it in the water, and you can lay it on my shoulder. And then help me on again with my coat. My arm is getting horribly painful." Vincent's right arm was accordingly drawn down through the sleeve, and the coat turned down so as to enable Dan to lay the wet pad on the shoulder. "It's not bled much," Vincent said, looking down at it. "No, sir, not much blood on the shirt. Pull the coat down as far as the elbow, Dan, and bathe it for a bit." Using his cap as a bailer, Dan bathed the arm for 10 minutes. Then the wet pad was placed in position, and with some difficulty the coat got on again. The arm was then bandaged across the chest, and they returned to the women, who were beginning to wonder at the delay. End of chapter 12.